Chapter 2095. Meeting the Heartless Monk Again. Chapter 2095. Meeting the Heartless Monk Again. Alright, let's begin the test for this batch. The Great Emperor ordered. This great emperor looked to be in his 50s and he had an imposing aura. Immediately an old man stepped out. In a moment, one will release my pressure and pressure all of you. All of you will try your best to resist it. As long as you can hold on for 30 breaths and still stand firm, you will pass. Those who can't withstand it will be eliminated. The old man said. Many people were moved. This method was simple. They gathered together and used their auras to suppress the others. Those who could resist would advance. In this case, the efficiency was indeed high. Those with weak cultivation could be quickly filtered out. Begin. As the old man's voice rang out, a terrifying aura burst out from the old man's body and enveloped the entire platform. True Emperor. Lu Ming could tell that the elder was a true Emperor realm powerhouse. As soon as the old man's aura was released, the expressions of some people on the platform changed. Their bodies trembled and they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood before directly kneeling on the ground. "Senior, please have mercy, I can't block it anymore." The young man roared. He felt as if his body was going to be crushed into meat paste. "Get down, let us go," the old man said indifferently as he controlled his aura. The pressure on the young man's body was instantly lifted. He rushed down the fighting ring in a hurry, gasping for breath. A mere bright saint actually dares to go up the stage. He really doesn't know his own place. This is the Battle of the 10 Lands. It's not a small place. It's ridiculous that a bright saint dares to fight. Many people shook their heads and laughed. The Battle of the 10 Lands gathered the strongest geniuses of the 10 lands. A mere bright saint realm was not enough. The young man's face turned red. In fact, there was more than one person like this young man. Plop, plop. On the platform, a large number of young men knelt down and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The cultivation of these young men were all around Bright Saint. The Battle of the 10 Lands touched the hearts of people. It was the first time in history and countless people paid attention to it. Many young people wanted to perform on such a stage, hoping to be the center of attention. Therefore, many people with low cultivation levels wanted to participate. A large number of people vomited blood and rushed off the platform, directly eliminated. And as time passed, the pressure from the old man's body became stronger and stronger. After that, even the Supreme Saints couldn't resist and were eliminated. In the end, only about 100 out of 1,000 people managed to resist for 30 breaths. Of course, their conditions were all different. Some people were trembling all over, breaking out in cold sweat and gasping for breath. They had clearly exhausted all their strength. Some people were calm and relaxed, their expressions normal. The names of those who advanced were left behind and could advance to the next round. You've all seen it. If you're not strong enough, then don't sign up. Otherwise, you'll only humiliate yourself and get injured. The middle-aged emperor said. Many of the young men had unsightly expressions and sighed helplessly in the end. They had originally wanted to show off, but in reality, they were not even qualified to participate, not even to serve as a foil. The Battle of the 10 Lands was the stage for the true heaven's favorites. As long as one could obtain a place in the Battle of the 10 Lands, it would be a great honor. However, most people could only be spectators. Following that, more and more people came forward to register. When there were about 1,000 people, the old man once again released his aura and pressed it against the young man on the platform. This time the situation was much better. Out of 1,000 people, about 500 people made it to the next round. Because those with insufficient cultivation knew that they couldn't pass and would only get injured, they didn't sign up. Then the selection continued. Xianxia mo li qiu yu feng ling. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw Xianxia Bella Qiu Yu and the rest in the crowd. They were all here and they were all in the southern war zone. With their cultivation, they naturally passed the selection easily. I'll go up too. Lu Ming smiled and went forward to register. He was not in a hurry to acknowledge Xianxia Bella and the others. What's your name? At the registration counter, someone looked at Lu Ming. Tianyun. Lu Ming said. Leave behind your aura. The other party said. Lu Ming nodded and left behind a wisp of his aura. This was to identify him. After that, Lu Ming stepped onto the platform. I'm a heartless monk. Lu Ming had just stepped onto the platform when he heard a Buddhist chant from behind. Lu Ming's eyelids kept twitching. He was very familiar with this voice. Although he had not heard it for more than 10 years, he would never forget it. Lu Ming turned around and saw a chubby young monk stepping onto the platform. An unscrupulous monk. Lu Ming was in a daze. He did not expect to meet an unscrupulous monk here. Back then in the divine wilderness, Wu Liang and Moonless had left for the Yuan continent before him. They had not seen each other for more than 10 years. The unscrupulous monk was still the same as more than 10 years ago. He had not changed at all. When he walked up and saw Lu Ming staring at him, he could not help but chant the name of Buddha. I have no hair. Benefactor, you are staring at this poor monk with such tender feelings. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to this poor monk? It's a pity that you're a man. If you're a beautiful woman, I'd consider you. The monk said with a smile. Go to the side. Lu Ming pursed his lips. This guy had not changed at all. Benefactor, why do one feel like we've met before? There's a sense of familiarity. It's over. Why do one have such feelings for a man? The heartless monk started to stare at Lu Ming. Then his face turned bitter and he sighed. Get lost. Lu Ming berated. At the same time he was shocked. This unreliable monk had such sharp senses. He had used the divine breath technique, but the unscrupulous monk could still sense it. Amit Ba. Following that, another Buddhist chant was heard and a few young monks stepped onto the platform. Moonless Wuxian. Lu Ming recognized a few of them. The moonless bodhisattva was also someone he was familiar with in the divine wilderness continent. The other was Wuxian from Boundless Temple. He controlled the law of karma and was one of the sons of God. Soon there were about 1,000 people on the platform. The true Emperor Realm Elder's aura began to explode, and everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. However, this pressure was nothing to Lu Ming. He did not feel much. Lu Ming saw that Wu Liang, Wu Yu and Wu Chen were the same. Their faces were calm and they did not react at all. It seems that after Wu Liang and Wu Yu came to the Yuan continent, their strength has also improved astonishingly. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming was unfamiliar with the cultivation of Buddhism. He realized that he could nor see through the cultivation of the young monks at all. It was as if there was a ball of dazzling golden light in their bodies that concealed their cultivation realm. 30 breaths passed in the blink of an eye, and they all passed the test very easily. I have no hair. Benefactor, have we met before? Since you are destined to be a Buddhist, why don't you shave your head and join the Buddhist sect? Wu Ming came to Lu Ming and said with a smile. Go play somewhere else. Lu Ming waved his hands and walked down the fighting ring alone. Chapter 2096. The Great Emperor wants to take in a disciple. Chapter 2096. The Great Emperor wants to take in a disciple. The test continued. After a few more tests, no one continued to sign up. In the end, about 3,000 people passed the first round of selection. For the next round, follow me. The middle-aged emperor said, then stepped into the air and left. Those who had passed the selection followed one after another, and those who had come to watch the show naturally followed. The crowd flew across the sky, and the middle-aged emperor soon stopped in the air. He saw a huge door of light in the air. This is the second round of selection. After you enter the door of light, you will enter a passageway. There will be various tests waiting for you in the passageway. As long as you can pass this passageway within 30 minutes, you will pass the test. You can go in together. The middle-aged emperor said. Buzz. Buzz. With a flash, the 3,000 people flew into the light door. The light door was very big. It didn't seem crowded at all when more than 3,000 people flew in. The moment they flew in, they disappeared. Lu Ming felt his body tremble. He was in a passageway. There was no one else around him. He was alone. He knew that there was definitely a great formation set up here. It wasn't strange for great emperors to have some profound formations. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Although this passage was somewhat difficult, it was not a problem for Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not use his full strength, but he passed through the entire passage very quickly. He smiled when he saw the entrance of the passage in front of him. About 5 minutes. He only used 5 minutes to pass through the passage. The test of this passage was very complicated. Not only did it test one's combat power, but it also tested one's courage, decisiveness, wisdom, willpower, and many more. It was very comprehensive. If he was outstanding in all these aspects, his talent would definitely not be bad. However, Lu Ming had gone through many storms and similar tests along the way. These tests were not difficult for him at all. Lu Ming stepped out of the passageway. As soon as he exited the passage, Lu Ming saw many people looking at him. Lu Ming was stunned. He realized that there were many people standing in the air. Most of them were older people and some of them had particularly terrifying auras. No way. There are so many great emperors. Lu Ming was shocked. He realized that there were no less than 10 elders, and they all exuded the aura of great emperors. Not that fast, almsgiver. You're not that fast, huh? With a Buddhist chant, the unscrupulous monk appeared. His speed was even faster than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming could not help but feel surprised. However, Lu Ming had not used his full strength just now. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the area and realized that a few young men had already passed through the passageway. It's him. Lu Ming saw a young man with a tall and straight figure. He stood with his hands behind his back and had a domineering aura. The son of chaos, Yuan Exin. Lu Ming had seen it during the Hunyuan sex assessment. How could he forget? Yuan Exin glanced at Lu Ming indifferently and then looked away. Little fellow, what law do you cultivate? At this moment, an elder looked at Lu Ming with a bright gaze. The law of death. Lu Ming nodded, the aura of the death law emanating from his body. You're indeed the son of God? Little fellow, are you willing to take me as your master? The old man said. I feel that this old man is fated with him and he should take me as his master. Another old man spoke. These people were all at the heavenly emperor realm. Lu Ming was a little stunned. Could it be that some great emperor figures were guarding here to take in disciples? Benefactor, these are the divine lands. They are all great emperors. Their purpose is to find talented young men to take in as disciples and pass on their legacies. The unscrupulous monk sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and understood. In the Yuan continent, under certain circumstances, changing factions was not a big deal. For example, some of the overwhelming prodigies had weak cultivation bases, and had yet to rise to prominence. They might have masters with low cultivation bases, but these chosen would quickly rise to prominence and surpass their masters. For example, Lu Ming's current cultivation base was much stronger than that of the Cloud Dragon Valley master. Therefore, those who had already started to acknowledge their masters could no longer help those heaven's favorites. Those heaven's favorites could naturally acknowledge someone stronger as their master. Therefore, these great emperors were waiting here to try their luck. If they met a peerless genius who didn't have a powerful force behind him and was willing to take him as a master, they would be in for a good deal. Senior, thank you for your kindness. I already have a master, so I won't be taking him as my master for the time being. Lu Ming cupped his fists to express his gratitude. What a pity! The great emperors shook their heads in pity. He was the child of death and could pass through the passage in 5 minutes. He was top tier in all aspects and all the emperors were tempted. However, it was obvious that very few of these heaven's favorites would really take a master. Usually, there would be a powerful force behind them or a powerhouse. The group continued to wait. A few more people appeared behind them. Lu Ming saw a familiar face, the ancient devil. In the land of infinite demons, the genius who cultivated the ancient demonic path was undoubtedly a terrifying opponent. Several years had passed and no one knew what level his cultivation base had reached. Xianxia Mo Li. At the 8th minute, Lu Ming saw Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli walking out almost at the same time. He's so young. Many people's eyes moved and the eyes of the old men lit up. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli looked too young. Ouyang Moli was slightly older, but he looked to be around 20 years old. Lu Xianxia, on the other hand, looked to be less than 20 years old. It was extremely rare for someone so young to be able to walk out of the passageway in 8 minutes. The hearts of those old men were moved again. The two of them are not bad. They passed through the passageway in 8 minutes. They are extremely talented. An old man stepped forward and said with a smile. Greetings, senior. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli bowed politely. What laws have you two comprehended? Another old man walked over and asked with a smile. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli didn't hide anything and released their auras. The sons from last time, they're all the sons from last time. The old men's eyes lit up even more. Little girl, are you willing to take me as your master? Little fellow, are you willing to take me as your master? The few old men spoke one after another as they stared at Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli. Their eyes were burning with passion. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli looked at each other and shook their heads. Senior, Junior already has a master, so one won't take another person as my master. Lu Xianxia shook her head. You already have a master? Who is your master? I'm a great emperor. An old man was anxious and quickly opened his mouth to reveal his cultivation. My master's current cultivation is not as high as seniors, but in the future he will definitely become a peak expert. Xianxia said with a firm expression. Ah, little girl, how can it be so easy to become a peak expert? Don't be tricked. The old man laughed. Chapter 2097. My Master Lu Ming. Chapter 2097. My master Lu Ming. However, Xianxia still shook her head. The old man was getting anxious. Xianxia was so young, yet she had such a cultivation level. Furthermore, she was able to pass through the passageway in 8 minutes. He was definitely very talented. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. Little girl, who is your master? I'll go talk to him. The old man said. My master is Lu Ming. Xianxia's crisp voice rang out, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Yuan Exin, the son of chaos, had his eyes flash with 2 bright lights like sword lights. The elder devil's eyes flickered and a layer of demonic light spread out from his body. There was also Mu Yang. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as he looked at Xianxia with hostility. Lu Ming. The unscrupulous monk muttered as if he was reminiscing. He sized Xianxia up again. Lu Ming? Which Lu Ming? The old man asked again. Lu Ming, the son of chaos of Mount Yuan. Xianxia added. So it's him, Lu Ming, the son of chaos. I'm so young, but one have a disciple like you. Like master, like disciple. The old man sighed and continued. Your master's talent is indeed unrivaled. If he doesn't die, it's normal for him to surpass me in the future. However, he has already fallen. No, I believe that my master is not dead. Xianxia shook her head, her delicate little face filled with determination. Little girl, why don't you reconsider? The old man was still unwilling to give up. Many thanks, senior, but this junior will not change his master. Xianxia shook her head firmly. This girl. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Little fellow, what about you? Do you have a master? At this moment, another elder stared at Ouyang Moli. Yes, my master is Lu Ming. Biang Emo said. The scene suddenly became quiet. The eyes of Yuan Exin, Mu Yang and the others lit up. What? Lu Ming? Lu Ming again? Which Lu Ming? The great emperor realm old men were all stunned. She's my senior sister. Ouyang Moli pointed at Xianxia and said. At the scene, everyone else was stunned. He was really Lu Ming's disciple. 3 sons of God in one family, this made everyone speechless. The son of God was extremely rare. Even in the Golden Age there were only a few of them. It was only during the Battle of the 10 Lands where all the talents of the Yuan continent gathered that they could see the Son of Heaven from time to time. On the other hand, Lu Ming was the son of God. His 2 disciples were also the sons of God. In such a situation, even heavenly emperor powerhouses would be jealous. My master is definitely not dead. Xianxia and Ouyang Moli said in unison. He's not dead. What a joke. He's just deceiving himself. Mu Yang said with a cold smile. What did you just say? Xianxia glared at Mu Yang. I'm just telling the truth. You're so arrogant just because you have a little cultivation. How dare you behave atrociously in the divine land? You won't even know how you died. Mu Yang sneered. If I, the supreme martial artist, were here, what would you be? I'll definitely be abused by my master. Ouyang Moli coldly replied. What did you just say? You're looking for death. In an instant Mu Yang was enraged. His face turned red with anger. He thought that Ouyang Moli was mocking him on purpose. He had indeed been brutally abused and trampled under Lu Ming's feet previously. He had lost all his face. However, in reality Ouyang Moli did not know Mu Yang at all. He had no idea that he had already been ruthlessly abused by Lu Ming. Did one get it right? Have you really been tortured by my master? Ouyang Moli seemed to have noticed something and continued to mock. You're looking for death. Mu Yang was furious. His body was filled with cold, killing intent as he walked towards Xianxia and Ouyang Moli. What are you doing? Is this a place for battle? An old man's cold eyes swept over to Mu Yang, causing Mu Yang to shiver and break out in cold sweat. He was like a deflated balloon. In the end, the old men sighed. They knew that it was a pity that Xianxia and Ouyang Moli would not acknowledge a master. After that, more and more people passed through the passage. Half an hour later, about 1,000 people passed. The rest who did not pass were all eliminated. Out of more than 3,000 people, only 1,000 were left. Alright, there's still the third round of screening. Follow me. The middle-aged emperor came again and announced the result. Everyone followed, including the great emperors. The dense crowd flew towards another mountain peak. The peak of this mountain was extremely wide, as if it had been cut off by a sword. It looked very smooth. In the middle of the mountain there was a huge fighting stage. It was covered with purple gold light, which was the power of the formation. The middle-aged emperor landed on the stage and said, "This round of screening is the last round. Only 80 places will be left. 80 spots." Everyone was shocked. Out of more than 1,000 people, only 80 remained. The probability of elimination was too high. Moreover, this was only the selection process. What about the final battle? The rules are the same for all 4 battlefields. 80 people will be selected from each battlefield, and a total of 320 people will be engaged in the real battle, the ultimate showdown. However, let me tell you something. After this round of selection, all of you will be given an opportunity, a great opportunity. Many of you might even be able to use this opportunity to step into the martial emperor realm. The middle-aged emperor announced. What? Many people were shocked. After this round of selection, one would actually be able to obtain an opportunity and even step into the martial emperor realm. One must know that the step from emperor to martial emperor was extremely difficult to cross. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had been stuck at this step. Some were stuck for a few years, some for a few decades, and some for thousands or tens of thousands of years. In fact, many people could not break through in their entire lives. This was a ridge, a big cut. Once one stepped into it, it meant that one's lifespan would be endless. As long as one survived the heavenly tribulation that occurred once every 300,000 years, one would be able to live forever. How carefree would that be? Countless people's lifelong goal in cultivation was to become a martial supreme. Now that there was an opportunity that could allow someone to break through to the martial supreme realm, everyone's hearts were burning with excitement. Before the Battle of the 10 Lands, there were great emperors who had revealed that this battle would be accompanied by great opportunities. Seemed like it was true. I must enter the top 80. One must obtain this opportunity. Many people clenched their fists and swore to themselves that they would make it into the top 80. Those who had already been eliminated sighed. Especially those sons of God, their eyes were even more dazzling. The rules for this round are very simple. Everyone will step onto the fighting ring together and engage in a free-for-all battle. The 80 people who remain in the fighting ring will be the 80 people who advance to the next round. Of course, there's a condition. You can join forces, but the number of people joining forces cannot exceed 3. Exceeding 3 people will be considered a violation of the rules. The middle-aged emperor announced. Chapter 2098, Chapter 2097, Disciple in Danger. Chapter 2098, Chapter 2097, Disciple in Danger. Many people were shocked. This rule could be said to be very simple and very crude, but it was also very effective. More than 1,000 people had gone up to the stage to fight a free-for-all, and the last 80 people remaining on the stage would advance. One could imagine how intense this would be, and the situation would change. It didn't necessarily mean that one was strong enough to stay until the end. It required luck. Of course, when one was strong enough, one could sweep through others and stay until the end without luck. Moreover, there was a prerequisite, and that was that the number of people working together to fight the enemy could not exceed 3. This was also a form of protection and also a form of restriction. He was afraid that many experts would join forces. If more than a dozen top experts joined forces and swept the others, how could others play? With only 3 of them working together, the restrictions would be huge. Moreover, the teams cannot join forces against each other. The middle-aged emperor added. This made some people think, and the hopes of the teams working together were destroyed. Alright, that's all for the rules. Let's begin. The middle-aged emperor announced. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. More than 1,000 young heaven's favorites flew up to the fighting ring. However, after they flew up to the fighting ring, they separated from each other and stared at each other cautiously. The fighting stage was huge, with a length and width of 100 miles. It was spacious for more than 1,000 people. Countless people were watching nervously from all directions. Let's join forces. How about we join forces? On the fighting ring, there was no battle at the first moment. Instead, they communicated with each other, planning to join forces. buzz, and NBSP whoosh. Their figures flickered and many people began to join forces. With 3 people in a group, there were many more groups on the fighting ring. Lu Ming saw that Lu Xiangxiang, Ouyang Moli, Qiu Yu and Huang Ling had joined forces. Bubbles, Huang Ling and Luo Tianyi were in a group, with the bubble as the core. Then Lu Xiangxiang, Ouyang Moli and Qiu Yu formed a group. Long Qin, Desolate Li and Luo Xiang were in a group. Ouyang Wushuang and the 2 powerful king physiques who had joined the Dragon League in the Yuan Mountain were in one group. On the other side, Lu Ming saw that Wu Liang, Wu Yu and Wu Qin were in a group. Of course, it was impossible for everyone to form groups of 3. Some people had 2 people while some only had 1 person. Death Blade, Mu Yang, Yuan Xen and Ancient Devil were all alone. Their eyes were cold as they looked around. Get down. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. Someone had started to make a move. You're the ones who are going down. Boom. Boom. There was a violent collision and a great battle broke out. Pulling one hair would move the whole body. One person moving, all moving. The fighting ring was suddenly plunged into a chaotic battle. As long as he could knock the opponent off the stage, he would have a higher chance of remaining on the stage. Brat, go down. Someone had set their eyes on Lu Ming. It was a group of 3. The battle power of these 3 wasn't weak. The one in the lead had a king body and his cultivation had reached the perfected absolute saint realm. As for the other 2, although they didn't have king physiques, their spiritual bodies were upper-grade heaven spiritual bodies, and their cultivation had also reached the absolute saint perfection. The 3 of them launched a storm of attacks at Lu Ming at the same time, wanting to knock him down in one fell swoop. It was a pity that they were too slow when they passed through the passage earlier and did not see Lu Ming display the death law. Naturally, they did not know that Lu Ming was a son of God. During this period of time, many people had asked around about some of the famous sons of God, including their appearances. However, they had never seen a person like Lu Ming. You're the ones who are going down. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at the 3 of them, his eyes filled with the aura of death. The 3's attacks instantly crumbled under the death chi. Not good, it's the law of death. This is a child of death. The 3 of them roared in shock and wanted to retreat. However, when Lu Ming cast Death's Eye, the death aura became even thicker and enveloped the 3 of them. The 3 of them immediately let out shrill screams, as if their vitality was about to be taken away. Spare us, we admit defeat, we admit defeat. The 3 of them shouted. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and the air of death disappeared. The 3 of them rushed down the fighting ring in a hurry, afraid that Lu Ming would kill them. The 100-mile-wide fighting ring looked very big when there was no battle, but it felt very small after the chaotic battle. With their current strength, they could travel more than 100 miles in an instant. Lu Xiangxiang and the others were in groups of 3. Their performance was very eye-catching and their strength was shocking. In the past 3 years, they had been brought to the corresponding secret places by Emperor Wuxia and the others to cultivate, and their progress could only be described as godlike. Bubble's cultivation base had long entered the Emperor-to-be realm. There were also people like Huang Ling, Long Qin and Huang Li, all of whom were Emperor-to-be. Only Lu Xiangxiang and Ouyang Moli were slightly weaker, but they were also in the great circle of the absolute saint stage. Their mastery of their nomological laws had reached 99%, only one step away from becoming an Emperor-to-be. However, they were the children of God and had shocking battle power. They were even stronger than the Emperor-to-be king body. Wherever they passed, experts were knocked off the fighting stage one by one. Not many people could match them. Humph, Lu Ming's disciple, get lost. Mu Yang had his eyes on Lu Xiangxiang, Ouyang Moli and Qiu Yu. His body flickered as he charged towards the 3 of them. Be careful, Qiu Yu reminded. The cold and heat in her body were intertwined. One side was hot while the other side was cold. They created a terrifying destructive force that blasted toward Mu Yang. At the same time, the light of laws covered her entire body. The yin-yang law flowed like a long river. Green wood raises the sky. Lu Xiangxiang waved her hand and an ancient green tree appeared. It was so huge that it covered the sky and pressed down on Muyang. At the same time, Ouyang Moli wielded the reincarnation halberd and slashed out. 6 reincarnation vortexes followed the halberd and slashed toward Mu Yang. You want to stop me? Die! Mu Yang shouted. With a wave of his hand, the void law trembled and rays of void light shot towards the 3. Boom! Boom! Faithash 1. With 3 loud bangs, Qiu Yu Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli's attacks all collapsed and turned into nothingness under the void law. It had to be said that Muyang's strength was amazing. He had already begun to develop a small world and stood at the peak of emperor-to-be. Qiu Yu had a king body. Although she was also at the peak of emperor-to-be, she couldn't fight against Mu Yang. As for Lu Xianxiang and Ouyang Moli, they were not emperor-to-be yet. Even if they joined forces, they were no match for Mu Yang. Your master is dead. I'll send you to accompany him. Mu Yang sneered as he charged towards Lu Xianxiang and the other 2. The 3 of them tried their best to resist, but they were still completely at a disadvantage and in imminent danger. Not far away, Bubbles and the others wanted to help, but there was a rule that 3 people would form a group. No one else could interfere and they could only be anxious. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Not only did Mu Yang send assassins to kill him, but now he also wanted to deal with his disciple. In his heart, Mu Yang was already on his must-kill list. Chapter 2099. Suppressing Mu Yang once again. Chapter 2099. Suppressing Mu Yang once again. Buzz. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed forward. He didn't attack Mu Yang because if he did, it would mean that he and Lu Xianxiang had broken the rules by teaming up. He immediately charged at the people behind Mu Yang. The other chosen of the Mu clan were there. Kill. Lu Ming charged toward a group of 3. They were all Mu clan's prodigies and 2 of them had king physique. The Mu family was indeed powerful. Not only did they have Mu Yang, a son of God, but they also had 2 king physiques. They were extremely powerful. Before Lu Ming even arrived, the terrifying light of death had already enveloped the 3 Mu family powerhouses. The 3 Mu clan elites were shocked and tried their best to block. However, Lu Ming knew it in an instant. The light of death burst out in his eyes again. This was Death's Eye, a terrifying innate technique that possessed astonishing killing power. Buzz. Buzz. Rays of light burst out from Lu Ming's eyes. They were like combat weapons that made clanking sounds as they charged at the other party. With a miserable scream, one of the 3 Mu family geniuses, who did not have a king body and had a slightly weaker cultivation, was directly killed and his body was cut into several pieces. Even the 2 king bodies were heavily injured. If it weren't for the fact that they were all in the emperor-to-be realm and the laws had formed a river around them, they would have been killed. Even so, there were a few wounds on their bodies and blood was flowing out. The power of death attached to the wounds, trying to take away their vitality. Then Lu Ming smacked down with his palm. The 2 Mu clan's king physiques spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated. Mu Yang, save us. One of the Mu clan's king physiques roared in fear. Brat, you're looking for death. Mu Yang let out a long howl. He abandoned Lu Xianxiang and the others and charged towards Lu Ming. I've been waiting for you. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In his hand, the death law turned into a sword light and slashed out. Not only did this sword light contain the law of death, but it also contained the law of devouring and the law of array Dao. Its power increased dramatically and the 2 Mu clan king bodies couldn't block it at all. With 2 shrieks, 2 heads flew up into the air and blood spurted 10 meters high. How audacious! You're looking for death. Outside the fighting ring, there were also experts of the Mu family who were watching. They roared like wild lions full of killing intent. The death of 2 Mu clan's king bodies was a world-shaking event for the Mu clan. The price was too great and their hearts were bleeding. Normally, a king body had the potential to become a great emperor. Such geniuses were too precious, but now they were both killed. However, even though the people of the Mu family were furious, they did not dare to make a move on such an occasion. They could only watch helplessly, hoping that Mu Yang could kill Lu Ming and avenge the Mu family's king physique. After Lu Ming killed the 2 Mu clan's king physique, he moved like a bolt of lightning and rushed toward Mu Yang. Now that Mu Yang had abandoned Lu Xianxiang and the others, he could naturally make his move. Brat, die, die! Mu Yang roared. He activated the void law and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also sent a palm strike. Boom! The 2 attacks collided, but the result was that Mu Yang's body shook violently and he was forced to retreat. On the fighting stage, the spectators were shocked. Especially the experts of the Mu family. How was it possible that Mu Yang was no match for him? Mu Yang was known as one of the seed experts this time. He was extremely powerful and had already begun to develop a small world. He had lost to Lu Ming back then because Lu Ming was too abnormal. But now, a child of death had appeared out of nowhere and was able to suppress Mu Yang. There are too many experts in the world. There are many hidden heavens favorites that we don't even know about. That's right. The so-called seed experts from before aren't the strongest. No one knows how many stronger heavens favorites there are in the dark. What's the name of this child of death? His strength is astonishing. I think he's called Tianyun. That's the name he used to register. Some people were discussing. Or, on the fighting ring, Mu Yang roared angrily. He was actually forced to retreat. This made him furious. The aura on his body became more and more violent as he launched an intense attack on Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming met his enemy head-on and exchanged blows with Mu Yang. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming completely suppressed Mu Yang. Mu Yang kept retreating. The void law on his body seemed to be penetrated by Lu Ming. Bang. In the end, Lu Ming's palm broke through Mu Yang's defense and landed on his body. Mu Yang cried out in pain as his body flew out and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Mu Yang, is this all you've got? It's ridiculous that you can be called a seed expert. Lu Ming sneered and strode towards Mu Yang. I'm going to kill you. Mu Yang's eyes were red. The saint energy in his body was boiling, and the void energy was constantly pouring into his body from the void, giving off a bright light. The ocean of nothingness. Mu Yang used his most powerful move and conjured an ocean of nothingness that enveloped Lu Ming. Go to hell. Mu Yang seemed to have gone crazy as he controlled the void ocean. The void ocean let out a rumbling sound and transformed into all kinds of terrifying attacks, trying to turn everything in the void ocean into nothing. Nearby, a few people did not manage to escape and were directly swept into the sea of nothingness. They let out shrill screams and turned into nothingness. Thump. Boom. However, a terrifying rumble came from the sea of nothingness. It was like a drum being shaken, and the sea of nothingness started to roll violently. Mu Yang's expression changed. He tried his best to control the void sea, but it was useless. The void sea trembled more and more violently. Finally, with a boom, it exploded and a figure stepped out. It was Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming shouted. His killing intent was wild as he charged at Mu Yang. He was determined to kill Mu Yang. Mu Yang's expression turned ugly. He retreated rapidly, not daring to fight Lu Ming. Get lost, get lost. Mu Yang ran like crazy. Anyone who stood in his way was either killed or sent flying off the fighting stage. However, he still could not escape. Very soon Lu Ming caught up to him. He could only fight with all his might. However, after a few moves he was struck by Lu Ming's move. His body was sent flying and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body almost exploded. How could this be? Tianyun's nomological laws had not reached perfection, and he had not reached the emperor-to-be realm. How could he be so strong? Even Mu Yang can't resist it? Some people were dumbfounded. On the surface, Mu Yang's cultivation base was indeed stronger. They were both children of God, but how could there be such a huge difference in their combat strength? That little guy doesn't only control one law of death. He also controls other laws. This is a fusion of laws. An immortal emperor spoke, his voice filled with shock. Although Lu Ming could merge several types of laws and hide them well, ordinary people would not be able to tell. However, the great emperor was a figure that could not be hidden. As long as he paid more attention, he would be able to tell. What? A fusion of several laws? That's insane. Those below the rank of Marshal Supreme can actually control several types of nomological laws. Many people were shocked. Chapter 2100. Chapter 2100. Battling Yuan Exen. Chapter 2100. Chapter 2100. Battling Yuan Exen. For someone below the rank of a Marshal Supreme to be able to control several laws and even fuse them together was beyond his imagination. Not only the commoners but even the great emperor old men were shocked. Of course, Lu Ming did not use the chaos law. If he did not use it, they would not be able to tell. If they saw that Lu Ming had mastered two ultimate laws, they would not know what kind of expression they would have. Also, this little guy has used a disguising technique. It's very brilliant. Some emperors muttered. Naturally, it was impossible for Lu Ming to hide his divine breath from the great emperor. However, these great emperors had never seen him before. Although they could tell that he had used the disguising technique, they did not know Lu Ming's real identity. After Lu Ming sent Mu Yang flying, he continued to charge toward Mu Yang. At this moment, Mu Yang no longer had the will to fight. He only wanted to escape. However, he was not willing to rush down the fighting ring and admit defeat. This was because as long as they passed this selection, they would be able to obtain a great opportunity to break through to the martial emperor realm. I must hold on. As long as one passed this selection, he'll be able to enter the martial emperor realm. At that time 111 skin this kid alive and extract his meridians. Mu Yang roared in his heart. However, the next moment he was scared out of his wits because Lu Ming had come again. Lu Ming's attack had pierced through his defense and landed on his back. Blood splattered everywhere. A huge hole was blasted open on Mu Yang's body, and the light from the front to the back could be seen. Of course, this kind of injury could only severely injure Mu Yang but not kill him. Mu Yang was lying on the ground like a dead dog. His eyes were filled with fear. Now even if he wanted to rush down the fighting ring and admit defeat, he could not do it. Stop, boy. Mu Yang is a supreme prodigy of the Mu clan. If you dare to kill him, you'll be buried with him. Outside the fighting ring, an expert of the Mu family shouted with all his might. Mu Yang was the son of God, his talent was unparalleled, he couldn't die. The Mu family's powerhouses wanted nothing more than to destroy the fighting stage and kill Lu Ming. Shut up, are you all going to interfere with the Battle of the Ten Lands? The middle-aged emperor glanced coldly at the Mu family expert, causing him to shut up obediently with an ugly expression. This middle-aged emperor was from the overlord force of Destiny City. Furthermore, the Battle of the Ten Lands was jointly organized by the great emperors of the various lands and no one had the right to interfere. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he walked toward Mu Yang. Enough. At this moment, a cold and aloof voice rang out from behind Lu Ming. An extremely powerful pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. He felt as if there was a ferocious beast staring at him from behind, ready to launch a fatal blow at any time. Lu Ming turned around slowly and saw a young man walking toward him with his hands behind his back. Yuan Exing. Yuan Exin, the son of chaos. Yuan Exin had a slender figure and a handsome face. With his hands behind his back, he had an invincible aura. It was true. He walked around the fighting ring as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. No one dared to make a move on him. That was because Yuan Xian was known as one of the most powerful people among the younger generation of the Yuan continent. He was extremely terrifying. Yunxin, help me kill him. Help me kill this kid. Seeing Yuan Exin, Mu Yang shouted excitedly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yuan Xian did not say anything. He continued to walk slowly toward Lu Ming. His pace was not fast, but his aura grew stronger with each step. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He could sense a sense of danger from Yuan Exin. Yunxin is going to make a move. Around the fighting ring, many people's eyes lit up, and even many of the older generation showed interest. Yuan Exin, the son of chaos, was famous for his fighting prowess. He was extremely powerful, and even the other sons of heaven had to bow their heads in front of him. He was ranked alongside Destiny's Child and was known as one of the strongest. Mu Yang and Yuanxin are good friends, so it's normal for Yuanxin to help when Mu Yang is injured. That Tianyun is in trouble. He doesn't stand a chance against Yuan Exin. Let's hope he can last until the selection ends. Otherwise, it'll be a pity if such a genius doesn't pass the selection. Many people thought that Lu Ming was not Yuan Xin's match and would be defeated. Son of Chaos, I'd like to see your true combat strength. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. There was a sharp glint and a strong fighting spirit. Although he had fought with Yuan Xian during the Hunyuan sex assessment, there had been many restrictions at the time. Their cultivation bases had been suppressed to the same level, and even their divine abilities and bloodlines had been suppressed. They had not been able to unleash their true battle prowess. If you want to see, then I'll let you see. Yuan Xian said coldly and arrogantly. She took a step forward and charged at Lu Ming, throwing a punch. This punch was like an archaic divine mountain pressing down. Space howled as it was directly pierced through. This punch was extremely terrifying, and even an ordinary one-star martial emperor would find it difficult to withstand it. Boom. Lu Ming took a step forward and his body swayed like a huge dragon. His powerful physical strength burst out. His saint power surged and blasted out along his arm. It was also a punch. Lu Ming also used the Death Law, the Devour Law, and the Array Dao Law in this punch. The two fists collided heavily. The entire fighting ring rumbled violently, and the void trembled continuously. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. Nearby, some young men were hit by the energy and were sent flying out of the fighting ring, spitting out blood. Some of the heaven's favorites with high cultivation changed their expressions and dodged the attack. The two of them trembled and swayed. The first move didn't determine the winner. You have some strength. Let's see how many moves you can take. Yuan Xin's expression did not change even though he did not manage to force Lu Ming back with one move. The laws of chaos emanated from his body, making his aura even more oppressive. Boom. Boom. Yuan Xin's fists kept punching out. The fist forces were like meteorites, smashing toward Lu Ming. Death's eye. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with radiance. Rays of light shot out like combat weapons and slashed at Yuan Xin's fist force. These rays of light were not only the death law but also other laws. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves and it was difficult to determine the winner. This Yuan Xian is indeed very strong. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He had now combined 3 types of laws. Although his mastery of the laws of death and the law of devouring had not reached their limits, the eruption of the 3 types of laws, together with his spiritual body and saint power, had given him an astonishing combat strength. However, he could not do anything to Yuan Xian. He realized that Yuan Xin's physical body was also astonishingly strong, not much weaker than his. However, Lu Ming still had the laws of chaos. He had already reached 99% mastery of the chaos laws. Once he used the chaos laws and fused them with the death laws, the 2 ultimate laws would fuse and the power would skyrocket. However, now was not the time to expose himself. In the blink of an eye, after a few more moves, the 2 of them exchanged blows and retreated a few steps at the same time. Your combat strength is indeed very strong. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. You are no match for me. At this point in the battle, Yuan Xin's eyes finally lit up. Boom. Then a shocking aura burst out from his body. The aura was as vast as the ocean, like 1,000 waves sweeping through the sky. Chapter 2101. Chapter 2100. Immoral Emperor. Chapter 2101. Chapter 2100. Immoral Emperor. The aura on Yuan Xin's body suddenly soared and turned into a terrifying howl that swept through the sky. Emperor Might. The Martial Emperor Realm. Yuan Xin's cultivation had already broken through to the Martial Emperor Realm. The spectators around the fighting ring were also shocked. He had heard that Yuan Xian was in seclusion to break through to the Martial Emperor Realm. He did not expect that she would really succeed and become a Martial Emperor. Once he became an emperor, he would be on 2 different levels. He would transform and improve greatly in all aspects. The saint's heart began to evolve into a small world and his lifespan was endless. As long as he could survive the tribulation of heaven and earth, he would live as long as heaven and earth. This was an extreme transformation. An emperor to be was actually in the saint realm, the martial saint realm. And to become a sovereign, one would be a martial sovereign. Yuan Xian has proven his Tao and become a monarch. This is too shocking. His combat strength was already invincible. Now that he has proven his Tao and become a monarch, who can defeat him? He's going to sweep the world. He might not be. I've heard that the Son of Destiny has already become a saint emperor. There might be other heaven's favorites who have become saint emperors as well. Some people were discussing, but they were still shocked. To become a saint emperor at such a young age, this was something unimaginable in the past. A vast emperor pressure emanated from Yuan Xin's body, shocking everyone. Lu Ming was shocked. It seems like one can only reveal my identity. Lu Ming had a thought. Yuan Xian had already become a monarch, so his combat strength would increase dramatically. He had to use all his strength to fight against her. In this case, he would have to expose his identity. Now that he was exposed, he did not want to. After all, there were many people who wanted to kill him. If he was exposed now, Lu Xianxia and the others would be implicated. Although the Battle of the 10 Lands had already begun and they would naturally be protected by the various experts, one could not be too careful. In the face of a high-level illusionary emperor, Lu Ming did not have the ability to protect himself, let alone a true emperor or great emperor. If the energy in the celestial thearch's body was sufficient, Lu Ming would not have so many concerns. Now was not the time yet. However, facing Yuan Xian, who had become a great emperor, he had no other choice but to fight with all his might. "Ah, Yuan Xin, you've become a divine emperor. That's great. Kill that kid." Mu Yang laughed excitedly. At the same time, he circulated his cultivation technique with all his might to heal his injuries. The injuries on his body were rapidly healing. He then turned his gaze to Lu Xianxia and the others. Once he recovered, he would make them pay the price. Bang! At this moment, Yuan Xin took a step forward and the entire fighting ring shook. A terrifying aura like 10,000 waves pressed toward Lu Ming. Break! Lu Ming struck with his palm and broke Yuan Xin's aura. "You're putting up a stubborn resistance," Yuan Xian said coldly. He stood tall and exuded a vast emperor's might, which made him even more majestic. He was like an ancient emperor walking in the mortal world. Pai hair. At this time, a Buddhist chant was heard. A monk walked over with a smile. With every step he took, a golden lotus would appear under his feet. An extremely powerful aura emanated from his body, pressing toward Yuan Xin. This monk was naturally unscrupulous. However, what left Lu Ming dumbfounded was that the aura that Wu Liang was emitting was clearly that of a martial supreme. The unscrupulous monk had already proven his Tao and become a divine emperor. Even with Lu Ming's wisdom, he could not help but be stunned. This unreliable monk had already proven his Tao and become an emperor. There was an uproar around the fighting ring. Many people were shocked. Another martial sovereign had appeared, and he was so young too. It was truly shocking. Yuan Xin's eyes also revealed a hint of solemnness. She looked at Wu Liang and said, "You want to fight me? If you let him go, I want to fight you." Wu Ming pointed at Lu Ming. At this moment, Wu Liang's entire body was covered in golden light, and a wheel of Buddhist light flashed behind his head. He put his palms together and looked solemn like a virtuous monk. "You know him?" Yuan Xian said. "One don't know him, but he just helped those two little guys." Wu Liang pointed at Lu Xianxiang and Ouyang Moli and said, "The master of these two little fellows is Lu Ming. To be honest, Lu Ming and I came from the same place. He's a little brother one took in the past. So, do you understand now?" The monk said in all seriousness. It was fine when he heard the first part, but when he heard the latter part, Lu Ming's face turned black. When did he become an unscrupulous underling? Long Chen was also speechless. He was old acquaintances with the unscrupulous monk. The unscrupulous monk's cultivation base had shocked him, but his bragging skills had left him speechless. "Then let's fight." Yuan Xin was very direct as she walked toward the unscrupulous monk. Boom. His aura exploded out, shaking heaven and earth as he punched out, causing heaven and earth to shake. Pai hair. The monk chanted the name of Buddha, and his body shone with golden light. Behind him, a Lu-meter-tall golden Buddha appeared. It reached out a golden palm and struck toward Yuan Xin. Boom. There was a deafening boom and a terrifying energy swept out. The people nearby were sent flying. Even Lu Ming took 2 steps back. The law of karma. Wu Liang has also mastered the law of karma. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. After the unscrupulous monk came to the Yuan continent, he definitely had a fortuitous encounter. Or perhaps he was already extremely talented, but he had not fully discovered it in the divine wilderness continent. Chaos Divine Fist. Yuan Xin let out a long roar and his aura became even stronger. Like an invincible god of war, he charged toward the unscrupulous monk. Golden body of Buddha. The monk put his palms together and muttered. Behind him, the huge golden body of Buddha turned into a golden light and flew into his body. His body shone with a golden light and even his skin turned golden. He looked like a golden man. He used the Buddha's giant palm print and attacked Yuan Xin. Boom. Boom. The two of them continued to clash and fought madly on the fighting ring, sometimes on the east side, sometimes on the west side. Many people were swept by the aftershocks of their battle and were either seriously injured or blasted off the battle platform. Immediately, a large number of people were blasted off the fighting ring. Some of the stronger Heaven's favorites used movement techniques to dodge. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had his eyes on Mu Yang. It was good that he had made an unscrupulous move. At least he didn't have to be exposed for the time being. At this moment, Mu Yang's face was extremely ugly. He had thought that Yuan Xin could kill Lu Ming. He did not expect that an unscrupulous person would appear. His combat strength was so shocking that he could compete with Yuan Xin. Now that Lu Ming had his eyes on him, he was extremely depressed and could only flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Why don't you just roll off the stage yourself? Lu Ming chased after Mu Yang and sneered. Mu Yang gritted his teeth. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had been moving around the edge of the fighting stage. If he really couldn't handle it, he would really jump off the fighting stage. After all, his life was more important than the opportunity. Alright, the competition is over. Everyone stop. At this moment, the middle-aged emperor arrived above the fighting stage. His powerful aura made everyone stop. The battle between Yuan Xian and Wu Liang had also stopped. Chapter 2102, The Mountain of Destiny. Chapter 2102, The Mountain of Destiny. It's over. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and realized that there were not many people left in the fighting ring. Including him, there were exactly so people. Lu Ming was speechless. He did not pay attention for a moment, which allowed Mu Yang to escape. It's over, it's over. Mu Yang was ecstatic. He finally made it to the end and became one of the last 80 people so he could obtain an opportunity. Wait until one break through to the martial supreme realm. I'm going to cut you into 8 pieces. Mu Yang stared at Lu Ming and roared in his heart. You're lucky. Lu Ming pursed his lips and sized up the remaining people. Bubbles, Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, Qin Yu, Feng Ling, Long Chen, Ouyang Wushuang, Luo Xiang, and Luo Tianyi had all successfully remained in the fighting ring. Apart from Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli, the others had all entered the Emperor-to-be realm. Moreover, they were in groups of 3. Unless they were targeted by the Son of Heaven, it would not be difficult for them to last until the end. Alright, the 80 of you have passed the selection. Now 111 let you rest for a while. Then follow me. A great opportunity is waiting for you, the middle-aged emperor announced. The 80 people on the stage were naturally overjoyed, while those who had been eliminated were sighing in despair, somewhat unwilling. On the fighting ring, some of RHE injured people immediately sat down cross-legged and began to heal. Big brother, thank you for your help. Lu Xianxiang, Ouyang Moli, and the others walked over and cupped their fists to thank Lu Ming. You're welcome. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Of course, his voice had also changed. Qiuyu sized Lu Ming up curiously. She had a feeling that Lu Ming was very familiar. This was her intuition. After that, Long Chen, Huang Ling, Desolate Li, and the rest came over to express their gratitude to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had wanted to acknowledge everyone, but after thinking about it, he held back. It wouldn't be too late to acknowledge it later. Long Chen, long time no see. The unscrupulous monk walked over with a smile. Wuchen and Moonless were with him. Wuchen's cultivation was at the peak of Emperor-to-be, and he could control the laws. He was extremely powerful and was a top heaven's favorite. Moonless was a little worse. Although she also had the cultivation of Emperor-to-be, she only had the king body. Heartless, I haven't seen you for many years. One didn't expect that you've already become an emperor. Long Chen also greeted Wu Liang. Let me tell you, I'm the reincarnation of the Buddha god. I'm destined to be a man who will fight at the peak. Back in the divine wilderness continent, I just didn't discover my potential, so I wasn't your match. Now be it you or Lu Ming, neither of you are my match. The unscrupulous monk laughed and was extremely proud. If my master was here, you definitely wouldn't be his match. Xianxiang Bela was displeased to hear Lu Ming being belittled. At the mention of Lu Ming, everyone fell silent. How was he now? I'm a rice-haired guy. Don't worry. Lu Ming is an old fox. He's very smart and won't die so easily. Other than me, who can barely suppress him, no one is his match. The monk said. Lu Ming's eyelids kept twitching. This guy, was he complimenting him or belittling him? Why did he feel so uncomfortable listening to him? Lu Xianxiang and Ouyang Moli glared at Wu Liang. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't beat Wu Liang, they would have beaten him up. Buzz. At this moment, Bubbles' figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming. She blinked her big eyes and sized Lu Ming up curiously. After not seeing each other for a few years, Bubbles still looked like she was 2 or 3 years old, as if she would not grow up. However, her cultivation base was improving at a rapid pace and she was about to break through to the Emperor realm. You are brother Lu Ming. Bubbles suddenly said. Of course, Bubbles was transmitting her voice so no one else heard her. Lu Ming touched his nose. He could not hide it from Bubbles. The top 10 beasts were no small matter. Bubble, it's me. Don't tell anyone for now. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. I knew you didn't die. Bubbles transmitted a message and her large eyes revealed a look of joy. She then ran to Xianxia's shoulder and sat down. Let's adjust our breathing first, Luo Tianyi said. The battle just now had consumed a lot of energy. Everyone sat cross-legged and began to adjust their breathing. Not far away, Mu Yang glanced at Lu Xiangxiang and the others from time to time with a ruthless expression on his face. He was thinking of some kind of evil plan. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. He was afraid that if his identity was exposed, Mu Yang would do something to harm Lu Xiangxiang and the rest. He seriously suspected that the last assassin from the Death God Nation was hired by Mu Yang. A day quickly passed and everyone was almost done recuperating. Come with me, the middle-aged emperor ordered as he led everyone toward the center of the city. The others followed suit. They were all curious about what this so-called opportunity was. Soon, a majestic mountain appeared in front of them. This mountain peak was too majestic and too tall. It pierced through the sky. This was the Mountain of Destiny, known as the most majestic mountain in the City of Destiny. Legend had it that it was connected to the sky and could lead to the heaven realm. They landed on the Destiny Mountain. He found that there were already many people on the Destiny Mountain. Has the battle in the southern war zone ended? A beautiful woman looked over. Your eastern war zone is fast. The middle-aged emperor smiled and greeted the other party. Obviously, the other side was from the eastern battle region, and they had also selected 80 top heavens favorites. The paragons on both sides sized each other up. The Star River. Lu Ming saw the eternal Star River among the 80 people from the eastern war zone. No wonder he had not been seen before. It turned out that he had gone to the eastern war zone. Right, you guys can rest here. When the time comes, the opportunity will naturally appear, the middle-aged emperor said. Everyone's heart moved as they all guessed what the so-called opportunity was. He could actually help people to become emperors. It made one's heart burn. Everyone waited here. One day later, the heavens favorites from the north arrived. 2 days later, the heavens favorites from the western battle region arrived. Meanwhile, more and more people gathered near Destiny Mountain, filling the sky. At the highest point, there were many figures standing there. They were shrouded in divine light and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. However, each of them gave people a feeling of vastness and unfathomability. Great Emperor. Everyone's heart trembled. They knew that these people standing at the top and being enveloped by the divine light were all great emperors. It wasn't necessarily a great emperor from the divine fated land. There could be great emperors from other regions. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Suddenly, a ray of light bloomed in the depths of the sky. Then, the light became brighter and brighter. They're here. An immortal emperor spoke. Everyone's spirit was roused as they all looked into the depths of the sky. He's here. What's here? Everyone was extremely curious. Boom, boom, boom. The sky trembled. Then everyone saw a path that extended all the way here. This was an ancient road made of blue stone filled with the marks of time. A path had actually appeared in the sky, causing many people to be dumbfounded. Chapter 2103. The First Corner of the Primordial Realm. Chapter 2103. The first corner of the primordial realm. In the depths of the sky, a path actually appeared and extended down. It was a jaw-dropping sight. Where did this path come from, or rather where did it lead to? Was the so-called opportunity related to this path? Everyone looked over carefully and found that this road had an end. At the end of the road there was a door of light. They didn't know where the door of light led to. Everyone, now let me tell you what the opportunity is. At this moment, a white-haired elder stepped out of the sky. He was obviously a great emperor and a very powerful one at that. The end of this path leads to a corner of the world. Why is it called a corner of the world? That's because that corner of the world was separated from the primordial realm when it was first created. To this day, it still retains its original appearance. The nomological laws there are extremely clear and the connate origin energy is rich. Whether it's cultivating the nomological system or the primordial system, one's cultivation speed will be shockingly fast there. The white-haired emperor said. The scene was in an uproar. It was actually a corner of the primordial realm's world at the beginning of its creation, and it still retained the appearance of the primordial realm at the beginning of its creation. This was definitely an unimaginable opportunity for cultivation. This was a great opportunity. Countless people, including the martial sovereigns, were looking at him with burning eyes. When one cultivated to the martial emperor realm, one had to evolve a small world. Entering that corner of the primordial realm's newly formed world would definitely be a great improvement and advancement for developing a small world. No wonder it was said that those who entered had a high chance of breaking through to the martial emperor realm. This corner of the world was obtained by a powerful figure from the void. This time it will be used as a reward for the chosen who passed the selection. However, this corner of the world is not big after all. Moreover, it has been around for too long. For those below the martial supreme realm or low-level void supreme realm, it is very useful. If one's cultivation is higher, it will not be of much use. The white-haired elder's explanation made many martial emperor powerhouses sigh. Go on in. You only have 2 years in there. After 2 years, that Almighty will send you out. How much you can gain in there will depend on you. The Battle of the 10 Lands will only truly begin in 2 years. The white-haired emperor announced. 2 years. They had 2 years. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He must make good use of these 2 years. Now let's set off. Well, follow this ancient path and step on it, the white-haired emperor said. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. As soon as the white-haired emperor finished speaking, one figure after another stepped onto the ancient road and followed it up. Let's go too. Qiu Yu Lu Xianxia and the others also stepped onto the ancient road. The Star River Yuan Xian Mu Yang and the others all stepped on the ancient road one by one, heading into the depths of the sky. The person in front had already reached the end. He stepped into the light door and disappeared. Countless people were envious. Especially those young heaven's favorites. Their eyes were burning with passion but also helpless. This was a great opportunity. They knew that this batch of 320 people would definitely be stronger in 2 years. The gap between them and these people would be further widened. The strong were always strong. However, no one dared to sneak in. There were so many great sovereigns here. If anyone thought they could sneak in, they would be dreaming. Lu Ming also stepped onto the ancient path and walked up step by step. Very soon, Lu Ming reached the end of the ancient path and arrived at the door of light. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming stepped in. Soon, all 320 heaven's favorites stepped into the light door and disappeared. At this moment, the ancient road began to withdraw into the light door. Then the light door disappeared from the sky. Senior, I wonder which major power acquired this corner of the world. Someone asked. Some of the cultivators from the major forces were thinking about how great the benefits would be if they could pay a visit to this powerful figure and let some of the younger generation of their forces cultivate there. From the heavenly realm. The white-haired emperor said. Everyone shut up. It was actually a mighty person from the heaven realm. At the same time, everyone was secretly shocked. Could it be that there was a powerful person from the heaven realm paying attention to this battle of the 10 lands? Everyone come back in 2 years. The white-haired emperor said. Then he took a step forward and left. 2 years later, who will be the master of the game? Someone whispered. They were filled with anticipation. Then everyone left and the area around the Mountain of Destiny returned to its peaceful state. After Lu Ming stepped through the light door, the world spun. The next moment he found himself on a protruding rock. What a strong pressure. As soon as he appeared, Lu Ming felt an endless pressure coming from all directions. It was as if there were hundreds of mountains pressing down on him at all times. Bang! Lu Ming tried to take a step forward. The earth rumbled and Lu Ming's body felt as heavy as a mountain. Is this the first corner of the primordial realm? Lu Ming muttered and looked around. What came into view was a boundless rock. There were rocks and barren land everywhere. There was no vegetation or any living beings. A desolate and ancient aura came. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered that the connate chi of origin here was unimaginably dense. As he breathed in and out, a dense connate chi of origin turned into beams of light and rushed into his mouth. Also, Lu Ming felt that the laws here were extremely clear. When he released his spiritual consciousness, he felt as if his body was bathed in endless laws. Lu Ming circulated the holy power into his eyes and was shocked. At that moment, everything that appeared in front of Lu Ming changed. Between the sky and the earth, there were many tiny silk ribbons swimming, emitting various kinds of light. It was as if the world was made up of thousands of thin threads. These were all nomological threads that could only be formed when the nomological laws were extremely clear and dense. The world at the beginning of the world. This is the world at the beginning of the world. Lu Ming mumbled to himself, his eyes filled with surprise. Legend had it that when the heavens and earth first opened and everything evolved, the cultivation environment was the best. The laws were clear and the innate qi of origin was rich. Cultivation would be much faster then. The middle-aged emperor was right. This was an opportunity. If an emperor to be cultivated here, their chances of becoming an emperor would be greatly increased. However, the pressure from the world is too great. Lu Ming sighed. One could not fly here. Not to mention flying, even walking for a short distance would probably exhaust the saint power in his body. The best way was to stay in place and cultivate quietly. In fact, almost everyone who came in was like this, sitting cross-legged on the ground and quietly cultivating. This was a rare opportunity. They only had 2 years, so they naturally had to cherish it. Lu Ming also sat cross-legged on the spot and extended his spiritual consciousness. He could clearly capture various laws in the world. Chapter 2104. Chapter 2104, Strength Surge. Chapter 2104. Chapter 2104 Strength Surge. Lu Ming emptied his mind and began to comprehend the laws of chaos. And NBSP, he immediately sensed the incredibly clear laws of chaos between heaven and earth, many times clearer than the outside world. With a single thought, the law threads between heaven and earth flew toward Lu Ming and wrapped around him. From the outside, Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of light. He looked holy and unparalleled. Lu Ming could feel that his understanding of the laws of chaos was deepening. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Boom. The aura on Lu Ming's body suddenly exploded and rose. The laws of chaos whistled and filled Lu Ming's body. With a single thought, the chaos laws between heaven and earth were easily controlled by Lu Ming, forming the shape of a large river that circled around him. River of Laws. The laws of chaos had finally broken through the shackles and reached the perfect stage, forming the shape of a river. Laws forming a river did not mean that laws would really become a river. They were laws at perfection. With a thought, they would condense together like a river. Then the chaos laws continued to pour into Lu Ming's body, helping him to temper his body and saint energy. The previous time he had perfected the array Dao laws. Lu Ming already had the experience, and this time he was familiar with the process. 2 days later, Lu Ming's aura had completely stabilized. My strength and saint energy have both increased by a large amount. Lu Ming carefully sensed the changes in his body and revealed a look of joy. The strongest law formed a river. To become an emperor, to be, the tempering of the body and saint power was much stronger than the king path law. The last time he had a breakthrough in the array Dao laws, his physical body and saint power had improved, but this time they had improved even more. The saint heart in his dantian was crystal clear and filled with endless saint power. As the saint heart rotated, endless saint power poured into his meridians like a river. There was a faint glow circulating in Lu Ming's body, which was filled with infinite power. Strong. He was too strong. Lu Ming felt that his combat strength had increased by a large margin. 111 Start comprehending the death and devour laws now. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. If the law of death and the law of devouring were both perfected, how strong would his body and saint power be? Lu Ming was filled with anticipation and he began to comprehend. The comprehension of nomological laws in this world was indeed unique and much faster than outside. Not only that, but this piece of heaven and earth was a corner left behind when the primordial realm first opened. It was also very helpful in developing a small world. However, Lu Ming had yet to reach the stage of breaking through to the martial supreme realm. Cultivation knew no time. As Lu Ming focused on cultivation, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. In half a year's time, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the death rule and the devour rule to 99%. This speed was already shockingly fast. In the outside world, it would definitely not be possible without 5 years. However, after it was raised to 99%, it would be difficult to cultivate it to perfection in one go. It would take time to accumulate. At this moment, Lu Ming began to think. He wanted to cultivate other laws. What laws should I cultivate? Lu Ming frowned and pondered carefully. After all, he could cultivate many types of nomological laws. The nomological laws could merge with each other and greatly increase his strength. Furthermore, comprehending nomological laws in this world was too fast. He did not want to miss it. He was studying other laws. Extreme limit law. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming decided to cultivate the ultimate law. The laws of extremity and extreme power allowed each of his attacks to contain terrifying power. Furthermore, Long Qin and Desolate Power both cultivated the laws of extremity. Lu Ming had sparred with Long Qin and Desolate Power many times, so he had a better understanding of the laws of extremity. It would be easier for him to comprehend them. Furthermore, as more of his laws reached perfection, Lu Ming's physical body and saint energy would become stronger. In addition, the laws of chaos would be as heavy as a mountain. His attacks would become more and more powerful. With the addition of the extreme rule, his attack would be even more terrifying. Lu Ming put his thoughts into action and began to seriously comprehend the ultimate law. This world was indeed different. In just a few days, Lu Ming had a feeling. He felt that he had touched the door and he was more serious in comprehending it. More than 10 days later, Lu Ming had really crossed the threshold. He had comprehended the law of extremity. When he threw a punch, it carried extreme power and was shockingly powerful. From then on, he began to comprehend the death law, the devour law, and the extremity law at the same time. He would take turns to comprehend each law for a few days. Another 3 months passed and the law of devouring was finally perfected. The law turned into a river, and Lu Ming's physical body and holy power were greatly enhanced. 3 months after the breakthrough of the engulfing rule, Lu Ming had been here for more than a year. He had also made a breakthrough in the death rule. The rule formed a river and achieved perfection. His body and saint power were refined again. Now Lu Ming could feel his holy power surging and it was terrifyingly powerful. His body was filled with explosive power. He felt that he could blow up a 1-star martial emperor with his physical strength alone. This wasn't an illusion. He was really too strong. Lu Ming did not know how his combat strength was now. 4 types of laws had been perfected and formed a river. 2 types of supreme laws and 2 types of king path laws had tempered his body and saint power 4 times. The power of the fusion of 4 laws at perfection was absolutely terrifying. In addition, Lu Ming had also cultivated the extremity law to an extremely profound level. He was not far from forming a river of laws. When Lu Ming entered this place, he had achieved a breakthrough in his ultimate limit law in 1 year and 3 people. He had attained perfection and his combat strength had soared once again. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming cast the Chaos Divine Palm and maneuvered. The 5 types of nomological laws fused and the world rumbled and exploded like a big bowline drum. It was about to explode. Satisfying, satisfying. After a long while, Lu Ming stopped and heaved a long sigh. His eyes were shining. The pressure in this area was extremely huge, but Lu Ming's physical strength was too strong. He felt that he did not need saint energy. He could withstand it with his physical body and travel far. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to do this. Nomological laws at perfection don't seem to be truly at perfection. Then Lu Ming considered the problem of the law. He had comprehended 5 nomological laws in a row and had a deep feeling. He realized that the so-called perfection of his nomological laws was only the perfection of a certain stage. It was not the end. He could still continue to break through. In reality, he had heard Uncle Kong mention before that laws were the foundation of the world. They were extremely profound and far from simple. The so-called perfection of an emperor-to-be was only the perfection of the first stage. The comprehension of laws was divided into several stages. However, it was extremely difficult to break through. It was difficult for an ordinary void emperor to break through. However, Lu Ming only thought about it casually and did not give it much thought. He was still some distance away from breaking through to the martial supreme realm. I've been here for a year and 3 months. There's not much time left. I want to comprehend other laws for the time being. I'll just consolidate the 5 types of laws I have now and reach the stage where I can break through to the martial supreme realm as soon as possible. Lu Ming set the cultivation direction and continued to cultivate. Chapter 2105. The Mysterious Young Man. Chapter 2105. The mysterious young man. Lu Ming immersed himself in cultivation. All the talents who entered this world had great gains. Boom. On a rock, a 2 or 3-year-old girl's aura rose dramatically, and her emperors might spread out like the ocean. Not long after, a lightning tribulation descended from the sky, but this little girl easily overcame it. I've finally broken through to the martial supreme realm. Chirping. The little girl mumbled. This little girl was Bubbles. In another valley, the lightning tribulation was also rumbling. Not long after, the lightning tribulation disappeared and a young man's figure appeared. It was Mu Yang. At this moment, a powerful aura emanated from his body. It was the Emperor's might. He had also broken through and reached the martial Emperor realm. I've finally broken through to the martial supreme realm. I'll definitely turn that brat Tianyun into ashes the next time one see him. Mu Yang laughed, full of confidence. He had broken through to the martial supreme realm and his abilities had increased tremendously. He was 100% confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Of course he did not know that Tianyun was Lu Ming. He only thought that it was Tianyun. Not only them but many others had also broken through. Royal River, Star River, Death Blade and Jilong. The sons of God were originally in the Emperor-to-be realm, but after accumulating in this world for so long, they broke the shackles and stepped into the martial Emperor realm. Some of them even had a breakthrough in their king body and became martial sovereigns. It was extremely difficult to break through from the Emperor-to-be realm to the martial Emperor realm. It would take a long time to accumulate energy. It would take a long time to break through if it was in the outside world. However, in this world many people had broken through in just over a year. This was a great opportunity. Yuan Xian Wu Liang, who had already reached the martial Emperor realm, had taken a step further and become even stronger. Everyone was improving and their strength had increased greatly. In the blink of an eye, it had been 1 year and 8 months since he had entered this world. At this moment Lu Ming stopped cultivating. He felt that his cultivation had reached its limit. He planned to slow down for a while and then try to break through to the martial Emperor realm. The energy in this world is extremely abundant. I don't know if there are any natural treasures here. Why don't I take a look? Lu Ming started to think. Other people could not travel far but he could because his physical strength was too strong. He wanted to walk around. In particular, he found that the place was not flat and had a slope. He was in the middle of the slope and wanted to follow the slope to the top to take a look. Lu Ming started to move. He followed the slope and went up. The slope was not very steep but it was indeed going upward. Lu Ming realized that the higher he went the greater the pressure. Although the increase was not huge, it was indeed getting stronger slowly. However, Lu Ming's physical strength was still able to withstand it. Lu Ming walked along the slope for 3 days, but he did not discover anything. It was smooth everywhere and there were no living creatures. He did not see anyone coming in from the outside. Lu Ming guessed that the people who came in from outside might be at the bottom of the slope. Lu Ming walked for another day. He suddenly realized that the ground had become flat. He seemed to have reached the highest point. As far as the eye could see, there were many protruding rocks in front of them like small hills. Of course, there were also some mountain peaks but there was no vegetation. And here the chi of origin of heaven and earth seemed to be even denser. Lu Ming walked forward. He was still unwilling to give up and wanted to search. Soon he arrived at a valley. There's someone. When he entered the valley, Lu Ming was shocked because he saw 2 figures. 2 young men who looked to be in their 20s were sitting cross-legged there. Lu Ming had never seen these 2 people before. They were not any 2 of the 320 people who had entered. When they were waiting on the Destiny Mountain, the 320 people had sized each other up. With their memory, they could remember each other after seeing each other once. However, Lu Ming did not have any impression of these 2 young men. One of the 2 young men was wearing a black robe, had black hair and a cold expression. The other young man had long purple hair and was extremely handsome. He had an indescribable temperament that people would not forget after one look. Who are they? Why are you here? Lu Ming was very puzzled. Other than the 320 of them, there were others who had entered? At the same time, the 2 young men also saw Lu Ming and looked at him in surprise. Who is he? I've never seen him before. The black-haired youth said, his voice cold and arrogant. The purple-haired young man's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be a prodigy of the primordial realm? I've recently heard that there are some prodigies of the primordial realm that have entered this world to cultivate. Lu Ming was shocked to hear their conversation. What did that mean? The purple-haired young man said that he was a proud son of heaven of the primordial realm. Could it be that the purple-haired young man wasn't from the primordial realm? Could it be the heaven realm? Lu Ming suddenly thought of the heaven. But why would someone from the heaven realm appear here? Where are you from? Heaven realm? Or the primordial realm? The black-haired youth seemed to be interested. Primordial realm, may first ask who you are? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, You're indeed from the primordial realm. One didn't expect someone from the primordial realm to be able to make it here. Looks like your cultivation isn't weak. I'm really curious. What's the cultivation of the primordial realm's prodigies? The one who spoke was still the black-haired youth. With that, the black-haired young man stood up, his eyes filled with fighting spirit as he walked toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. It seemed that these two people really came from the heaven realm. At the same time, Lu Ming was speechless. They had just met and this black-haired young man looked like he was about to fight. Boom. The black-haired young man stepped forward and a powerful aura burst out of his body. It was emperor pressure. The black-haired young man was a martial emperor. Make your move, let me see your strength. The black-haired young man's footsteps became faster and faster. In the end, he turned into a black lightning bolt and rushed toward Lu Ming. At the same time, he struck out with his palm. The terrifying power of his palm was aimed at Lu Ming. The power of reincarnation, this is the Son of God. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This black-haired young man's palm contained the law of reincarnation. Boom. Lu Ming made his move as well. He also struck out with his palm. The two of them struck out with their palms, causing a loud boom that shook the entire valley. Not bad again. The black-haired young man continued to strike out with his palms. He struck out dozens of times in a row and the power was extremely shocking. Lu Ming circulated the chaos laws to fight against his opponent. After dozens of moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. You're just an emperor to be, but you're so powerful. Your body is so strong. That's impossible. Are you an immemorial body cultivator? No, how can an immemorial body cultivator cultivate laws? The black-robed youth continued to speak, his voice filled with surprise. Even the purple-haired young man looked at Lu Ming in surprise. This guy is so strong. Lu Ming was also rather shocked. With his current physical body and saint energy as well as his perfect chaos laws, his combat power was definitely terrifying. However, he could not do anything to this young man. Chapter 2106. Failed Breakthrough. Chapter 2106. Failed Breakthrough. You're not weak either. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming was only speaking the truth, but the black-haired young man was not happy. His cold and arrogant face darkened, thinking that Lu Ming had underestimated him. Kid, one didn't use my true strength just now. Do you think you can compete with me? 111. Use my full strength now and see how many moves you can block. The black-haired youth said coldly, his aura even more oppressive. At this moment, the purple-haired young man spoke. Junior brother, don't do anything. It's almost time. The black-haired young man's expression changed. He cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and said, I'll let you go this time. Then he turned around and walked into a cave with the purple-haired young man. There was a cave in the depths of the valley. It seemed that the two young men had been waiting outside the cave for something. It seems like there's some kind of treasure in this cave. Lu Ming pondered and considered for a moment. In the end, he did not enter. The two young men were obviously peerless talents in the heaven realm. Lu Ming did not want to offend them for no reason. Let's leave first and look elsewhere. Lu Ming thought to himself and then turned to leave the valley. At this moment he found it hard to calm down. It seemed that this place was not simple. There were actually heaven realm geniuses here. Could it be that this corner of the world wasn't taken out by a primordial realm expert, but by a heaven realm expert? Lu Ming's mind was full of thoughts. After that, Lu Ming walked for another 2 days before he finally discovered a strange land in a mountain valley. Here there was a spring that looked like a demonic pool or a spiritual pool. Inside it, innate chi of origin was constantly emitted, and the energy was shockingly high. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He planned to let the celestial thearch's body absorb the energy here. As long as the energy in the celestial thearch's body reached a certain level, he would be able to control it. He would not have so many scruples when he did things. Lu Ming immediately took out the celestial thearch's physical body and began to absorb the energy here by using the technique to control the physical body of heaven and earth. This was the connate chi of origin, and the energy here was frighteningly abundant. As soon as Lu Ming circulated the technique to control the celestial thearch's body, rich energy from all directions gathered toward the celestial thearch's body. Moreover, the quality of the energy here was also very high. The energy storage of the celestial thearch's corporeal body was rapidly increasing. He could feel the energy in the celestial thearch's corporeal body increasing and strengthening at all times. In just a few days, the Celestial Emperor's corporeal Bodis energy had reached 10%. Lu Ming could control it when it reached 10%. Lu Ming was overjoyed. However, he did not stop. He continued to control the Celestial Thearch's physical body and absorbed the energy frantically. Since the energy here was so dense, he should absorb more. The more energy it stored, the more powerful the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body would be. A month later, the energy here had almost dried up. It had been completely absorbed, and the energy in the Celestial Thearch's body had reached a shocking 36%. One had to know that the Celestial Thearch's corporeal body had only stored 16% of its energy previously. 36%, the power was absolutely terrifying. It would be great if one could completely replenish the energy of the heaven and earth in my body. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was tempted. If the energy in the Celestial Emperor's body could reach 100%, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in this era where there were no Celestial Emperors. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. He set off immediately to look for other similar spring sources. Unfortunately, this kind of spring eye was extremely rare. Lu Ming searched for a few days in a row but could not find it. Lu Ming did not give up. He searched for a few more days, more than 10 days in a row, but to no avail. Lu Ming finally gave up. Time was precious here and he could not afford to waste it. Lu Ming began to prepare to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. He found a hidden place and sat down cross-legged to adjust his state. A few days later he was at his peak. His essence, energy and spirit were in one. Lu Ming began to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. To break through to the Martial Sovereign realm, one had to use the Saint Heart as the core and the laws as the heart to develop a small world. The laws of a world were the foundation. With the laws, this world could be continuously perfected. Therefore, the first step was to use the laws to form the world core in the Saint Heart. Then he would combine the world core and the Saint Heart to evolve the world. It was like the creation of the world. An ordinary person's breakthrough would use a type of nomoiological law as the core to evolve the world core. After breaking through to the Martial Supreme realm, one would comprehend other nomoiological laws and add them into a small world. The more nomoiological laws one added, the more perfect the small world would be. However, since Lu Ming controlled 5 types of laws, he would have to combine the 5 types of laws to evolve the world core. Otherwise, he would not have been able to succeed if he were to evolve one type of law. Begin. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He controlled the 5 types of laws and infused them into his Saint Heart. He began to evolve the world core. However, at this moment his body trembled violently. He felt as if his Saint Heart was about to explode. Even his body was about to be torn apart by a wave of energy. He quickly stopped and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. How did this happen? Lu Ming's expression was ugly. When he broke through just now, the 5 laws entered his Saint Heart and collided with each other, producing a terrifying force that almost burst his Saint Heart and tore his body apart. Could it be that those below the Martial Supreme realm have cultivated many laws and can't break through to the divine realm? No, I don't believe it. Lu Ming began to regulate his breathing and heal his injured body. After a few days, his injuries had recovered and he tried to break through to the Martial Emperor realm again. However, he still failed. Impossible. I'll try to evolve the world core with a type of nomoiological law. Lu Ming was indignant and decided to change his strategy. But he still failed. This was because the 5 types of laws would affect everything. When he controlled one type of law to evolve in the Saint Heart, 4 of the laws actually entered automatically. He could not control it even if he wanted to and injured Lu Ming again. How did this happen? Lu Ming mumbled in a low voice. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. If he could not break through to the Divine Emperor realm, it would be a huge blow to him. Maybe my cultivation level isn't high enough and I need to settle down. There might be other ways. One can definitely vindicate my Tao and become an emperor. Lu Ming clenched his fists and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Perhaps it was not the time to break through to the Emperor realm yet. He would have to wait for a while. However, Lu Ming naturally did not dare to comprehend new laws now. The more laws there were, the more difficult it would be to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. There's still some time left. Why don't I comprehend the use of nomoiological laws? I control 5 types of nomoiological laws. If I can create a corresponding magical power technique, its power will definitely soar. Lu Ming put aside the matter of breaking the monarch and began to consider the problem of his own combat strength. Now his divine power techniques were all divine power techniques with a single law, such as the Chaos Divine Palm, the Chaos Tribulation Finger, the Eye of Death, and the 3 scrolls of the Array Tao. Furthermore, the so-called law fusion was merely a crude fusion of the laws to increase their power. This was the crudest way of using the laws. Chapter 2107. The Real Battle Begins. Chapter 2107. The real battle begins. To put it bluntly, Lu Ming's usage of the law was like using brute force. He did not unleash the marvelousness of the law at all. He had heard from Uncle Kong that one could comprehend many laws after reaching the martial emperor realm. Different people would naturally have different insights into the laws. The fusion of different laws would also produce different sacred art techniques. Those sacred art techniques contained several different laws, and their power was astonishing. It was not something a sacred art technique with a single law could compare to. A single law sacred art could only be considered a low-grade sacred art. Some laws contained many sacred arts, and their power was simply earth-shattering. There were some ancient sutras above the rank of a martial sovereign that had corresponding records. However, those ancient sutras were all shockingly valuable. There's only a single law divine power art in the Chaos Scripture. This isn't right. Lu Ming was reminded of the Chaos Scripture. He guessed that the Chaos Scripture he had was incomplete. Logically speaking, the Chaos Scripture was the inheritance left behind by the Chaos Tharch. It should not only contain low-grade superpowers but also different laws and superpowers that were fused with the Chaos laws. Perhaps the Chaos Scripture one have is really incomplete. Lu Ming pondered. He didn't have the corresponding sacred art on hand, so he could only rely on himself to explore. He spent the rest of his time trying to figure out how to use the different laws. Time passed quickly. 2 years were almost up. After several months of exploration, Lu Ming finally had some gains. He realized that it was too difficult to comprehend any supernormal ability from the laws of chaos and the laws of death. It wasn't just empty talk that the strongest laws were incompatible. However, Lu Ming still managed to create 2 different divine ability techniques that were shockingly powerful. It was a combination of the chaos laws, the array Tao laws, the engulfing laws, and the extremity laws to create a magical power technique. Lu Ming named it the Chaos Hammer. When he used this move, he could form a giant hammer with shocking power. In addition, he had fused the Death Law, the Devouring Law, the Array Tao Law, and the Extremity Law to create a child prodigy technique. Lu Ming named it the Death Sword. When it was used, it would form a combat sword that could cut through everything. Of course, this was only the initial comprehension. The power of the various laws had not been fully displayed. To be able to reach this stage in such a short period of time, Lu Ming's comprehension ability was already extremely terrifying. As he slowly cultivated and comprehended them, they would become more and more perfect. The mysteries of various nomological laws would burst out, and the power of these 2 moves would become stronger and stronger. However, even though it was only an initial comprehension, it was still much stronger than simply relying on the fusion of laws. This had greatly increased his combat strength. In the 2 years since he entered this world, Lu Ming's combat strength had improved tremendously. It's almost time. Lu Ming looked up at the sky. Buzz. Suddenly, a powerful force acted on Lu Ming's body. With his current strength, he was unable to resist this force at all. His body disappeared from where he was standing. The next moment he found himself in a void. There was a huge door of light in front of him. Beside him, figures kept flashing and appeared one after another. He saw Qiuyu Bubbles and Feng Ling. He also saw Yuan Xi and Mu Yang and the others. Mu Yang's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent when he saw Lu Ming. This time he was full of confidence. He had become a martial emperor and his strength had increased tremendously. He was 100% confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Many people's eyes were filled with confidence. Everyone had improved greatly. Get out. A voice suddenly came from the sky. Sounded very old. Everyone's heart trembled. They knew that the master of this world had spoken. He was definitely a terrifying expert. Lu Ming thought of more things. He had seen 2 heaven's favorites from the heaven realm, so the master of this world must be from the heaven realm. Everyone stepped into the light door and disappeared. During this period, countless people had gathered on Destiny Mountain. There were even more people than 2 years ago. That was because the 2 years were up and the Battle of the 10 Lands was about to begin. Also, how much good fortune did the 320 prodigies obtain after entering the world left behind by the primordial realm? How much did their strength increase? Were there really many people who had already entered the martial emperor realm? Everyone was very curious. In the sky above the mountain peak, figures shrouded in divine light stood there like gods. They were all great emperor realm experts from all over the world. At Mount Yuan, Uncle Kong had arrived and was standing with Emperor Formless. In addition, the great emperors from the Heng family, the He family and the Tianluo family had all arrived. Not only that, the powerful forces of the various holy lands had also sent many experts. For example, the various powerful forces of the ancient Moon Holy Land had sent people to participate in the first battle of the 10 lands in history. Everyone was waiting quietly. Suddenly, a door of light appeared from the depths. It's coming out. Everyone looked at the door of light with anticipation. Not long after, one figure after another walked out of the light door and stood in the void. 320 people, not one more, not one less. There's indeed great progress. Many of them have entered the martial emperor realm. The great emperors and true emperors were all shocked. With the cultivation bases of great emperors and true emperors, it was not difficult for them to see through the cultivation bases of Lu Ming and the rest. They could see through it with one glance. Right, the 2 years are up. The 10 lands battle is about to begin. Everyone back off. A white-haired old man stepped out and his voice spread in all directions. He was the host of this event, an old monster from the City of Destiny. Everyone stepped back, including the great sovereigns, leaving the Destiny Mountain empty. Then the white-haired old man waved his hand, and light spread over the Destiny Mountain. Stone platforms emerged out of thin air. Each stone platform was huge like a battle platform. It was a total of 320 yuan. The next competition is very simple. Each of you can choose a stone platform and step on it. A formation has been set up on these stone platforms, and they naturally have their own rules of operation. After you step on them, the stone platforms will rotate and move. Whichever 2 stone platforms collide with each other will be the 2 people who will fight until the top 10 are decided. The white-haired elder announced. Everyone's eyes moved. So this was the rule. However, didn't such a rule have a large part in luck? However, many of them had confidence in their eyes. They had enough confidence in their own strength and believed that no matter what kind of opponent they met, they would be able to defeat it. This time, everyone had a great harvest. They were already eager to try and show off their strength in front of countless people. I'll go first. Someone moved. A burly figure rushed onto a stone platform. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Next, everyone moved, each jumping onto a stone platform. Chapter 2108. Chapter 2107, Dazzling Collision. Chapter 2108. Chapter 2107, Dazzling Collision. Lu Ming also randomly chose a stone platform and stepped on it. When Lu Ming stepped onto the stone platform, he realized that there was a force from the stone platform that enveloped his entire body. In the blink of an eye, a person stood on each of the 320 stone platforms. After that, all the stone platforms began to move slowly as if following some sort of pattern. Soon 2 of the stone platforms flew toward the center and collided. On the 2 stone platforms, the 2 young men's eyes met, and they were both filled with a strong desire to fight. Boom. Boom. A powerful aura burst out from the 2 of them and a long river surrounded them. Emperor-to-be, both of them were in the Emperor-to-be realm. It's one of the King Path laws, the law of destruction. The 2 of them are the same. Someone shouted, recognizing the laws of the 2. The 2 young men actually controlled the same laws. You're also in control of the laws of destruction, but you're not my match. One of them said confidently. You're the one who's defeated. The other person was also very confident. Boom. The 2 of them were engaged in a fierce battle. The 2 king physiques had both reached the Emperor-to-be realm, and their battle strength was very shocking. Furthermore, they had grasped the same type of nomological law, and their cultivation levels were similar. Their combat strength was also not much different. The battle between the 2 was extremely intense, and it was only after more than 200 rounds of fighting that the victor was decided. In the end, one of them won by a slight margin and defeated his opponent, sending him flying off the stone platform. After his victory, his stone platform flew back to the others, while the stone platform of the defeated person turned into dust and dissipated. The defeated person was extremely unwilling. He had become the first person to be eliminated in the Battle of the 10 Lands. There was a simple rule for this competition. That was, they could admit defeat before the competition. If he didn't admit defeat, he would be responsible for his own life and death once the battle started. Of course, they could also rush down the stone platform and admit defeat. After the first round of the competition ended, the stone platforms began to spin again. Soon, 2 more stone platforms flew towards the center and collided with each other. Boom! The 2 young men on the stone platform immediately started fighting. Without a doubt, these were also 2 king physiques. In fact, those who could enter the top 80 in each battle zone all had king physiques, and their cultivation wasn't weak. He cultivated in that corner of the world for another 2 years. Even the worst of them had entered the Emperor-to-be realm. Surprisingly, the 2 king physiques controlled the same laws. Could it be because of the stone platform? Lu Ming was reminded of the stone platform. Previously, when he stepped onto the stone platform, there was a wave of energy that enveloped him. Could that energy sense the laws? Or perhaps it had other uses. Not only Lu Ming but the others also had the same thought. As expected, most of the people who were going to fight next had the same nomological laws. This was to determine the winner between 2 people with the same laws. So strong. They are all Emperor-to-be. And it's at the stage where it's about to evolve into a small world, and it's about to verify its Tao and become an emperor. Many people sighed. Indeed, in the past 2 years, everyone had made great progress. Many of them had not become saint emperors, but they were close to it. Some of the young men were especially envious. There were some people whose cultivation levels were similar to theirs before, but now there was a huge gap. Some of them were still stuck in the perfected absolute saint realm. Even though a small number of them had broken through to the Emperor-to-be realm in the past 2 years, they were still far from being able to evolve a small world. The battle was extremely intense. Each battle had a similar cultivation level and the laws were the same. It would take at least 100 moves to determine the winner. Half a day later, only 10 pairs of people had started to fight. In the 11th match, Lu Ming saw a familiar face. Longchen. Moreover, Longchen had already broken through to the martial emperor realm. Years ago he had already reached the Emperor-to-be realm. It was normal for him to take this opportunity to break through. His opponent was also at the martial emperor realm. He was also a person who had mastered the supreme force law. The 2 of them began to collide with each other. However, in the end, Longchen had cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant body, which made him more powerful. He defeated his opponent in a violent manner. This was the first time that a battle of the same law and level had such a huge difference in strength. The bloodline of the top 10 battle beasts is indeed extraordinary. Indeed. It's said that the further you advance, the more extraordinary you will be. After you reach the rank of a martial supreme, you'll be even stronger. Some of the older generation were discussing. The battle continued. After that, Lu Ming saw Desolate Power, Luo Xiang Qiuyu and the rest all enter the arena. Huang Li, Luo Xiang Qiuyu and the others had all broken through their shackles and reached the martial emperor realm. They were now 1-star void emperors. They had also defeated their opponents. However, everyone could see that most of the duels were about the same nomological law, but it was not absolute. There were also duels between different nomological laws. It was very exciting. Lu Ming's eyes were dazzled because he saw all kinds of king path laws. Today was indeed a great era. In the past there were very few king path laws, but now they had all appeared. The battles continued for several days and people were eliminated one after another. There were no rules for duels. It wasn't like you could wait for the others to finish their duels before it was your turn. Some people had just finished 10% of the battles and after a few rounds, it was his turn again. It was completely determined by the stone platform's autonomous movement. Some people were unlucky and met a terrifying heaven's favorite right from the start. For example, some people were defeated by Yuan Xian Wu Liang, an ancient devil, in one move. Lu Ming also saw Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Mal making a move. After all, the 2 of them had only cultivated for a short period of time and were considered to be rising stars. They had not broken through to the martial supreme realm, but they had already reached the stage of evolving a small world. They were only 1 step away from the martial supreme realm. They would be able to break through after consolidating their strength for a while. They had also easily defeated their opponents. As the stone platform moved, Lu Ming drifted forward and collided with another stone platform. Finally, it was Lu Ming's turn. Lu Ming's first opponent was a king physique that was only at the emperor-to-be realm. Do you want to admit defeat? Lu Ming asked seriously. Lu Ming did not have much interest in a king body at the emperor-to-be realm. The difference was too great. If you want me to admit defeat, we'll have to see if you have the ability. The other party sneered. He was a young man wrapped in a black robe. His face was pale and he took out a staff. Curse weaken. Curse poison. Curse corrosion. The young man took action immediately. He waved his staff and streams of energy suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's body, enveloping him. The law of curses. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. The law of curses was an extremely rare king path law. It was very strange and powerful. With the power of curses, it could kill people without them noticing. There were waves of strange energy on his body, desperately drilling into Lu Ming's body. An ordinary king's body would not be able to withstand it. However, to Lu Ming this was nothing. Chapter 2109. Defeating the King Physique Martial Emperor. Chapter 2109. Defeating the King Physique Martial Emperor. Lu Ming's current physical body was too strong. His essence chi was surging and his blood chi was like a furnace. Every muscle was filled with explosive power. Roar. Lu Ming's body moved and a dragon's roar came from his body. Blood chi gushed out from every pore of his body like flames. The strange energy that covered his body turned into clouds and smoke in an instant. Why would I? The young man who mastered the law of curses had a drastic change of expression. He was about to cast another curse technique to deal with Lu Ming. Go down. Lu Ming said and threw a punch. This punch was a punch of pure physical strength. This punch was like a meteorite that rushed into the sea. The space exploded like the sea water, forming circles of ripples that crushed towards the opponent. With a muffled groan, his body was sent flying out of the fighting ring, coughing up blood. Lu Ming had held back. Otherwise he would have killed the other party. Lu Ming won easily. However, even though he had instantly killed his opponent, he did not attract too much attention. Although the law of curses was strange and profound, the young man was only an emperor-to-be. Anyone who had reached the martial emperor realm could kill him in one move. Humph, you only defeated an emperor-to-be. I really hope you can meet me. Mu Yang sneered, his eyes even colder. He really hoped that he could meet Lu Ming and then kill him to wash away the shame. Lu Ming initially thought that his stone platform would retreat. He did not expect that his stone platform did not retreat. Instead, it moved and met another stone platform. He continued to fight. Many people were stunned for a moment and their expressions turned grave. This was the first time someone had fought in succession and they couldn't help but be wary. The stone platform's operation seemed to indicate that anything was possible. They had to conserve their energy for the upcoming matches. Otherwise, it would be disadvantageous for them if they were to be continuously challenged. This time Lu Ming's opponent was a short-haired teenager. His eyes were sharp and he was very valiant. Boom. Without any unnecessary words, the other party immediately exploded with a terrifying aura. The aura brought about a strong wind that pressed toward Lu Ming. A martial supreme. His opponent was a martial emperor with a king body that had stepped into the martial emperor realm. Mu Yang's eyes lit up. A martial emperor with a king physique would most likely be able to test Lu Ming's strength. Not only Mu Yang but some of the people from the southern war zone were also shocked. 2 years ago Lu Ming was so powerful that he could defeat Mu Yang. He was known as a seeded elite. Many people wanted to know what realm he had reached 2 years later. Burial earth, bury me. The other party made his move. His body moved sideways and in the process of moving his body seemed to have turned into a stone tablet, pressing down on Lu Ming. This stone tablet was extremely similar to a gravestone. Thump. Lu Ming clenched his fist and punched the tombstone. The tombstone shook and flew out, turning into a human figure. Kill. The short-haired teenager roared and attacked again. This time his body glowed with a layer of black light. With a wave of his hand, tombstones appeared one after another and pressed down on Lu Ming. The law of burial earth. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. Today he had seen some wonderful laws. The law of burial earth could bury everything and kill them. His power was extremely shocking. The short-haired teenager used the law of burial ground to turn it into a tombstone, intending to bury Lu Ming. The short-haired youth had reached the great emperor realm and was much stronger than the prodigies who had mastered the laws of curses. Lu Ming clenched his fists and punched continuously, shattering the tombstones in the air. In the end, the short-haired teenager's attack reached its peak. A huge tomb appeared in the sky, trying to bury Lu Ming. The power was extremely terrifying. If someone of the same rank was buried in the tomb, it would be very difficult to come out. Boom! Lu Ming's body erupted with an even more shocking aura, and the death law spread out. This caused the other heaven's favorites to be stunned. The children of heaven were all extraordinary and worthy of attention. They were their opponents to enter the top 10. The death chi on Lu Ming's body became thicker and thicker. In the end, it turned into a long river that surrounded his body. Laws form a river. He hasn't become an emperor yet. He's only a quasi-emperor. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. An emperor to be was nothing to be afraid of. He was destined to be a foil. I've been in that small world for 2 years, but am still an emperor to be. It seems that my talent is really not good enough. Mu Yang was overjoyed and couldn't help but sneer. Even if his cultivation is low, he will still abuse you. Have you forgotten what happened 2 years ago? Xianxia was indignant and taunted him. Although she did not recognize Lu Ming had helped them 2 years ago. She had a good impression of Lu Ming. When she saw Mu Yang mocking Lu Ming, she also ridiculed him. Mu Yang's face turned ugly at the mention of being abused. That was then and this is now. He does have some strength, but if he meets me now, only death awaits him. 111 Make him die a terrible death. One step ahead, one step ahead. I've already become an emperor while he's still an emperor to be. He'll never be my opponent. Mu Yang sneered, full of confidence. Xianxia snorted coldly and did not say anything. At this moment, Lu Ming and the short-haired teenager were fighting again. Lu Ming cast the death rule and his combat strength increased greatly. He used Death's Eye, and it was as if combat weapons were flying out of his eyes, destroying the enemy's tomb. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming charged forward like a wild dragon, piercing through his opponent's defense and sending the short-haired young man flying out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming had won this round. Did you see that? Even if he's not an emperor yet, he can still defeat a martial emperor. Seeing that Lu Ming had won, Xianxia was overjoyed and looked at Mu Yang with ridicule. It's just defeating a king body. It's nothing. Mu Yang smiled faintly. Even though he said that, he felt a little heavy in his heart. Lu Ming's ability to defeat a martial emperor with a king body was enough to prove how terrifying he was. However, he was still confident that he could beat Lu Ming. There was still a huge difference between the king physique and the son of God. After the battle, Lu Ming's stone platform retreated. The competition continued. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Now there were only half of the original 320 stone platforms left. Half of the people had been eliminated. At this moment, Luo Xiang met a terrifying opponent. Although Luo Xiang had already become a martial supreme, his opponent had also become a martial supreme this time. Moreover, he was a son of God. There was no suspense in this battle. Although Luo Xiang had used all his strength and displayed the law of speed to the extreme, it was useless. The other party had directly broken his law of speed with terrifying strength and defeated Luo Xiang in a crushing manner. However, the other party had no enmity with Luo Xiang, so he only injured him, not killed him. The competition after that was getting more and more brutal. This was because almost all of the emperor-to-be realm experts had been eliminated. Only a few of them remained. Those who remained had almost all entered the martial emperor realm. Chapter 2110. Chapter 2110. Clash between the strong. Chapter 2110. Chapter 2110. Clash between the strong. About half of the 320 people were at the martial emperor realm. This was extremely shocking. 2 years ago there were only a few people who had become martial supremes. However, half of them had become martial sovereigns now. One could only imagine how much progress they had made in that world. Therefore, everyone could not help but wonder how powerful those people who had become martial supremes 2 years ago were. Everyone's gaze turned to the destined child Yuan Xen Wu Liang and the others. These people were all martial emperors 2 years ago, and now they were even more unfathomable. They stood calmly on the stone platform. Previously they had also made a move, but their opponents were too weak and they were easily killed in seconds. Many people began to re-evaluate the seated warriors in their hearts. They began to speculate which 10 people would be able to enter the top 10. Naturally, Lu Ming was excluded. In the eyes of others, Lu Ming had not become a martial supreme and had already withdrawn from the competition. The battle was getting more and more intense. They were all battles between martial emperors. Moreover, the opponents were all at least king physiques. Although many of them were one-star void emperors, their king physiques and the battle prowess of the Son of Heaven far exceeded that of ordinary one-star void emperors. There were people being eliminated continuously. Long Qin, Huang Li, Qiu Yu, Luo Tianyi, and the others were eliminated one after another. They had all encountered terrifying opponents, the children of God. Lu Xianxiang and Ouyang Moli were also eliminated. Their cultivation was still a little weak. They had not become martial sovereigns, so it was difficult for them to compete with the sons of God who had become martial sovereigns. Fortunately, they were all fine. At most, they were injured. Lu Ming was relieved. Boom. Mu Yang had stepped out. He was indeed powerful. A martial emperor with a king physique was almost blown up by him. Half of the body was turned into nothingness. The king physique struggled to get out of the stone platform and escape death. After Mu Yang's victory, he threw Lu Ming a provocative look. Tianyin, you better pray that you don't meet me. Otherwise, you're dead meat. Mu Yang sent a message to Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even look at Mu Yang. He ignored him. After that, Lu Ming did not know if he was lucky or unlucky. For the next few days he only went out to battle once and defeated a martial emperor with a king physique. On the 10th day of the battle there were only 50 people left. The reason why it was so slow was mainly because many people with similar cultivation levels were fighting extremely fiercely. It was not easy to determine the winner. Some people even fought for a long time before the winner was decided. It was very tragic. At this point the remaining 50 people were all extremely terrifying heaven's favorites. The remaining people didn't have many king physiques and most of them were the sons of God. In the 10 lands, other than the Forsaken land, the other 9 lands had a few children of God in each of them. There were even more children of God in divine lands. In total there were more than 50 sons of God. More than 50 sons of God had gathered in an era. This was something that had never happened in the primordial realm. Legend had it that such a grand occasion had only appeared in the heaven realm in the distant past. Of the remaining 50 people, Lu Ming was the only one at the emperor-to-be realm. That emperor-to-be is called Tianyun? That's right, his name is Tianyun. His luck is pretty good and he hasn't encountered anyone too strong. Well, his luck has come to an end. There are almost no weaklings next. His combat strength is amazing among those of the same level, but his cultivation is too weak. He has not broken through to the emperor realm and will be eliminated in the end. In the surroundings, some people were discussing and expressing their opinions. At this moment 2 more stone platforms collided. Many people were shocked. Even Lu Ming had a look of anticipation. One of them was an ancient devil. Lu Ming knew very well that the ancient devil cultivated the primordial diabolism and its combat strength was extremely powerful. After 4 to 5 years, the ancient devil must have become even more amazing and its combat strength must be unfathomable. The other person was definitely not weak either. He was also a son of God. Just like Lu Xianxiang, he had also mastered the laws of life and had also broken through to the emperor realm. This would be a battle between the strong. The 2 of them didn't waste any words and directly attacked. The son of God controlled the laws of life. With a wave of his hand, vines as thick as arms filled the sky. Each vine was incomparably tough like a divine sword and their killing power was astonishing. But ancient devil was stronger. His body was covered in a layer of demonic light. The demonic light formed a saber in his hand. He killed his way through the sky of vines. As the saber fell, the vines were broken. Some of the vines that wrapped around his body were directly shattered by the demonic light on his body. He was too strong. The ancient devil had the absolute advantage as soon as he attacked. He broke through all the obstacles and attacked his opponent. The other party had used all his strength, but he was also at a disadvantage and was difficult to match. This made many people stunned and in disbelief. What's going on with him? Why can't I sense any nomological laws fluctuations from him? Some of the young men who had never heard of the ancient cultivation system cried out in surprise. This should be the immemorial cultivation system, the immemorial demonic Tao. An elder spoke up and explained, causing many people to be shocked and somewhat dejected. Was the ancient cultivation system so powerful that it actually suppressed the Son of Heaven to the point where he couldn't even raise his head? Don't be discouraged. The current nomological system is flourishing, so it naturally has its advantages. The primordial cultivation system isn't that easy to cultivate. That's right. The ancient cultivation system has extremely harsh conditions for cultivation. Not every ancient cultivation system is so powerful. Ancient Devil is obviously a peerless genius who cultivates the ancient diabolism. Some of the older generation explained to prevent the younger generation from being discouraged. Ancient Devil's attacks were getting more and more violent. The demonic light on his body was extremely condensed. Could break anything. Kept breaking through the opponent's attacks and defenses. Bang. In the end, the two exchanged dozens of blows. The other party was no match and was sent flying by the ancient devil. A son of God who had stepped into the martial emperor realm had been defeated. The Son of Heaven had always been the synonym of invincibility. Apart from the other geniuses who were also a son of heaven, no one could match him. But today he was defeated by a genius of the ancient devil path. This ancient devil is too strong. His attack power is unparalleled. He has a high chance of entering the top 10. That's right. He might have a place in the top 10. Many people thought highly of ancient devil. After a few more battles, the remaining few king physiques all lost and were eliminated. Bubbles is about to make a move. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He saw Bubbles' stone platform move forward and collide with another stone platform. Such a small child, he can't be a human, right? Someone looked at Bubbles. She was about 2 to 3 years old and looked extremely adorable. Some of the young ladies' eyes lit up as they looked at her, wishing that they could hug her in their arms and make love to her. She's not a human. This little girl's background is very shocking. An elder spoke. He was a great emperor who could see through Bubbles' true form. Chapter 21:11. Bubbles' Strength. Chapter 21:11. Bubbles' Strength. Hearing the words of the older heavenly emperors, many people were even more curious. Senior, what is her true form? Someone asked. Just watch and you'll know. Shall most likely reveal her true form in this battle. The old emperor smiled. Bubbles' opponent was an extremely burly man. He was almost 3 meters tall and his muscles were like dragons. In front of him, Bubbles looked like a tiny dot. Little fellow, reveal your true form. Otherwise, I really can't do anything to such a small thing like you. The burly young man said in a low, muffled voice. Big guy, don't think that you can defeat me just because you're big. If you want me to reveal my true body, it'll depend on your ability. Chirp chirp. Pow Pow pouted, her face filled with disdain. Little guy, let's see how capable you are. The burly young man grinned. In the next moment he charged towards the bubble like a mountain. Boom. He punched out and the void trembled. This was a child of primordial chaos who controlled primordial chaos laws. Il spray. Bubbles called out, opened his mouth and exhaled. A transparent bubble enveloped the other party. At the same time, with a flash of her body, she disappeared. However, ripples appeared in the void as the space shattered like a mirror, transforming into a terrifying sharp sword that slashed towards the burly youth. Spacetime law. The burly young man growled and kept punching out with his fists. The transparent bubbles burst and then he hit the space swords. However, when he punched out, the speed of his fist became extremely slow, like the speed of a turtle. Everyone knew that the burly young man was affected by the power of time. Time in the void had slowed down, so the speed of his fist had become extremely slow. Break. The burly youth roared as primordial chaos laws erupted. Primordial chaos laws were very similar to chaos laws. They were as heavy as mountains and each move contained infinite power. The other party wanted to use absolute power to break the restraints of the bubble's spacetime law. Sure enough, the other party burst out with all his strength, and the speed of his fist suddenly increased, blowing up all the space swords. The fist energy did not stop as it continued to blast towards Pow Pow. However, spacetime laws were unpredictable. With a flash of her body, she disappeared and reappeared behind the burly youth, continuing her assault on him. After breaking through to the martial supreme realm, Bubbles' use of spacetime laws had become even more profound. Her various unfathomable techniques were even more powerful than before. The spacetime spirit mouse was born with the ability to control spacetime laws. The further it advanced, the more terrifying its control over spacetime became. Otherwise, the spacetime spirit rat would not be known as one of the top 10 war beasts. Boom. The burly young man quickly turned around and attacked the back. However, Bubbles' figure disappeared again. Just like that, the two of them exchanged dozens of moves, and the burly young man gradually lost his patience. Little guy, if you continue to waste time with me like this, neither of us will be able to do anything to the other. The burly young man roared. Who said that? Chirp chirp. Bubbles cried out and suddenly appeared above the burly man. His hands kept dancing. With the burly young man as the center, the void trembled like water waves, turning into killing power that attacked the burly man. Moreover, with the acceleration of the power of time, the power of space was shockingly fast. In an instant, it had reached the burly young man. The burly young man was shocked. He set up layers of defense around his body to block the Bubbles' attack. There was a series of explosions. At this moment, Bubbles opened her mouth and continuously spat bubbles. More than 100 transparent bubbles appeared and then disappeared. The next moment they all covered the burly youth. The big bubbles covered the small bubbles, enveloping the burly teenager in layers. Break, break, break. The burly young man continued to bombard the bubbles, trying to break them. When he had shattered all the transparent bubbles, Bubbles stopped and smiled at him. Big guy, you lose, chirp chirp. What? The burly young man was stunned for a moment. Then he looked around and his face turned bitter. It turned out that he had unknowingly left the range of the stone platform. If he left the stone platform, he would lose. Senior, didn't you say that she would reveal her true form? Someone asked the senior from before. This little fellow is very smart. Under her opponent's carelessness, she used the law of space and time to move her opponent out of the fighting stage. One originally thought that she could only win by revealing her true form. The old man explained awkwardly. Bubbles has become stronger. As expected, her presence by my side has restricted her instead. I can't unleash the potential of the spacetime spirit mouse. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Bubbles won and the stone platform flew back. The burly youth's stone platform turned into dust and dissipated. He could only back out helplessly. This time he had come to the end of the 10 lands battle. Every battle that followed was extremely exciting. Could be said to be a battle between the strong. There were even children of God who had the same laws fighting. Lu Ming watched as he fought against another son of Samsara. The two of them exchanged more than 1,000 moves before he won with great difficulty. However, he was also seriously injured. After winning, he quickly healed his injuries. The Death Blade also fought with his opponent for a few hundred moves, but it was also difficult for him to win. However, there were a few people who won easily. For example, the unscrupulous monk had become even stronger. He had almost crushed a son of heaven who had become a marshal supreme. Xianxia was the same. She was overbearing and ended the battle in less than 10 moves. However, what made Lu Ming's face turn grave the most was the Child of Destiny. This time there was a gathering of heaven's favorites. There were dozens of children of God, but there was only one who could control the law of fate. Lu Ming and Xianxia were the only two who had mastered the laws of chaos. Among the children of heaven they were the least in number. Destiny's child was simply too powerful and unfathomable. It was difficult to measure his battle prowess. That was because his fighting style was too unique and shocking. He had fought with his opponent, and he had only said one sentence before his opponent had been defeated. He said, "You are destined to lose." Then the other party was inexplicably injured and sent flying off the stone platform. This kind of battle method was simply inconceivable and shocked countless people. Controlling the law of fate can control the fate of all living things in the world. An older great emperor said. Countless people were horrified. By controlling the laws of fate, one could truly control the fate of all living things in the world. Didn't that mean that whoever he said would die would die? If that was the case, wouldn't it be too terrifying? He would be like a god that ruled over everything. However, another great emperor had said that if he wanted to use the mysteries of the laws of fate, he had to rely on his own strength. For example, Destiny's son was currently at the illusionary emperor realm. It was impossible for him to kill a true emperor. The other party's strength was completely capable of resisting the attack of the law of fate. Everyone nodded. This made sense. Otherwise, the laws of fate would be too terrifying. But even so, the law of fate was still extremely shocking. Many people believed that this time the son of fate would win without a doubt. Chapter 21:12. Chapter 21:12. Fighting Muyang again. Chapter 21:12. Chapter 2112. Fighting Muyang again. The competition continued, and there were only a few dozen stone platforms left floating in the air. As time passed, the number of platforms decreased. After that, there were a few more people who caught everyone's attention. A true dragon was extremely powerful and had unparalleled offensive power. However, there were no nomological fluctuations on its body. A great emperor had spoken and deduced that he cultivated the immemorial demonic Tao. The immemorial demonic Tao was also a type of the immemorial system. There was another person who was pitch black all over. He was like an iron tower and had immense strength. There seemed to be no energy fluctuations on his body. He only relied on his physical strength to send a son of God who had reached the martial emperor realm flying out of the fighting ring while spitting blood. Everyone was extremely shocked. Some great emperors speculated that this should also be a type of immemorial cultivation system, the immemorial body cultivator. He had cultivated his physical body, and his physical strength had reached an earth-shattering level. Some emperors explained that in the ancient times of the heaven realm, there were unparalleled experts who cultivated the body. They could strike down the stars in the sky with their physical bodies alone and break through all techniques with their power. It was extremely terrifying. There was a burst of discussion at the scene. The Battle of the 10 Lands was really unexpected. There were too many experts. Even geniuses from the immemorial cultivation system had appeared one after another. The primordial demonic Tao, the primordial demonic Tao, and the primordial body cultivators appeared one after another, suppressing the Son of Heaven. Many people speculated that all three of them could enter the top 10. Then Lu Ming saw that Xianxia had also defeated his opponent. When he came out of the Lotus World, the Star River had disappeared and never appeared. But without a doubt, this person who had been the #1 genius of the Yuan Mountain had become stronger. His opponent was also a son of heaven, but he still managed to defeat his opponent with a domineering force, attracting the attention of many. After Xing Qin defeated his opponent, the stone platform under Lu Ming's feet moved forward. "Is it finally my turn, Muyang?" Lu Ming muttered, and his expression turned interesting. That was because Muyang was on the other stone platform. What a coincidence! Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. As for Muyang himself, he was also stunned for a moment. Then a killing intent as cold as a blade filled the air. Bang! The two stone platforms collided. "Ah, Tianyun, your luck is really bad. This time I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Muyang let out a cold laugh. He was too excited. He had been looking forward to meeting Lu Ming. He did not expect that he would really meet him. This time he was going to take revenge. "Why do one feel like I'm very lucky?" Lu Ming smiled. Tianyun has encountered Muyang. 2 years ago, Muyang was defeated by Tianyun and was almost eliminated. However, Tianyun did not seem to have improved much in the past 2 years. He did not break through to the martial supreme realm while Muyang has already become a martial supreme. His combat strength must be above Tianyun's. In a battle between heaven's favorites, although combat strength is important, potential is just as important. It seems like Tianyun's potential isn't good enough, and his future achievements will be limited. Some people were discussing. Some people felt that although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, his potential was not good enough. Even if he could become a great emperor in the future, it would be difficult for him to achieve much. Bang! Bang! Muyang walked towards Lu Ming. His martial emperor realm cultivation was on full display. His aura was like a gale sweeping towards Lu Ming. In that kind of environment, you still haven't broken through to the rank of a martial supreme. You're really a piece of trash. In the future you'll never be my opponent. Though there's no future. Today you're going to die. Muyang sneered, his aura growing stronger and stronger. "You talk too much nonsense, kill." Lu Ming suddenly shouted and charged at Muyang. His eyes were filled with the light of death as he launched fierce attacks. Muyang still wanted to show off, but he did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly attack. He did not follow the script at all. He roared and retreated. He pushed his hands forward and the void shattered Lu Ming's attack. Even if you sneak attack me, you're not my match. Ah. Just as Mu Yang was about to mock Lu Ming, Lu Ming's attack power and speed suddenly increased. He destroyed Mu Yang's attack with one palm and slapped Mu Yang's face. Mu Yang let out a blood-curdling screech as his body flew out like a sandbag, almost flying off the stone platform. He was too miserable. His face was already a bloody mess and had almost exploded. Many people gasped. Was Lu Ming so powerful that he could beat up Mu Yang? Despicable man, that was just a sneak attack. Some experts of the Mu family were reluctant to admit it. I'm going to kill you, kill. Mu Yang roared and charged at Lu Ming like a madman. He burst out with all his strength and rushed towards Lu Ming. An ocean formed by the void law enveloped Lu Ming. Initially he thought that he could easily beat Lu Ming up. He did not expect that he would be beaten up so badly by Lu Ming at the beginning of the fight. He was so mad that he could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Lu Ming stood still, letting the ocean of nothingness envelop him. Go to hell. Mu Yang roared and exploded wildly. His small world revolved. The power of the world and the void law worked together to turn Lu Ming into nothingness. However, Lu Ming's body was surrounded by a river of laws, which continuously blocked the invasion of the void laws. It's just a river of laws. Can't stop me. Kill. Mu Yang roared. The ocean of nothingness transformed into all kinds of offensive forces and charged at Lu Ming. Oh really? What if I add another one? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Suddenly, another river of laws emerged on his body. This was a river of laws formed by array Dao laws. 2 rivers of laws surrounded him. How is that possible? Mu Yang roared in disbelief. Lu Ming had not broken through to the martial supreme realm, had he? How could he control 2 laws? 2 laws? How is that possible? He's not a martial emperor yet, but he can actually control 2 types of laws. One is an ultimate law and the other is a king path law. The scene was in an uproar. Many people were shouting in shock. He had not broken through to the martial emperor realm, but he could control 2 laws. This was beyond their imagination. Only the great emperors looked calm and unsurprised. Many of them had seen through Lu Ming's earlier actions. I'll kill you today, Lu Ming said coldly. He shook his arms and the 2 laws fused. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Mu Yang's void sea trembled wildly and then exploded. Lu Ming had attained perfection in 5 types of laws. After 5 rounds of tempering, his physical body and saint energy were too strong, far beyond the martial artists of the same level. His body and saint power alone were already extremely powerful. With the fusion of the death law and the array Dao law, he exploded and broke through Mu Yang's void ocean. Mu Yang's body trembled violently and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz. Lu Ming's body was like a bolt of lightning as he approached Mu Yang and struck out with his palm. Mu Yang tried his best to block it, but it was useless. His arm collided with Lu Ming's and was almost broken. The web between his thumb and forefinger was split and blood flowed. Bang! Bang! In an instant Lu Ming struck out more than 100 palms. Mu Yang tried his best to block them. However, with each palm strike the injury on his arm became more serious. After more than 100 palms, Mu Yang's hands exploded and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Chapter 21:13. Chapter 21:13. Everyone shocked. Chapter 21:13. Chapter 2113. Everyone shocked. All. Mu Yang screamed with fear on his face. He turned around and tried to escape from the stone platform. However, Lu Ming would not let him have his way. He must kill Mu Yang. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and caught up with Mu Yang in an instant. He struck Mu Yang's back with his palm. Mu Yang screamed in pain as his body was pierced through, leaving a large hole in his back. At this moment both his arms were crippled and his body was pierced through. His combat strength was greatly reduced and he was even less able to fight against Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming leaped up and kicked Mu Yang's face. Mu Yang's body landed heavily on the stone platform, causing it to rumble. A series of cracking sounds came from his body and dozens of his bones were broken. Then Lu Ming stepped on Mu Yang's face, rendering him unable to move. This was very similar to the first time Mu Yang challenged Lu Ming. He was also stepped on by Lu Ming and lost all his face. I'll kill you. I'll make sure you die without a proper burial. Mu Yang roared crazily. He was truly crazy. Before the battle, he was still acting all high and mighty, wanting Lu Ming to die miserably. He even mocked Lu Ming for being a good-for-nothing with no potential and that he would never be a match for him if he could not break through to the martial supreme realm. But how many moves had it been since the battle started? He was like a wild dog being stepped on by Lu Ming. This kind of humiliation made him go crazy. You still dare to threaten me in this situation? Lu Ming was indifferent. With a wave of his hand, 2 beams of light struck Mu Yang's legs, causing them to explode. All. Mu Yang screamed hysterically. With his current cultivation, even if he only had a head left, he could regrow his flesh and recover his body. However, the pain was real. Now his 4 limbs were crippled and his body had been pierced through. He was severely injured and in extreme pain. Tenyin, you dare to kill me? The experts of my Mu clan are right here. If you dare to kill me, you'll have to face the revenge of my Mu clan. Mu Yang roared. He was certain that Lu Ming would not dare to kill him. He glared at Lu Ming viciously. As long as he did not die, he would definitely kill Lu Ming in the future no matter what. Bang! Lu Ming's expression turned cold. He stomped on Mu Yang's head and it burst like a watermelon. Then a soul flew out and was held in Lu Ming's hand. This was Mu Yang's soul. At this moment, the face of Mu Yang's soul was filled with fear. He did not expect that Lu Ming would really dare to kill him. Was he not afraid of the Immerse family's revenge? You're looking for death. The Immerse family's experts were truly enraged. Someone roared, and his aura was so powerful that it seemed as if the entire world was trembling. Without a doubt, this was the emperor of the Immerse clan. Mu Yang was done for. His physical body had been completely destroyed, leaving only his soul. Even if he reincarnated, he would not have his previous achievements. This infuriated the Immerse family's powerhouses. They were about to attack and kill Lu Ming. However, at the next moment, at least 10 cold gazes swept toward the Immerse clan's emperor lord. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, the Immerse clan's emperor lord's anger instantly died down, and he withdrew his aura. This was the Battle of the 10 Lands, where great emperors from all regions gathered. No one was allowed to disrupt it. If he attacked, a group of great emperors would attack instantly and kill him. Ting, you'd better let Mu Yang go. Mu clan emperor didn't dare to attack, so he could only threaten. Lu Ming sneered and could not be bothered. Tonyin, let me go. One beg you, let me go. At this point, Mu Yang was truly afraid. He knew that he had encountered a lawless person, so he was not afraid of him at all. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He had no intention of letting Mu Yang go. With Mu Yang's personality, letting him go might be even more dangerous. He would definitely take revenge and not give up. Then what was the difference between letting go of Mu Yang or not? If I let you go, then I'll find another assassin from the Death God Nation to kill me? Lu Ming said coldly. Mu Yang was stunned. Then his face twisted in disbelief. Finally he cried out hysterically, "You're Lu Ming, you're Lu Ming. You're not dead." Mu Yang's shrieking voice spread in all directions. Everyone could hear it. Many people were shocked. What? He's Lu Ming, the son of chaos? Didn't the people of the Death God Nation spread the word that they had already killed Lu Ming? Don't tell me he's not dead. Many people were discussing in shock. At that moment, Yuan Exin, the son of chaos, looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes like 2 stars. The aura of the galaxy burst out. It was bathed in white divine light and stared at Lu Ming. He is Lu Ming. Qiu Yu, Feng Ling, Longchen and the others were all overjoyed. Master, it must be Master. Lu Xianxiang and Ouyang Moli were also overjoyed. They thought about why Lu Ming had helped them previously. They did not know him at all, but Lu Ming had helped them. They had been puzzled before, but they finally understood now. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. So he's Lu Ming. Some great emperors whispered. They had long seen through Lu Ming's true appearance. However, they had never seen Lu Ming before, so they had no idea that he was Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming did not hide anything. His body began to change and his true appearance was revealed. It's really Lu Ming. Those who had seen Lu Ming before exclaimed in disbelief. I've said it before. How could Lu Ming die? Desolately laughed. The Death God Nation really knows how to put gold on their own face. Ouyang Wushuang also laughed. Young master. Qiu Yu was overjoyed. Some people who were familiar with Lu Ming were overjoyed. Previously, although they did not believe that Lu Ming was dead, they could not help but worry. The assassin organization of the Death God Nation was too terrifying. They were afraid that it might be true. They were finally at ease when they saw Lu Ming. Why is he still not dead? Some of the people who had a grudge against Lu Ming had a change in their expressions and their faces turned ugly. The masters of the Heng family, the He family, the Daoyuo Heaven sect, the Wan family, the Golden Crow clan, the Sirius Tower and other forces stood in the crowd. They were very indignant and very pitiful. They could not wait for Lu Ming to be killed. Especially those forces from ancient Moon Holy Land. Lu Ming was getting stronger and stronger. The pressure he gave them was too great, making them extremely worried. It's really you. Yuan Exin, the son of chaos, was shrouded in the light of chaos. He looked like a god of war as he stared at Lu Ming. He had been invincible all his life and rarely suffered losses. However, during the Hunyuan sex assessment he had suffered a great loss. He was defeated by Lu Ming and lost the last legacy. Moreover, the inheritance of the Chaos Arch was also in Lu Ming's hands. He and Lu Ming were bound to have a battle. That's not right. How can he be Lu Ming? Isn't he the son of death who controls the death law? Some people calmed down and finally discovered the problem. Previously, Lu Ming had clearly used the death rule. However, Lu Ming was the son of chaos. The scene was originally very lively and many people were talking about it. Now it suddenly quieted down and there was no sound at all. Everyone was staring at Lu Ming. Their eyes were wide open and they could not wait to see through Lu Ming. Even the great emperors and those close to Lu Ming such as Huang Ling were in disbelief. Everyone except Qiu Yu had long known that Lu Ming had mastered the death rule. No one else had seen it before. Chapter 21:14. Chapter 21:14. Uproar. Chapter 21:14. Chapter 2114. Uproar. A person could actually control two types of ultimate laws? Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Some people even suspected that someone was in disguise and pretending to be Lu Ming. However, a great emperor had spoken, proving that this was Lu Ming's true appearance. He had not disguised himself. Whoosh. The scene exploded. It was a complete mess. A single person could actually control two ultimate maxims at the same time, and they were below the rank of a marshal supreme. In addition to the array Dao law from before, Lu Ming had mastered three types of ultimate maxims. The pot exploded, it completely exploded. This was unprecedented. Oh my god, this is heaven-defying. Lu Ming is going to defy heaven. How is it possible for a person to control two ultimate maxims at the same time? Even a martial emperor can't do it. The strongest cannot be tolerated. This has been a truth since ancient times. Now the truth has been broken. There was a clamor. Many people were shouting. Even many of the older generation were like this. The main reason was that the impact was too great. It was as if the truth that he had always believed in had collapsed in an instant and he could not calm down. Even the emperor could not remain calm. He looked at Lu Ming as if he was a monster. How is this possible? How is this possible? The forces that had a grudge against Lu Ming, such as the Heng family, were all in disbelief. Boom. At this moment, Yuan Exin, Destiny's Child, and the other top geniuses could no longer remain calm. A terrifying aura erupted from their bodies. Invincible. Brother Lu Ming is invincible. Bubbles shouted. Master is invincible. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli also joined in. Lu Ming touched his nose. He knew that once he revealed his true identity, it would definitely cause an uproar and shock the world. However, he still didn't hide it. That was because if he were to face Yuan Xin, Destiny's Child, and the others later on, he would definitely not be able to hide it and would have to reveal his full strength. Whether he was exposed earlier or later, he would still be exposed. In addition, the energy in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body had already been stored up to 36%. He had more confidence now and there were fewer concerns. If the Mu family wanted to attack him, Xianxia, Qiyue, and the others after the Battle of the Ten Lands ended, he would just take them and run. In any case, the defensive power of Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was astonishing, not to mention that there were also Emperor Wuxia, Uncle Kong and the others. At this moment, Uncle Kong, Emperor Formless, and the others couldn't remain calm. They were all stroking their beards with all their might. They had lived for countless years, but this was the first time they had seen such a thing. Let me go. At this moment Mu Yang was almost scared to death as he screamed madly. A person could actually control 2 ultimate maxims. No wonder his combat strength was so terrifying. He was about to be scared to death. Mu Yang, you were the one who asked the Death God Nation to assassinate me, right? Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming, please spare me, Mu Yang screamed in fear. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. It seemed that it was really Mu Yang's doing. He had asked the people of the Death God Nation to assassinate Lu Ming. They did not know what method Lu Ming had used, but he had actually avoided death and even made the people of the Death God Nation think that they had killed Lu Ming. Despicable. You can't defeat my master, but you secretly ordered an assassin to kill my master. You deserve to die. Master, kill him. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli were filled with righteous indignation. They wanted to kill Mu Yang personally. Mu Yang, have a safe journey, Lu Ming said. Then under Mu Yang's frightened gaze he squeezed hard. The terrifying power directly crushed Mu Yang's soul, causing it to scatter. Damn it! The emperor from the Mu family roared, his eyes extremely sinister. A god's son was killed just like that. Their hearts were bleeding. The king body was said to have the potential of a great emperor, and the son of God was undoubtedly even stronger. He had a very high chance of breaking through to the great emperor realm, and he could even take a step closer to the heavenly emperor realm. Any force would treat such a prodigy as a treasure. However, he was killed by Lu Ming in front of everyone. His soul had been scattered. After killing Mu Yang, the stone platform that represented him turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. Lu Ming returned to the stone platform and floated back. Many pairs of eyes fell on Lu Ming. Some of them were filled with solemnness, while others were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Previously, everyone did not take Lu Ming seriously. No matter how strong an emperor to be was, he would not pose a threat to them. But now it was different. Lu Ming had killed Mu Yang and for the first time, mastered 2 ultimate maxims. The most important thing was that Lu Ming did not use the Chaos Law when he killed Mu Yang. If he used the Chaos Law and the Death Law, how powerful would it be when the 2 were combined? Everyone re-evaluated Lu Ming's combat ability. Of course, some people were not optimistic about Lu Ming's chances. They thought that it was already unprecedented for him to control 2 ultimate maxims at the same time. It was impossible to merge the 2 ultimate maxims and increase the power. Many people agreed with this view. The competition continued as everyone struggled to calm down. After the battle between Lu Ming and Mu Yang, there were only about 20 people left. It could be said that those who remained were the strongest of the strong. Every battle attracted the attention of the crowd. Destiny's Child Yuan Xian Wu Liang, and the others still managed to defeat their opponents. The Death Blade had finally come to an end. He had encountered the true dragon, which seemed to have cultivated the primordial demonic Tao. It was extremely powerful. Although the Death Blade had tried his best, he was still no match for it and was defeated after dozens of moves. In the Star River he had also encountered a powerful opponent. However, he was indeed very strong himself. He fought with his opponent for over 100 moves and won by a narrow margin. Bubbles had also defeated his opponent. When it was Lu Ming's turn again, his opponent was not strong. He was slightly weaker than Mu Yang and was defeated by Lu Ming. Slowly there were only 13 people left. The 13 stone platforms floated in the air and sized each other up. It could be said that each of these 13 people was extremely powerful. Among them the son of fate Yuan Xian Wu Liang, the true dragon who cultivated the immemorial demonic Tao, the immemorial body cultivator and the son of spacetime were the most popular. This was because these people had already reached the martial emperor realm 2 years ago. 2 years later he would undoubtedly be even more powerful and his strength would be unfathomable. However, these people had yet to meet each other. Could it be related to the stone platform? Lu Ming pondered. Perhaps the stone platform could roughly distinguish the strength of the people. Hence, some of the strongest people would automatically avoid them. This was very possible. If the strongest people had encountered it earlier, it would have been a little unfair. The stone platform spun and then 2 stone platforms flew out and collided with each other. One of them was Destiny's Child. The person who had collided with Destiny's Child had an extremely ugly expression. He had actually encountered the Son of Fate. The name of the Child of Destiny was Tianming. It was named after the city of Destiny, which showed that his heart was higher than the sky. And he was worthy of this name. Tianming was dressed in white, his long hair reaching his waist. He was extremely handsome, just like the legendary son of God. He had a smile on his face the entire time. He stood there, but the surface of his body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of hazy radiance, making him look as if he was not in this world. Chapter 21:15. Chapter 21:14. Terrifying Fate Law. Chapter 21:15. Chapter 2114. Terrifying Fate Law. The child of destiny, Tianming, was the most favored candidate to win the championship. Before the competition, Yuan Xin was the only one who was thought to be able to compete with Tianming. Of course, there were many dark horses that had emerged, such as Wu Liang, the true dragon, and the immemorial body cultivator. They were all unfathomable. However, most people still thought that Tianming should have no problem winning. Destiny's child was someone who could control one's fate. In the course of countless years, there had only been a few of them. Every single one of them stood at the peak and became an expert. Do you want to admit defeat? Tianming asked his opponent with a calm and peaceful smile. Of the top 10 laws, the fate law faintly suppresses the other laws. I'd like to experience it, said the young man. He was also a very powerful son of heaven. 2 years ago he was about to become an emperor. After 2 years of cultivation, his cultivation had reached the peak of 1-star void emperor. How could he surrender without a fight? No. Tianming shook his head and said, "From the moment you said that, your fate has already been decided. You are going to lose." What bullshit fate? My fate is up to me, not the heavens. No one can control my fate. The young man shouted and charged toward Tianming. You are destined to be struck by lightning, Tianming said, still smiling. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, endless lightning appeared out of thin air and struck towards the other party. Each bolt of lightning was colorful. There were 5 colors and they were as thick as an arm. Their power was shocking. The densely packed lightning directly drowned the young man. The young man let out a long roar and madly used his divine abilities to resist the lightning. Your fate is to be burned. Tianming spoke again. Then endless flames appeared. They were all extremely terrifying flames and drowned the young man. Your fate is to be cut by a blade. Your fate is to be hammered. Tianming continued to speak and every word he said came true. All kinds of attacks were launched at his opponent. The young man finally could not hold on any longer. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying out of the battle stage. As for Tianming, from the beginning to the end he had a smile on his face. He stood on the stone platform in white and did not move a single step. He was extraordinary. Everyone gasped in shock. The law of fate was too terrifying. Could it really determine a person's fate? If he said that the other party would be struck by lightning, then he would be struck by lightning. If he wanted to be cut by a blade, then he would be cut by a blade. It was as if he was in control of the fate of others. Even Lu Ming's eyes were extremely solemn. Tianming's stone platform flew back and there were still 12 people on the scene. As long as another 20% of the competition went on, the top 10 would be decided. Soon 2 more stone platforms flew out and collided with each other. Everyone's hearts trembled again. This time the one who took the stage was Yuan Xin. His opponent's face also darkened. In the eyes of others, Yuan Xin was a person who could contend with the heavenly mandate realm. It could only be considered bad luck to encounter him. Boom. Yuan Xin attacked directly in a domineering manner. His chaos divine fist was unparalleled in attack power, crushing his opponent as soon as he made his move. Although his opponent was strong, he was still at a disadvantage. He was completely outmatched. Yuan Xin's cultivation is definitely not at the level of a 1-star void emperor. I'm afraid she's already at the level of a 2-star void emperor. Someone guessed. Many people nodded their heads. This was very normal. 2 years ago, Yuan Xin had already become a saint emperor. In the past 2 years she had encountered many opportunities. How could she not have improved? Not long after, Yuan Xin's opponent was defeated, coughing up blood and retreating from the fighting ring. After Yuan Xin returned, there were still 11 people left. Then 2 more stone platforms collided with each other. It's him, an immemorial body cultivator. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with interest. One of them was the immemorial body cultivator called Bao De. This person was almost 3 meters tall. He was bald and his entire body was pitch black. He was like a piece of black charcoal but also like a piece of black steel, as if he was filled with endless power. The immemorial body cultivators specialized in cultivating the physical body. They had unparalleled physiques and boundless strength. Their strength could break 10,000 techniques. Lu Ming was very interested. His Raozen had been tempered 5 times in a row and contained 3 wisps of chaos qi. It was already very powerful. But compared to Bao De, there was still a big gap. Bao De's opponent's expression was also very ugly. This was because Bao De was also considered one of the strongest. Why did the last 3 people only encounter the strongest few? Haha, little guy, make your move. Bao De grinned and walked towards the other party like a giant. Boom. Bao De attacked. It was simple and direct. He directly punched out. This punch directly pierced through the space. His pitch-black fist was like an ancient divine mountain that pressed down on the other party. The other party wasn't weak either. Could be said that he was very strong. He erupted with all his strength and resisted Bao De. Unfortunately, he was still no match for Bao De. Bao De's fist landed and directly pierced through the ultimate maxim. His opponent's expression changed drastically as he rapidly retreated. He was almost sent flying off the stone platform by Bao De. Little guy, you can't do it, haha. Bao De laughed loudly. His 3-meter-tall body directly charged towards the other party at an astonishing speed. Boom. The other party used all his strength to blast out a divine art, but it was useless when it landed on Bao De's body. It didn't break Bao De's defense. Bao De's body was like a divine weapon. He broke through the opponent's attack and then ruthlessly hit the opponent's body. The other party grunted and a crackling sound came from his body. Then he spat out a large mouthful of blood and his body flew out of the fighting ring. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This Bao De was truly terrifying. His strength was boundless and he had defeated his opponent in just a few moves. What terrifying strength. It's pure physical strength. In the crowd, Desolate Li and Long Chen's expressions were extremely serious. They cultivated the law of extremity and were known as the ultimate power, but compared to Bao De, they were far from it. Bao De defeated his opponent, and there were only 10 people left. The top 10 had been born. They were Tianming, Yuan Xian, Wu Liang, Bao De, the true dragon Pinker, the son of time and space, Yun Haoge, Bubbles, Hing Xinghe, the ancient devil, and Lu Ming. Everyone's eyes fell on the 10 people. All of Mount Yuan was filled with countless chosen, including the 10 most powerful chosen, who were the focus of attention. Alright, now that the top 10 have been born, I'll give you 3 days to rest. 3 days later, the final battle will begin. The white-haired old man stepped out and announced, Master is too powerful. And Bubbles, Lu Xianxiang, Ouyang Moli and the rest cheered in excitement. However, most people's expressions were ugly. The geniuses they had high hopes for had all failed and failed to enter the top 10. Senior, I'm not convinced. At this time a voice rang out, making everyone quiet down. A young man stepped forward and cupped his fists at the white-haired old man. I'm not convinced either. Me too. A few young men walked out and clasped their hands at the white-haired old man. Chapter 21:16. Top 10. Chapter 21:16. Top 10. The crowd recognized 3 of them. They were the last 3 young men who had been defeated by Tianming, Yuan Xian, and Bao De respectively. The other 2 people were recognized by everyone. They were also the 2 people who had met Tianming and Yuan Xian. A total of 5 people. What do you have to say? The white-haired old man asked. Among the 10 of them, some of them are not strong enough to enter the top 10. That's right. They're just lucky. They didn't meet any strong opponents, so they're not convinced. The young men spoke one after another. Everyone understood. These young men felt that they were too unlucky to have met Tianming, Yuan Xian and the others. They had been defeated because Tianming and the others were too strong. Among the current top 10, many people had not met Tianming and the others. Therefore, these young men thought that they had lost because of luck and not because of strength. Many people had the same thought. Their gazes were especially fixed on Lu Ming, Bubbles and Xinghe. I see. The white-haired elder nodded and said, the stone platform under your feet has a special function, so some people did not encounter it in advance. However, one believed that you will not be convinced without a fight. How about this? One will give you a chance. You can challenge any one of the 10 people. If you win you can replace them. As soon as he said that, the young men's eyes lit up. At the same time, their gazes landed on Lu Ming, Bubbles and Xing Chen. They were filled with a strong fighting spirit. In fact, they were not convinced by Lu Ming and the other two. They believed that they were stronger than Lu Ming, Bubbles and Xing Chen. Although Lu Ming had mastered 2 ultimate maxims, he was only an emperor to be after all. Although he had defeated Muyang before, which one of them was not stronger than him. There was also Bubbles, a 3 to 4-year-old child. She was only a 1-star void emperor, so they were not afraid. The same was true for the Eternal Star River. It was only a 1-star illusionary emperor. As for the ancient devil, although it was equivalent to a 1-star void emperor, it cultivated the immemorial devil Dao and had extremely powerful combat strength. They were not confident. As for Tian Ming, Yuan Xan, Wu Liang, Bao de Aoku and Yun Haoge, they didn't even consider them. These 6 people had already become divine emperors 2 years ago, and they were unfathomable now. I'll start the challenge. A red-haired young man stepped out. Why should you be the one to challenge first? I'll go first. I'll go first. There were a total of 5 young men and they all shouted loudly wanting to challenge him first. The first to challenge would definitely have the advantage and they could choose the weakest. In the end, the white-haired old man asked them to draw lots to decide who would go first. In the end, a tall and thin young man drew the first to fight. Previously, this person had been defeated by Bao De. Now he was the first to challenge him. His gaze scanned Lu Ming, Bubbles and Xinghe before finally landing on Xinghe. You train in the eternal laws as well. Come out and fight. The tall, skinny youth said. He also trained in the eternal laws. I was just about to fight you. Xing Chen's eyes were bright as he stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura. The 2 of them both trained in the eternal laws. The 2 of them were not the only geniuses who cultivated in the eternal laws, but they were undoubtedly the strongest. Bang! Bang! Suddenly the 2 of them began to fight. Eternal laws constantly collided with each other and the battle was extremely intense. In the beginning the 2 were evenly matched. After exchanging more than 100 moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. However, after more than 100 moves, the galaxy began to gain the upper hand and suppressed the other party. Roar! The galaxy roared, its aura was wild, its long hair danced in the wind, and its eyes were as bright as the stars. Back then he had been defeated by Lu Ming. He had been lying low and cultivating with all his heart. He had finally transformed and was stronger than before. Good haha. The emperor of the Hung clan laughed heartily. He was extremely carefree. After a few dozen more moves, Xing Chen sent his opponent flying off the stone platform and won. The first challenge had ended in failure, causing the remaining young challengers to have grave expressions. Originally, in their eyes, Xinghe was the weakest person, but he still failed the challenge. Now it's my turn. The red-haired young man who had been defeated by Tianming stepped forward, and his gaze landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, come out and fight. The young man with long fiery red hair fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. And you thought one was a pushover? Lu Ming pursed his lips. With a thought, the stone platform under his feet flew forward and the red-haired young man landed on the stone platform. A stone platform was equivalent to a battle platform. Lu Ming, you're not a great emperor yet. Although you've mastered 2 ultimate maxims, I can still defeat you, the young man with long red hair clamored, trying to provoke Lu Ming. Blowing. Before the fiery red long-haired young man could finish his sentence, Lu Ming had already rushed at him. He used the Chaos Laws and the Array Dao Laws. The 2 laws merged and he used the Chaos Divine Palm to strike at the fiery red long-haired young man. The red-haired young man exploded and used all his strength to fight against Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fusion of the Chaos Laws and the Array Dao Laws was more powerful than the fusion of the Death Laws and the Array Dao Laws. After all, the Chaos Divine Palm was a divine power technique of the Chaos Laws. Lu Ming's attacks were like a storm, continuously attacking the red-haired young man. In an instant he had struck out hundreds of palms. Bang! Bang! After over 100 collisions, the red-haired young man's arm went numb and was almost broken. His body trembled continuously as he retreated. From the beginning of the fight he had been suppressed by Lu Ming and was completely at a disadvantage. It was difficult for him to resist and in the end he retreated from the stone platform. You still dare to challenge me? You're not that great? Lu Ming pursed his lips and flew back along with the stone platform. Lu Ming did not use the fusion of the Chaos Law and the Death Law. Could it be that he really did not fuse the two laws together? It's naturally not that easy to fuse two ultimate maxims. However, even so, his strength is still very strong, slightly stronger than Xianxia. Some people were discussing. The remaining challengers' expressions turned even uglier. Even the weakest among them had such strength. Could it be that they would not succeed in their challenge? Then a young man challenged Bubbles. Bubbles still did not reveal her true form. Using the mysterious and unpredictable spacetime laws, she played with her opponent for 100 to 200 moves. In the end, she also inexplicably sent her opponent off the stone platform and won. The other two challengers looked at each other, sighed, shook their heads and gave up the challenge. Even Lu Ming, Bubbles and Xianxia were so powerful. If they were to challenge the remaining people, they would not have the confidence to do so. They would only be abused. It was better not to challenge them. At this point, the top 10 were officially born. After a round of challenges, no one doubted Lu Ming and the rest's combat strength anymore. They were worthy of their name. They were the top 10 strongest among the younger generation in Yuanlu. The 10 of them sized each other up and collided with each other, creating a brilliant flame. Yuan Exin in particular glanced at Lu Ming with a cold and sharp gaze. Chapter 21:17. The Battle Between the Top 10. Chapter 21:17. The battle between the top 10. The galaxy in particular had the most gazes on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, this time I'll defeat you. Xingchen spoke, his eyes sharp and threatening. I'll wait for you to make your move. Lu Ming's answer was very simple. To be honest, he no longer cared about the galaxy. Lu Ming's current opponents were Tianming and Yuan Exin. Yun Haoge, on the other hand, looked at the bubble with a hint of greed in his eyes. Little guy, you must be a kind of divine beast. I can't believe you can master the law of time and space. How about this? Be my beast pet and fight with me. Yun Haoge said. He was indeed burning with passion. If he had a pet that could master the laws of time and space with him, it would be of great help to him. You should be my human pet. Bubbles pursed her lips in disdain. I will make you convinced. Yun Haoge said coldly. Brother Lu Ming, is that person an idiot? He actually wants me to be his beast pet. In a flash, Pow Pow appeared on Lu Ming's body. Her small body was like an octopus as she clung onto Lu Ming. He's indeed stupid. Lu Ming smiled and touched Bubbles' small head. Everyone was stunned. Turned out that Lu Ming and Bubbles had such a good relationship. Could Bubbles be Lu Ming's pet? Was it raised by Lu Ming? That was terrifying. The two of them had entered the top 10. Yun Haoge's face darkened as he cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. On the other side, Bao de Aoku and Ancient Devil also looked at each other, their battle power bursting out. The three of them all cultivated the immemorial system and were geniuses. Naturally, they wanted to see who was stronger. Among the 10 people, only Tianming stood there with a calm face. He always had a smile on his face as if he was not involved in this. At the scene, everyone was looking forward to it. The battle had not even started, and they were already in a state of mutual hostility. The final battle for the top 10 would definitely be very exciting and could be called an epic showdown. In the history of the primordial realm, there had never been so many geniuses, and there had never been a battle of the 10 lands. This battle was unprecedented. Many of the sons of God were reduced to a foil. If this was said decades ago, they would probably be laughed at to death. In the past, a son of God was a legend, a figure that could suppress an era. However, in this era he was reduced to a foil. This made countless people excited. This battle was destined to be recorded in the history books and be passed down through the ages. You guys adjust your breathing. We'll fight in 3 days. The white-haired old man announced once more. Everyone looked for a place to rest and Lu Ming walked towards Qiu Yu and the rest. Young master, I knew you would be fine. Qiu Yu was overjoyed. She threw herself into Lu Ming's arms, ignoring the strange looks from others. Lu Ming. Huang Ling walked over with a complicated look in her eyes, but it was hidden by her. Following that, the others came over one after another to greet Lu Ming. Master. Lu Xianxiang and Ouyang Moli bowed to Lu Ming. Many people at the side did not know that Lu Xianxiang and Ouyang Moli were Lu Ming's disciples. When they saw them, they were all dumbfounded. Lu Ming was young and extraordinary to begin with. Now he even had 2 disciples of the Son of God. It was truly shocking. Even the great emperors were very envious. You too, cultivate well and strive to become divine emperors as soon as possible. Lu Ming looked at Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli. At the same time he thought of himself. It seemed that it would be very difficult for him to become a saint emperor. Looking at the current situation, he was probably going to be surpassed by his 2 disciples. This made his old face blush slightly. Then Lu Ming saluted Emperor Notionless, Uncle Kong and the others. Lu Ming, this time give it your all. After the 10 lands battle, there will be great opportunities waiting for you. Emperor Formless smiled as he sent a message to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. There was still a great opportunity waiting for them. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Previously they had only been selected, yet they had been able to enter a corner of the world left behind by the primordial realm at the beginning. Their cultivation had rapidly increased, so now that it was the final battle, how could they not have any opportunities? I'll do my best. Lu Ming nodded. After that, Lu Ming chose a spot and sat cross-legged in the air. He circulated his energy and adjusted his breathing to his best condition. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The final battle was about to begin. The white-haired old man stood on the peak of Destiny Mountain. With a wave of his hand, a huge fighting stage appeared on the peak of Destiny Mountain. It was 100 miles long and 100 miles wide. It was purple gold in color and full of nobility. Obviously, the following battles would be held on this fighting ring. The final 10 ranking battles will be fought in turns. Everyone will have to fight against the other 9 and be ranked according to their winning rate. The white-haired old man said. Lu Ming nodded. As he had expected, it was indeed this hairstyle. This method of ranking was the fairest. It was completely based on strength and there was no such thing as luck. This method was also the most commonly used method. Lu Ming had encountered this method more than once or twice along the way. Also, you are not allowed to kill anyone in the battle between you 2. The white-haired old man added. Many people nodded. The last 10 people were all extremely talented. If they died because of this, it would be a great loss, which was why there was such a rule. Lu Ming secretly felt that it was a pity. He had wanted to take this opportunity to settle the problem of the galaxy. Alright, I'll arrange the order of the battles. The first battle is between Heng Xinghe and Lu Ming. The white-haired elder announced. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He did not expect that he would be the first one to fight. Moreover, his opponent was from the Stellar River. Could it be that the white-haired elder had the intention? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up. This was good too. He would start with the Star River first. Buzz. Lu Ming stepped in and landed on the fighting ring. Xing Chen's figure also landed on the fighting ring. His eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit, like a flame, burning fiercely. Lu Ming, you're going to lose this time. Xingxing River shouted, his battle intent soaring. You were already defeated back then. Now you are even less of a match for me. Lu Ming shook his head, his voice silent. Many people were stunned and looked enlightened. It seemed that Lu Ming and the Star River had already fought. Hengxing River and Lu Ming are both from Mount Yuan. Naturally, they've crossed swords before. It seems that the galaxy is not Lu Ming's match. They have been defeated in the past. Many people were discussing. That time it was Lu Ming who took advantage of the situation. The Heng family member explained. The cultivators of the various forces in Yuan Mountain were watching with full attention. Lu Ming and Hengxing River both came from Mount Yuan. In the past, Hengxing River had always been known as the #1 prodigy of Mount Yuan. Ever since Lu Ming's rise, this phenomenon changed. Whoever won this battle would be the #1 genius of the Yuan Mountain. Hengxinghe, I'll crush you. I'll let you understand the difference between us. Lu Ming said calmly. Bang, bang. Then he took a step forward. With each step, a river of laws appeared on his body. Chapter 21:18. Chapter 21:18. Defeating the Star River again. Chapter 21:18. Chapter 2118. Defeating the Star River again. Lu Ming took a step forward. With each step, a river of laws would appear on his body. With his first step, the laws of chaos formed a river that surrounded Lu Ming. With his second step, another river of laws appeared. It was the river of the law of death. Chaos and death, the two most powerful rivers of laws, surrounded Lu Ming, attracting everyone's attention. This was because this was a scene that had never appeared in the primordial realm since ancient times. Could be called a miracle. Many people even took out their image exterminating stones to record everything. Then a shocking scene appeared. The two rivers of laws had actually fused together and turned into a two-colored river of laws. Fused. The two ultimate maxims have fused together. Someone shouted in excitement. Oh my God, this is heaven-defying. The two ultimate maxims have really fused together. What a miracle. Countless people shouted. Even the great emperors couldn't keep calm anymore. Their eyes were wide open. The fusion of two ultimate maxims was a legend. At this moment Yuan Xen bowed and the others were all shocked. What the fuck, why is this guy always so perverted? The unscrupulous monk chanted the name of Buddha and his face turned bitter. Even Tianming, who had always been calm and collected, had his smile disappear. He was surprised. The Star River's mind was also shaken, and it revealed a look of disbelief. I'll defeat you. Lu Ming strode forward like a bolt of lightning, charging toward the Star River. The eternal god Bell. The eternal Star River howled. He was unwilling to give up. He still wanted to fight. A divine bell with ancient patterns on it appeared on his body. Plang. The eternal god Bell trembled and let out a terrifying sound of killing. Compared to the past, the power of the eternal god clock of the Stellar River was much stronger. However, now that Lu Ming's Chaos Law and Death Law had merged in addition to his extremely condensed saint energy and physical strength, the combat power that erupted was too powerful. Lu Ming ignored the attack from the galaxy. He did not stop and continued to attack. The sounds of killing landed on Lu Ming's body but were blocked by the two-colored river of laws. They could not break through Lu Ming's defense at all. In an instant Lu Ming was close to the galaxy. Boom. Lu Ming used the Chaos Divine Palm and fused the two ultimate maxims. He struck the eternal god Bell in the Stellar River with his palm. Thump. The eternal god Bell trembled crazily and exploded with terrifying sound waves that swept in all directions. Some true emperors and great sovereigns released a layer of light to block the sound waves. Otherwise, many people would have been injured. Those with weaker cultivation might have even been killed by the sound waves. A cracking sound came from the eternal god Bell and cracks appeared on it. The cracks were like cobwebs that covered the eternal god Bell. Bang. In the end, the eternal god Bell exploded into light spots and disappeared. Lu Ming's palm force did not stop and it bombarded Xing's body. Xing's body was like a rice straw man. He flew out and fell heavily on the ground, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He was defeated. Xianxia had been defeated in just one move. Many people were stunned. Is the power of the fusion of two ultimate maxims so terrifying? Someone's voice was hoarse and filled with disbelief. Star River was a peerless genius who had made it into the top 10. However, he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. The gap between them was shocking and overwhelming. Since ancient times, no one in the primordial realm has controlled two supreme laws, nor has anyone fused two supreme laws. No one knows what kind of power will be produced when two supreme laws are fused. Someone said solemnly. Everyone took a deep breath. That was indeed the case. Moreover, they recalled that Lu Ming could control a few types of laws. A few types of laws could form a river and would temper his saint energy and physical body every time. No wonder Lu Ming's combat strength was so strong. They finally understood. You've lost. Lu Ming said indifferently, his gaze looking at the galaxy indifferently. Xingqian spat out another mouthful of blood. He could not accept this result. Back then he was the number one heaven's favorite of Mount Yuan. He was high and mighty looking down on others. When he first met Lu Ming he did not care about him at all. Even though he knew that Lu Ming was the son of chaos he did not care. He thought that he was strong enough to suppress all enemies and would not be defeated. However, he was defeated by Lu Ming in the world of the lotus flower. However, at that time Lu Ming had cast some kind of secret skill. He had always thought that Lu Ming had borrowed external power and that he would not lose if he relied on his own strength. All these years he had been cultivating in seclusion, especially when he found out about the Ten Lands battle. He cultivated even more arduously. He wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in the Ten Lands battle. He wanted to completely suppress Lu Ming and trample him under his feet. Even though this time, geniuses were as numerous as clouds, Exceeding his imagination, he still made it into the top 10. Unfortunately, his opponent Lu Ming had an even more amazing performance. Although he had yet to become a sovereign, he had mastered 2 ultimate laws. This was unprecedented. And now he had defeated him in 1 move. His combat strength was so strong that he could look down on him. At this moment, his self-confidence and belief had suffered a huge blow. He kept coughing up blood. Damn it! The emperor of the Hung family roared. Lu Ming was the nemesis of the Hung family. Master is mighty. Master is invincible. Lu Xianxiang and Ouyang Moli were shouting and wrangling. They were even happier than if they had won. Do you still want to continue? Lu Ming continued to step forward. The long river of 2-colored laws surrounded him, like a god descending to the mortal world. The Star River had not admitted defeat. If he wanted to fight again, it was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. He could beat the Star River ruthlessly. Unfortunately, the galaxy did not give him the chance. I've lost. Xinghe was extremely unwilling, but he could only admit defeat. Otherwise, he would only be tortured. I've said it before. If I can defeat you once, then one can defeat you twice. In the future, you will never be my opponent. Lu Ming left behind these words arrogantly and then flew out of the fighting ring. Xing Chen's expression was ugly. He also retreated from the fighting ring, took a pill and started to treat his injuries. This was only his first battle. There were more battles waiting for him. The first battle, Lu Ming wins. The second battle, Bubbles vs. Yunhauge. The white-haired old man announced. Many people's eyes immediately lit up. They realized that every match that followed would be very attractive. Bubbles and Yunhauge had both mastered the space-time law. Moreover, according to the great emperor, Bubbles' true form was a divine beast with a great origin. It made everyone's heart itch as they wanted to know what Bubbles' true form was. Bubbles, you can do it. Lu Ming touched Bubbles' small head. Don't worry, I'll definitely beat up that guy who's so weird. Chirp chirp. Pow Pow cried out. Not far away, Yunhauge's face darkened. What did he mean by being eccentric? When was he eccentric? With a cold face, he stepped onto the fighting ring, and so did Bubbles. Chapter 21:19. The Clash of Space-Time Laws. Chapter 21:19. The Clash of Space-Time Laws. Become my tamed beast. We both cultivate the space-time laws. I'll be beneficial to both of us. Yunhauge spoke again. It's the same the other way around, you can just be my human pet. Pow Pow pouted and said. You don't agree? Yunhauge's face darkened. I'll beat you up until you agree. Buzz. Yunhauge moved. As he moved, the space around him rippled like water. His body seemed to be traveling through space at an unbelievable speed. Many people had only just seen him move when Yunhauge's body had already appeared in front of her in the next instant. His hand reached out and grabbed at her. The bubble did not even have time to dodge and was caught by the other party's large hand. However, Yunhauge's grip on the bubble missed. The bubble's figure shattered like an illusion. It was just a mirror image and Bubble had already left the place. Just as Yunhauge grabbed onto Bubble's mirror image, Bubble's figure suddenly appeared behind Yunhauge. She reached out her tiny hand and attacked Yunhauge. At the same time, Yunhauge's figure shattered with a bang. This was also a mirror image and Yunhauge's figure had already left. Buzz. Whoosh. In an instant, Yunhauge's figure appeared behind Pow Pow. Not only that, there were more than 10 other figures of Yunhauge in the other parts of the fighting ring. So fun, chirp chirp. Bubbles shrieked and disappeared. The next moment, more than a dozen figures appeared and pounced on Yunhauge. In an instant, figures flashed on the fighting ring. One after another, figures appeared, but they were constantly defeated. In the end, they realized that they were all mirror images. Not a single one hit the real one. Many people with weaker cultivation were dazzled by the scene. It was impossible to see the real body in the mirror image. One could only see that the space on the fighting ring was rippling like water. Figures flashed and attacked. In an instant, dozens or even hundreds of figures were crossing each other. And as time passed, their speed was extremely fast. In the end, the two figures could no longer be seen. Lu Ming channeled the holy power into his eyes and finally caught sight of the two of them. So powerful. The two of them have reached an extremely profound realm in their use of the space-time laws. A true emperor spoke, sighing in admiration. Space-time laws were extremely profound to begin with. An ordinary person wouldn't even be able to touch a person who could control the space-time laws. This was the use of time and space, the collision of time and space. It had only been a minute, but the two had already exchanged countless moves. Let me break your space-time law. Yun Haoge was getting impatient. All of his silhouettes disappeared, leaving only one figure behind. Boom. His aura became even more violent. The world power surged and rushed out with the space-time laws. With him as the center, the space kept collapsing and exploding. Even time had been thrown into disorder. A two-star illusionary emperor. This was Yun Haoge's current realm. He wanted to crush bubbles with his powerful realm. Bang. Bang. With him as the center, it was as if a level 12 gale had been set off and swept toward the bubbles. Wherever it passed, space exploded, time was thrown into chaos, and the bubbles' mirror images shattered one by one. Bubbles' true form appeared, bobbling in the space-time turbulence. Lose. Yun Haoge said coldly. Taking a step forward, he appeared right before her with a sword in his hand. This was a combat sword formed from the power of space-time. It was extremely sharp as it slashed towards Pow Pow. Bubbles waved her hand and a space-time sword appeared in her hand, clashing with her opponent. Bang. The void trembled. In the end, Pow Pow's cultivation level was still slightly lacking. She was only a one-star void emperor. In terms of strength, she was no match for the other party and was sent flying. After Yun Haoge had sent Bubbles flying, he chased after her relentlessly and once again charged towards her. After a few consecutive moves, Bubbles was suppressed and was at a disadvantage. Yun Haoge used his stronger cultivation base to continuously shatter the surrounding space and disrupt the power of time, forcing the bubble to fight him head-on. Bubbles, you can do it. Lu Xianxiang, Ouyang Moli and the rest cheered for Bubbles. Be my tamed beast. Yun Haoge's eyes were cold as he stared at Bubbles. Chirping, Bubbles cried out, her eyes filled with rage. A white radiance emanated from her body, and in the next moment she transformed into her true form. It was a small and exquisite spirit mouse. Its fur was snow-white and sparkling and it flickered with a little luster. It was exceptionally cute. Could it be a space-time spirit mouse? One of the top 10 war beasts, the space-time spirit rat. Someone exclaimed, and the scene was in an uproar again. It's a space-time spirit mouse. Yun Haoge's eyes burned even more fervently, filled with a glint of greed. He could not wait to have all of them for himself. In the Yuan continent, there were some heaven's favorites who could awaken the bloodline of the top 10 battle beast. The Yuan realm was vast and there were many such heaven's favorites. However, the heaven's favorites who have awakened the bloodline of the top 10 beasts are only humans. They have only awakened a trace of their bloodline. The difference between them and the top 10 beasts is too great. There were countless divine beasts in the world, but only 10 of them were in the top 10. Every one of the top 10 beasts was unique. In this world, it was impossible for two of the same top 10 beasts to appear. Every single one of them was unique. Only after one of the top 10 war beasts had fallen would a new one be born. In the ancient era, each of the top 10 battle beasts was a peak expert in the world. One could imagine the power and talent of the top 10 battle beast. But now it was a young space-time spirit rat, which was very rare. The space-time spirit mouse is mine. Yun Haoge roared in his heart. The space-time spirit mouse was born with the ability to control time and space. If he could get it, it would be a great help to him. Surrender. Yun Haoge continued to charge towards Pow Pow. Human pet, you're the one who surrendered. Paoba called out. Her body glowed and white rays of light spread out, causing the void to ripple like water once again. Buzz. Bubbles' figure disappeared as he traveled through space-time without leaving a trace. At the same time, the space around him started to shrink, pressing down on Yun Haoge. Break! Yun Haoge shouted as his 2-star illusionary divine cultivation base burst forth. Along with his space-time law, he was about to shatter the space in all directions. But the next moment his expression changed. He felt that his space-time laws were being suppressed. What was even more shocking was that his space-time laws were being controlled. The space-time laws that burst out from him instead pressed down on himself. Bang! Yun Haoge's body trembled violently as the endless power of space-time pressed down on him, piercing through his world power. His body flew out and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Many people were dumbfounded. Earlier on, Haoge clearly had the upper hand. How did the situation turn around in the blink of an eye? Haoge was injured by Bubble in one move. This reversal was too fast. Chapter 2120. Chapter 2120. Bubbles reveals her true form. Chapter 2120. Chapter 2120. Bubbles reveals her true form. Haoge has been restrained. An immortal emperor explained. Restraint. Some people were puzzled while others were deep in thought. The space-time spirit rat, one of the top 10 war beasts, was born with control over time and space. Although Haoge is the son of time and space, he was born with control over time and space as well. However, there's still a gap between him and the space-time spirit rat. Therefore, he's being suppressed in terms of the space-time law. The great emperor explained once again. Everyone came to a sudden realization. The space-time spiritual mouse could only display its true strength after revealing its true form. It could fully utilize the space-time law and even control Haoge's space-time law. Could be said that Haoge was no longer Bubbles' match. Buzz. Bubbles traveled through space-time. Her body was small, but wherever she went, space-time accompanied her. Space wrapped around her like water, and endless space-time power charged toward Haoge. Haoge roared. He was unwilling to give up and wanted to turn the tables. Unfortunately, it was useless. At this moment, his control of the space-time laws was no longer effective. It was extremely difficult to control. Without the space-time law, he was no match for Bubbles. Once again, he was sent flying and coughed up blood. With your strength, you still want to take me as your beast pet? You're overestimating yourself. One said, you're more like my human pet. The Bubble was extremely excited. It shuttled through the void and swiped its small claws at Haoge. Haoge bellowed in rage. His anger was soaring to the heavens as he unleashed all his strength. However, it was useless. He could not defy the heavens and was completely suppressed by Bubbles. In the end, his face was even scratched by Bubbles' claws, leaving behind a claw mark. You have my mark on your face. You're my human pet now. Chirping, aye. Bubbles yelled excitedly while Haoge was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Many people were speechless. They could tell that compared to the space-time spiritual mouse, Bubbles was still in her infancy. She did not mean to humiliate Haoge, but it was her true intention. However, to Haoge, this was a blatant humiliation. He roared in anger and hatred, but in the end he still rushed down the fighting ring in humiliation and admitted defeat. He understood that if he continued to fight, he would only be humiliating himself. That guy, yes, that guy has a good relationship with the space-time spirit rat. I'll take revenge on him later. Haoge's heart was filled with anger. He swept his gaze toward Lu Ming. He could not defeat Bubbles and could only get back at Lu Ming. Lu Ming noticed Haoge's gaze and was speechless. Why was this guy staring at him with a face full of resentment? Lu Ming pursed his lips and did not take it to heart. If this guy was insensible, he would not mind giving him a beating when they met. Bubbles had won this match. Buzz. The Bubble transformed into a human form again and hung around Lu Ming's neck. Brother Lu Ming, am awesome, right? Chirp chirp. Pow Pow pouted. Amazing, amazing. Bubbles is the most amazing. Lu Ming said with a smile. Bubbles is the best. Come, let big sister hug you. Lu Xianxia walked over and looked at the Bubble, her eyes shining. Lu Xianxia had seen Bubbles' original form. They were so cute that her eyes were practically twinkling with stars. Little guy, you're so rude. You have to call me auntie. Chirp chirp. Pow Pow pouted and looked at Lu Xianxia with disdain. Lu Xianxia immediately left with a bitter face, causing Qiu Yu, Feng Ling and the others to laugh. The surrounding people looked at Lu Ming with envy. Not only did Lu Ming have two sons of God as his disciples, but he also seemed to have a good relationship with the space-time spirit mouse. Haoge's eyes were burning with jealousy. The third match, Yuan Exin versus the Ancient Devil. The white-haired old man announced. The scene fell silent and everyone's attention was pulled back. Two figures stepped into the arena. They were Yuan Exin and the Ancient Devil. Boom. They didn't say much and directly attacked, causing a terrifying collision. Yuan Exin, the son of chaos, punched the air with shocking power. Like mountains, he pressed down on the Ancient Devil. The Ancient Devil's body was covered in demonic light. He cultivated the primordial demonic Tao and had amazing offensive power. He fought fiercely with Yuan Xin. In the first 10 moves the two were evenly matched. After 10 moves Yuan Xin didn't hold back anymore and her full strength erupted. A 2-star illusionary emperor. This was Yuan Xin's strength, and it had already reached the peak of a 2-star void emperor. 2 years ago Yuan Xian had just broken through to the martial emperor realm. After 2 years of cultivation she had already reached the peak of the 2-star illusionary emperor realm. This speed was already very shocking. Every breakthrough in the martial emperor realm was extremely difficult and required a large amount of time. Some martial sovereigns were stuck in a realm for hundreds of thousands of years and could not break through. In the end they died under the lightning tribulation. It was also because she had entered that space that Yuan Xian had been able to break through so quickly. Yuan Xin's full power was extremely terrifying, and she completely suppressed the ancient devil. It wasn't that the ancient devil wasn't strong. He was very strong. He didn't have many opponents at the same level. Unfortunately his cultivation was still a little weak. He was only a 1-star void emperor, so it was difficult for him to fight against Yuan Xin. After a few moves, the elder devil coughed up blood and retreated. He was defeated by Yuan Xin. Unfortunately the ancient devil's cultivation is still a little weak. If he could reach the 2-star void emperor realm he might be able to compete with Yuan Xian. The power of the ancient demonic Tao is really amazing. Some people were discussing the ancient devil's potential. But the next moment, everyone was even more excited. There were 4 people left: Tianming, Wuliang, Baode and Zhuaku. The 4 of them were all extremely terrifying geniuses. They had already broken through to the martial supreme realm 2 years ago. Next the 4 of them were going to fight and it would definitely be a true battle of the peak. "You're heartless, cheater," the white-haired elder announced, and everyone's hearts immediately rose. The unscrupulous monk was a heaven's favorite who had suddenly risen in the Buddhist League in recent years. He had revealed his unparalleled talent. He bragged to the outside world every day that he was the reincarnation of a Buddha god and that his predecessor was an unparalleled mighty person who was all-knowing. Although his character was sometimes criticized, his talent and combat power were real. He stood at the peak of the Yuan continent. As for Ao Ku, a true dragon who had cultivated the immemorial demonic Tao, his demonic body was unparalleled and he was equally powerful. Who would win? Everyone was filled with anticipation. 2 figures stepped into the fighting ring. "Almsgiver, you and I are fated. Why don't you be my guardian divine beast?" The heartless monk said with a serious expression. "Monk, are you insulting me? One will twist your head off." Creek's face revealed a ferocious expression. Check came from the land of the divine beast. In the land of the divine beasts, there were all kinds of powerful divine beasts such as true dragons, phoenixes, qilin and so on. They could be seen in the land of the divine beast. He was the #1 genius in the land of the divine beast. Now the unscrupulous monk had just opened his mouth and wanted to take him in as a guardian divine beast. How could he not be angry? "My hair is white. Benefactor, you want to wring my head off as soon as you open your mouth. Your killing intent is too strong. You must return to Buddha and refine your killing intent," the unscrupulous monk said with a straight face. Longchen looked at Lu Ming with disdain. This monk was definitely up to no good. "I'll refine your head, kill, die." Ao Ku roared and his dragon roar shook the sky. He immediately transformed into his true form, a purple-gold true dragon. Chapter 21-21. Buddhist Kingdom in the Palm. Chapter 21-21. Buddhist Kingdom in the Palm. The purple gold true dragon could be said to be Rhe royal family among the true dragons and was extremely powerful. The dragon claw stepped in the air and clawed at Rhe unscrupulous monk. There were no fluctuations of laws, but no one doubted the power of this claw. It could definitely tear a 1-star void emperor apart easily. "I'm a rice-haired man so stubborn. Be careful or I'll catch you and stew you with wine," the monk shouted. The crowd looked at each other. Lu Ming and Longchen looked at him with disdain again. This was probably the unscrupulous monk's true thoughts. Buzz. The monk's body was covered in golden light. Behind him a golden Buddha statue appeared. The monk stood on the head of the Buddha statue. The Buddha statue waved its hand and a hand as big as a small mountain smashed toward Creek. Boom. A terrifying vibration was heard as the two exchanged a blow and were evenly matched. Demon God 9 strikes. Aoku let out a long roar and displayed the terrifying attack technique of the immemorial demonic Tao. His body glowed and his 5 dragon claws attacked continuously. Each move was extremely terrifying as it could tear the void and shatter the earth. Fortunately, this battle platform was made by a great emperor and was indestructible. No matter how they fought, they couldn't destroy it. Buddhist kingdom in the palm. The unscrupulous monk with a solemn expression displayed Rhe great divine art of Buddhism. He stretched out his hand and a palm stretched out. It grew rapidly and pressed toward Aoku. There seemed to be a Buddhist kingdom in his palm with 3,000 golden arhats chanting sutras. The golden light was more dazzling than the sun. Boom, boom. The cultivation of the unscrupulous monk and Aoku had both reached the 2-star Void Emperor realm. They were extremely powerful when they fought with all their might. The dragon's roar shook Rhe sky, and the sound of chanting sutras resounded throughout the Mountain of Destiny. The two of them continued to fight, exchanging dozens of moves. What a terrifying battle strength. With such battle strength, I'm afraid that even an ordinary 3-star Void Emperor would be torn apart in an instant. An illusionary emperor said with a solemn expression. He's only just broken through to the martial supreme realm and hasn't even comprehended any other laws, yet he's already so terrifying. The others also sighed. In the martial emperor realm, there were many factors that determined one's fighting strength. However, it was truly shocking to have such fighting strength after breaking through to the Void Emperor realm only a few years ago. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. They used all kinds of sacred arts as they began a peak battle. This was the fiercest battle since the competition for the top 10. The two of them were evenly matched and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. The battle lasted for more than 200 rounds. I'm the reincarnation of a Buddha god. Little bug, come and protect me. In the future you'll have good food and drinks. If you have my meat to eat, you'll have your soup to drink. The heartless monk shouted as he fought. Pinker was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. He was a purple gold true dragon, a royal among true dragons, yet he was called a little worm. Also, aren't the Buddhists vegetarians? Why the hell are you eating meat? Amit Ba. Some of the Buddhist cultivators who were watching the battle looked solemn as they chanted the name of Buddha. It seemed that he was a little embarrassed. However, although unscrupulous was not reliable, his battle prowess was indeed unbelievably strong, which made people feel terrified. From the start of Rhe battle until now, his body had bloomed with thousands of rays of Buddhist light. It seemed as if he was getting more and more courageous as the battle progressed. It was as if the Buddha god had really turned around and his dharma was boundless. Many people were indignant. This guy was so unreliable, but his Buddhist divine arts were unbelievably strong. It really made people envious, jealous, and hateful. The battle continued and both of them were injured. The scales on Chek's body fell off and it was covered in blood. The unscrupulous monk was scratched by the dragon claw. A few hideous claw marks appeared and one of his arms was almost torn off. It was a tragic battle. You're too ruthless. Be careful of retribution. The heartless man shouted, but he was more ruthless than anyone else. He used all kinds of Buddhist divine powers to hit Aoku's body, causing a large number of scales to fall. These scales are treasures and can't be wasted. There's also dragon blood. We'll take it back and make soup. During the battle, the monk did not forget to take the opportunity to collect the dragon scales and dragon blood. Creek was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He attacked crazily. In his anger, he finally revealed a flaw, and the unscrupulous monk seized the opportunity to launch a series of ruthless attacks, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood and retreat. In a battle between experts, one step behind would lead to another step behind. Once Pinker was at a disadvantage, it was difficult to reverse the situation. He began to be suppressed and finally was thrown out of the fighting ring. Wu Liang won this round. I'm a rice-haired man. You've let me win, you've let me win. About the protector that I mentioned before, please consider it. The unscrupulous monk's eyes were glued to Chek. He fantasized about how cool it would be if he had a purple gold true dragon as his mount. Get lost. Creek roared. You and one are really fated. He shouted again. Creek spat out another mouthful of blood, transformed into his human form and ran to the side to heal. Little girl, You and one are fated to meet. The heartless monk stared at Bubbles and walked toward Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming kicked the monk's face. Lu Ming, you're too cruel. I'm already injured and you still attacked me. 111 Go and recuperate first. The monk chuckled and retreated to the side to recuperate. Next match, Heavenly Fate, Brutal Virtue. The white-haired old man announced. Everyone's eyes lit up, including Lu Ming's. Tianming was going to fight against Baoda. Everyone was very curious about what kind of sacred art Tianming would use in this battle. Previously, Tianming had defeated his opponent without taking a single step. But now facing Baoda, could he do it? Baoda was an immemorial body cultivator. His strength was extremely powerful and he was definitely not weaker than Ao Ku and Wu Liang. It would not be easy to defeat Baoda. Boom. Baoda landed heavily on the fighting ring. His dark skin was flowing with black light, full of power. He was 3 meters tall like an iron tower. Tianming, come, let's fight. I want to see how you can control my fate with your fate laws. Baoda shouted. His voice was like thunder rumbling. Your fate has already been decided. You will be defeated. Tianming stepped down from the sky, his white clothes fluttering, like a banished immortal descending to the mortal world, and landed on the battle platform. Whether you're defeated or not isn't something that you can decide with just your words. Show me your strength. Baoda shouted. Then he took a step forward and rushed toward Tianming like a giant beast. You are destined to be struck by lightning. Tianming said with a gentle smile. As soon as he finished speaking, endless thunder and lightning appeared out of thin air and struck towards Baoda. Baoda didn't care and allowed the lightning to strike his body. He rushed past it and was completely fine. The lightning could not break through his defense at all. Is this all you've got? Are you trying to scratch my itch? Baoda grinned. He didn't stop and rushed toward Tianming. He punched out, shaking the void. A fist force was sent toward Tianming. It's destined that you won't be able to hit me, Tianming said indifferently. Then a shocking scene happened. The fist force crushed over and rushed through Tianming's body. Tianming's body was like an illusion. The fist force rushed through him, but he was fine. Chapter 21-22. Guessing the ranking. Chapter 21-22. Guessing the ranking. Everyone was shocked. The law of fate was too invincible. He said that he was destined not to be hit, but the other party really couldn't hit him. How could they fight? It's just that Baoda attack power isn't strong enough. If it was strong enough, it could directly break the law of fate. An expert explained to everyone. It's destined that you'll be burned. It's destined that you'll be cut by a blade. Tianming continued to speak very quickly. Then all kinds of attacks fell from the sky and bombarded Baoda. Boom. Boom. Baoda waved his fist and instantly destroyed these attacks. I've been burning my body with flames and refining my body with lightning since one was young. Your attack can only scratch my itch. Baoda's battle intent grew stronger and stronger. He broke through the layers of attacks and rapidly approached the heavenly mandate realm. His muscles wriggled and his bones cracked as he punched out with all his might. The power of this punch was even more shocking and powerful than the previous one. At this time, Tianming's face finally became a little serious. He pointed out a finger and said, Destiny said absolute defense. A white wall of light appeared in front of him and Baoda's fist force hit the wall of light, causing a terrifying boom that shook the entire fighting ring. Ha, you finally made your move. It seems that your strength is also ordinary. Baoda laughed and waved his fist, causing the light wall in front of Tianming to shake. Baoda, you are destined to be injured. Tianming spoke again. A bright light bloomed from his body as he pointed with his finger. Roar. At this moment Baoda roared. He seemed to have encountered an invisible and terrifying attack. His body trembled and he retreated a few steps, blood spilling from his mouth. Everyone was shocked. They didn't see anything attack Baoda at all. They only said that Baoda was going to be injured and Baoda was injured. This kind of method was too shocking and unimaginable. Your attack power is limited. If you have the ability, let's see if you can kill me directly. Baoda roared and once again rushed toward Tianming. His body swelled up and his already burly body became even more shocking, like a giant. Boom. Baoda stomped heavily on the fighting ring, like a black lightning, like a demon mountain, and pressed toward Tianming. It's destined that you'll be injured. Tianming opened his mouth again and launched many mysterious attacks. Break, break, one force breaks all techniques. Bao De roared and kept punching out with both fists. The void was directly pierced through. The attacks of Tianming were also destroyed by Bao De one by one. He didn't have any techniques on him. Bao De's strength is so terrifying. His strength is slightly above Wu Liang's and Aoke's. He's a natural-born primordial body cultivator. If such a person were to cultivate in a nomological system, he'd be a piece of trash. However, if he were to cultivate a primordial body cultivator, he'd be a rare genius. Experts spoke one after another, shocked by Bao De's strength. Tianming's face was a little serious, but it was just a little serious. Great fate technique. He spoke softly and the light on his body became even more dazzling. Boom. He waved his hand and a divine light slashed toward Bao De. Thump. Boom. Bao De kept swinging his fists and bombarding the divine light. However, the divine light was firm and indestructible. With every punch, Bao De's figure was pushed back a bit. After dozens of punches, Bao De had already retreated dozens of miles out of the fighting stage. At this time, that divine light automatically dissipated. Damn it, I haven't fought enough. Let's fight again. Bao De roared like a mad beast. Then his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You've lost. Tianming's face became calm again and he turned around to leave. Such powerful strength, it's hard to estimate. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Destiny, the child of destiny. Tianming gave people the feeling that he was unfathomable. Although Bao De had forced a part of Tianming's strength out, no one knew whether this was Tianming's final strength or whether he was still hiding his strength. Not only Lu Ming but the other paragons such as Yuan Xen Ao Ku Yun Haoge, and the others also had grave expressions on their faces. Tianming's strength gave them a lot of pressure. One really want to fight you. I will prove to everyone who is the number one in the world. Yuan Xian murmured, her battle intent exuberant. What a freak. How can we fight him? Wu Liang's face was bitter. Alright, the first round of the competition is over. Lu Ming, Bubbles, Wu Liang, Yuan Xian and Tianming are the victors. They each have 1 point. Next we will proceed to the second round. Lu Ming versus Bubbles. The old man announced. Lu Ming and Bubbles were stunned. They met each other so quickly. Did the old man do it on purpose? I admit defeat. One don't want to fight with brother Lu Ming. One admit defeat. The bubble hung on Lu Ming's neck and refused to come down. The people watching the battle were calm and not too surprised. They had long known that it was impossible for Lu Ming and Bubbles to fight. One of them would definitely admit defeat. Alright, Lu Ming wins this round. Next round, Yun Haoge versus Yuan Xen. The white-haired old man announced once more. Yun Haoge versus Yuan Xen. This was also a battle of the peak and the battle was extremely intense. However, in the end Yuan Xian used 2 types of nomological laws and fused them together, defeating Yun Haoge in one fell swoop. This shocked everyone and they had to re-evaluate Yuan Xin's combat strength. Yuan Xian had actually comprehended a second type of law, and it was a king path law at that. The fusion of the two had greatly increased his strength. This made people marvel at Yuan Xin's talent. He had only become a divine emperor not long ago, but he had already comprehended a second type of nomological law, and his level of mastery was not low. In the third match of the second round, Creek was up against the Galaxy. This was a battle without any suspense. The Galaxy was crushed and lost 2 rounds in a row. The fourth match, Ancient Devil versus Bao De. The two of them both cultivated the ancient cultivation system. Unfortunately, Ancient Devil's cultivation was slightly weaker. He was no match for Bao De and was easily defeated. The fifth match, Tianming versus the Unscrupulous Monk. The Unscrupulous Monk admitted defeat without even going up the stage. In his words, he knew that he couldn't win but he still fought. Was he stupid? The second round of the competition had ended. The only ones who still maintained their winning streak were Lu Ming, Tianming and Yuan Xen. After 10 matches, the crowd had already begun to predict the rankings of the 10 people. Without a doubt, Tianming is the strongest. He will be the champion this time. It's hard to say. Yuan Xen isn't weak either. What he's showing now might not be his full strength. He might be able to fight against Tianming. Judging from the current situation, the top 2 should be Tianming and Yuan Xin. It's very likely that Baoda will be in third place, but it's not certain. All in all, the top 5 should be Tianming, Yuanxin, Baoda, Wu Liang and Ao Ku. Everyone made their own judgments and conjectures, but most of them believed that it should not be a problem for Tianming, Yuan Xian, Baoda, Wu Liang and Ao Ku to get into the top 5. As for Lu Ming, he's not weak either. He has mastered 2 ultimate maxims. He's not weak. There's no problem for him to overpower the galaxy and ancient demons. However, compared to Yun Haoge and Bubbles, he's probably not as strong. One estimate that Lu Ming's final ranking should be 7th. This speculation is reasonable. Chapter 21-23. Battling Yun Haoge. Chapter 21-23. Battling Yun Haoge. The third round began in the midst of everyone's discussion. Lu Ming seemed to be very lucky. He was up against the Ancient Devil in the first round. Just as everyone had expected, the Ancient Devil was very powerful, but it was no match for Lu Ming and was defeated by him. This was the second time that the Ancient Devil had lost to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had achieved 3 consecutive wins. I guess Lu Ming's winning streak ends here. None of the opponents he's going to face next are weak. They're all stronger than him. That's right. 3 consecutive wins. One reckon he'll lose 6 in a row. Some people discussed and felt that Lu Ming's winning streak would end here. In the second match of the third round, Bubble fought Chella. This was a battle of the peak, a fierce battle. Although Bubble's cultivation base was slightly weaker, her strength had increased tremendously after transforming into her true form. Her control over the spacetime laws had also reached an unimaginable level. Although Creek was strong, it could not hit the Bubble. Of course, it would not be easy for Bubble to defeat Check. Could be said to be very difficult. In the end, after more than 200 moves, Pinker was accidentally teleported out of the battle stage by a spacetime tunnel opened by Bubbles. In this battle, Paoba had won. This made everyone re-evaluate Bubbles' strength and re-recognize the power of the top 10 beast. In a battle of the same level, even the Son of Heaven was inferior to the top 10 war beast. Next, it was Yuan Xin's battle against the Star River. Needless to say, the galaxy had suffered another crushing defeat. This made his expression turn uglier and uglier. There were already people who were certain that the galaxy would definitely be ranked 10th. There was no suspense. The fourth match, Immoral versus Virtuous. This was yet another battle of the pinnacle. Unscrupulously, he displayed the golden body of Buddhism and various Buddhist divine powers, but his violent virtue broke all Dharma with one force. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves. The unscrupulous monk shouted, but it was useless this time. He was no match for Baoda and was finally defeated and thrown out of the fighting ring. Baoda won this round. The last match of the third round was Tianming versus Yun Haoge. I can see my own fate in the long river of time. Yun Haoge let out a long howl and used the laws of time and space to fight against destiny. The laws of space and time could indeed somewhat counter the laws of fate, because he could see his own fate through the long river of time. Of course, fate was changing at every moment. What he had seen was only a small part. After that, Tianming used the Great Fate technique to cut off Yun Haoge's long river of time and defeated him. At the end of the third round, it was still Lu Ming, Tianming and Yuan Xin who won 3 consecutive rounds. However, everyone thought that Lu Ming was just lucky in the first 3 rounds. He was going to lose in the later rounds. Tianming and Yuan Xin, on the other hand, were both earned through fighting. After a few rounds, the white-haired elder let everyone rest for half a day. After half a day, the fourth round began. The first match of the fourth round was still Lu Ming's first match. However, his opponent this time was Yun Haoge. Yun Haoge looked excited and the two of them stepped onto the fighting ring. Lu Ming, your luck is running out. You'll be defeated in this battle. I'll let you understand that you can't have the spacetime spirit mouse. Yun Haoge said coldly. Your spacetime law is too weak. You're not my match. Admit defeat so that I don't have to fight. Lu Ming was very direct. He told Yun Haoge to admit defeat. This stunned everyone. They felt that Lu Ming had exaggerated too much. Although Lu Ming had mastered 2 ultimate maxims and could be said to be unprecedented, he only had the cultivation base of an emperor to be after all. How could he be Yun Haoge's match? Yun Haoge's cultivation had already reached the level of a 2-star illusionary emperor. Furthermore, even if they were at the same level, he was still one of the best among the children of heaven. With such a huge difference in cultivation, how could Lu Ming be his match? Hee, you want me to admit defeat? What a joke, I'm going to torture you. Yun Haoge said darkly. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards Lu Ming, shuttling through the void at an astonishing speed. In the process of Yun Haoge's charge, the void in all directions began to distort. A terrifying force pressed down on Lu Ming. This energy contained the power of time and contained the ability to slow time. It made Lu Ming's speed as slow as a turtle's. There was also the power of space. The space in all directions kept squeezing Lu Ming, trying to bind him. On the contrary, Yun Haoge's speed increased sharply with the help of the space-time law. He closed in on Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. With a point of his finger, the power of space condensed, containing a terrifying tearing force, and charged towards Lu Ming. In the face of such a scene, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. Boom. He struggled with all his might and his physical body insane power burst out. The void trembled and the space power on his body kept exploding. Then a long river of two-colored laws appeared. This was the fusion of the laws of chaos and the laws of death. Boom. Lu Ming's arms trembled as he swung his palm. The void exploded, and the power of space-time that was acting on his body was cut apart. Lu Ming's palm flew toward Yun Haoge. However, Yun Haoge's body disappeared in a flash and reappeared behind Lu Ming, launching a blow at him. Bang! It was as if Lu Ming had eyes on the back of his head. He struck his palm backward, clashing with Yun Haoge's. Yun Haoge's figure drifted backward. Then his body trembled and a dense crowd of figures appeared from all directions. So many figures charged at Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. This was a terrifying killing move. Don't think that the densely packed figures were all illusions. In fact, these figures were all real. They were all Yun Haoge's real body. He was shuttling through the void and walking in different spaces. This move was a move he used in different spaces. Chaos Finger. Facing this move, Lu Ming used the Chaos Finger of Tribulation. He extended both his hands and pointed out repeatedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Finger forces burst forth and each finger force pointed at a figure. Those figures exploded one by one and finally turned into one figure. After that, Yun Haoge and Lu Ming exchanged dozens of moves, displaying the various profoundness of the space-time law to the fullest. However, his control over time and space was not as good as Bubbles. Lu Ming protected himself with two types of nomological laws and remained unmoving, breaking all of Yun Haoge's attacks. Yun Haoge finally lost his patience. I'll suppress you with my cultivation. Yun Haoge's eyes were cold. His two-star illusionary divine cultivation was completely unleashed as he charged toward Lu Ming. Wherever he passed, space-time storms were created, engulfing Lu Ming. A head-on confrontation? That's just what I want. Lu Ming smiled and stood there without moving. When Yun Haoge was about to arrive, a long river of laws appeared on Lu Ming's body again. It was the river of Array Dao laws. The river of Array Dao laws fused with the laws of chaos and death, causing the river of laws that surrounded Lu Ming to turn into three colors. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased greatly after he had integrated another King Path law. Boom! He struck out with his palm, and the force of his palm was like an avalanche as it headed straight for Yun Haoge. The space-time storm around Yun Haoge's body collapsed instantly. He screamed and retreated, spitting out blood. Chapter 21-24. Chapter 21-24, 5 consecutive wins. Chapter 21-24. Chapter 2124, 5 consecutive wins. As soon as Yun Haoge retreated, Lu Ming followed suit. He approached Yun Haoge at an alarming speed. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Lu Ming struck out with more than 100 palm strikes. The void exploded and more than 100 palm prints completely enveloped Yun Haoge from all directions, causing space-time to be in chaos. At that moment, Yun Haoge could not escape using the space-time law even if he wanted to. He could only take Lu Ming's palm force head-on. He shouted in anger, activating the space-time law and exploding with the power of the world to fight Lu Ming head-on. After more than 100 consecutive palm strikes, Yun Haoge's body trembled violently as if he had been electrocuted. The space-time law that covered his body was destroyed and his arm exploded. He could not resist Lu Ming's palm force. Finally, Lu Ming slapped Yun Haoge across the face, causing him to fall to the ground and convulse. Bang! Then Lu Ming kicked Yun Haoge's face, sending him flying off the stage. You want to abuse me? You're not just a little bit weaker. Lu Ming said calmly. Yun Haoge fell down from the fighting ring, his face swollen like a pig's head. Took him a long time to come to his senses. When he realized what had happened to him, he was so furious that he spat out another mouthful of blood. This time it was really embarrassing. Brother Lu Ming, well done. Well done. Bubbles was clapping her little hands in celebration. The way many people looked at Lu Ming had changed. It was beyond many people's expectations that Lu Ming could actually defeat Yun Haoge. That's right. He has also mastered array Dao laws. One didn't expect him to have already cultivated 3 types of laws to perfection and even fused them together. He's indeed talented. He's not even a saint emperor, but he can cultivate 3 types of nomological laws. It's rare. No wonder he's so strong. Every time a law was fused, its power would increase explosively. Even many low-level void emperors would find it difficult to fuse 3 types of laws. Putting aside the fact that Lu Ming had mastered 2 ultimate maxims, even if he only mastered 3 ordinary maxims, his talent was shocking. Previously, everyone thought that Lu Ming would only be able to get the 7th place and would not be able to compete with people like Heartless, Check and Bauda. But now they had changed their minds. The fact that he could defeat Yun Haoge meant that Lu Ming's abilities were already at the level of Heartless, Cheater, Badeo and Bubbles. They were qualified to compete for the top 5. He had yet to become a Saint Emperor, but he already had such an achievement. It was truly shocking. In this way, Lu Ming achieved 4 consecutive victories. In the second match of the 4th round, Bubbles was up against the unscrupulous monk. I have no hair. Little guy, you and I are really fated. In the fighting ring, the heartless monk looked at Bubbles seriously and almost drooled. This was one of the top 10 war beasts. The unscrupulous monk's heart was burning with passion. Monk, it seems like you're looking for a beating. Pow Pow could not be bothered to waste her breath on the unscrupulous monk. This was what Lu Ming had taught her. She would attack the unscrupulous monk whenever she saw him. Little guy, you and I are really fated. The unscrupulous monk shouted. He didn't hesitate to attack. His entire body was covered in Buddhist light. Those who didn't understand the unscrupulous monk would really be deceived by his appearance and think that he was an eminent monk. Bubbles did not dare to be careless. He immediately transformed into his true form and controlled spacetime to travel. The spacetime spirit rat was already very powerful, and its control over time and space was far above Yun Haoge's. This exchange was extremely strange because the unscrupulous monk could not hit Bubbles at all. No matter how he used his Buddhist kingdom palm, Buddhist lion's roar, Buddhist giant palm imprint and other divine arts, he could not do anything to Bubbles. Instead, he was sometimes ambushed by Bubbles and was flustered. In the end, he was sent flying out of the fighting stage by Bubbles. Monk, you're really thick-skinned. Bubbles pursed her lips. The bubble could only send the monk flying out of the fighting ring because the monk's golden body of Buddha had an extremely strong defense. The bubble could not break through it. Of course, it would be a different story if Pow Pow's cultivation level had improved and she was on the same level as the unscrupulous monk. The third match of the 4th round, Yuan Xen versus Check. This was another pinnacle battle, the Son of Chaos versus the primordial demonic Tao. Aoku transformed into a purple-gold true dragon that was 1,000 meters long. Purple light flowed all over his body, and his dragon claws tore through the void. He displayed the magical power of the demon race and fought with Yuan Xen. However, although Cheek was very strong, he was still a little weaker than Yuan Xen. Yuan Xen had used 2 nomological laws and defeated Cheek. Then Tianming versus Xianxia. There was no suspense. Xianxia directly admitted defeat. And in the 5th match, Bauda fought against Ancient Devil. Without a doubt, Bauda won. The 4th round ended and not long after, the 5th round began. The first match of the 5th round, Lu Ming versus Check. Pinker's eyes were solemn. The strength that Lu Ming had displayed earlier was enough to threaten him. Hence, Pinker used all his strength as soon as he made his move. He transformed into a purple-gold true dragon and pounced at Lu Ming. Roar. Lu Ming's body glowed and a shocking dragon's roar came from within. It made Aoku's body tremble and his expression changed drastically. 9 dragons. Creek's expression was a little ugly. In a battle between experts, every second counted. Creek was slightly stunned, but Lu Ming had already rushed over, erupting with the Chaos Law, Death Law, and Array Dao Law. The three laws combined into one and unleashed a storm of attacks, suppressing Creek. Creek barely managed to block dozens of moves and was blasted off the fighting ring by Lu Ming. Lu Ming won. This made many people re-evaluate Lu Ming's combat ability. They thought that he already had the strength to compete for the top three. I'm afraid Lu Ming can fight with Bao De. However, compared to Xian and Tianming, he's still a little weaker. That's right. If there are no accidents, he should be hovering between 3rd and 4th place. Some people discussed and re-evaluated the rankings. The first match of the 5th round had ended, and the second match was Bubbles versus Xian. This battle was extremely intense. In her true form, Pao Pao had pushed her space-time laws to their limits, making them unpredictable. However, Xian was indeed powerful. Just like how Lu Ming had fought Yun Haoge previously, he had used his powerful strength to break the space-time law. Ultimately, Bubbles did not win this battle. After exchanging many moves, seeing that he was at a disadvantage, he simply admitted defeat. The third match was Heartless versus Ancient Devil. Heartless won. After that, Tianming and Bao De won respectively. After entering the 6th round, the atmosphere became lively in the first round. This was because in the first round Lu Ming was fighting against Bao De. In the eyes of most people, Lu Ming and Bao De were at the same level and they were the most powerful candidates to fight for the 3rd place. Whoever won this round would get 3rd place. Lu Ming, you're impressive. You're not a Saint Emperor yet, but you already have such combat power. The old Bao admire you. However, I'm sure 111 win this round. Bao De grinned. His eyes revealed a fierce light like a big black bear. Big guy, don't be so full of yourself. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then let me see how powerful the fusion of two ultimate maxims is. Bao De's expression was ferocious. He took a step forward and his entire body was like a mountain as he charged towards Lu Ming. With a punch, the space exploded and was compressed together, turning into a terrifying fist force that crushed toward Lu Ming. Chapter 21-25. Chapter 21-24. Defeating Bao De. Chapter 21-25. Chapter 2124. Defeating Bao De. The fist force whistled and the space trembled. This was pure strength. His extremely powerful physical strength was extremely shocking. An immemorial body cultivator. I'd like to see how abnormal your physical body is. Lu Ming did not dodge at all. He burst out with 3 types of laws and cast the Chaos Divine Palm, blasting it out. Thump. The palm and the fist collided with a deafening howl. The space where the 2 fists met was like a wave, shaking. Lu Ming and Bao De bodies trembled at the same time and they retreated a few steps. What a terrifying power. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Tyrannical virtue relied purely on the strength of the physical body. It was powerful and terrifying. That punch caused Lu Ming's 3 types of laws to shake and they were almost pierced through. Lu Ming's physical body had refined 3 wisps of chaos qi and was tempered by the river formed by 5 types of laws. It was already extremely powerful. However, it was still far from being comparable to Bao De. It was said that in the Heaven Realm's immemorial era, there were great ancient body cultivators who had invincible physical bodies. They could cross the universe and stand on the ground. They could destroy the stars in the sky with a single punch. They were incredibly powerful. When one's physical body was cultivated to the extreme, it would be indestructible and immortal, existing with the heavens and earth. Again, Bao De roared and charged at Lu Ming like a wild beast. His muscles swelled and his body expanded again. Come! Lu Ming shouted. 3 types of laws revolved around him, and the power of his physical body and holy power exploded to the extreme as he fought Bao De. Thump, thump, thump. The 2 of them were like 2 wild beasts, constantly colliding with each other on the fighting ring. There was no technique, it was purely a head-on fight. Bao De was an immemorial body cultivator. His physical body was indestructible. Even an ordinary sovereign weapon would be blown apart by Bao De punch. Lu Ming's physical body was also very strong and his holy power was condensed and thick. Most importantly, the law of chaos was as heavy as a mountain and could suppress the world. Under the blessing of the law of chaos, Lu Ming had infinite strength. The 2 of them had similar styles. They kept colliding with each other, making the fighting ring rumble. If this was a battle outside, it would definitely be a scene of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. How terrifying. Seeing the two of them fighting, many people's faces turned pale. It was too fierce. Under such power, any technique was unnecessary. Even some ultimate maxims would be torn apart. Even a 2-star illusionary emperor would be easily blown up. The two of them fought for over 100 rounds. Satisfying. Lu Ming let out a long howl. After an intense battle, he was becoming more and more familiar with the use of the laws, especially the laws of chaos. The laws of chaos formed a river. For the current stage, it was already perfect. However, Lu Ming felt that he had yet to reach the end of the law. There was still a path ahead, but it was blocked by the fog and he could not see clearly. Now the fog had finally dispersed a little. Lu Ming had a feeling that if the law could be improved, its power would increase by leaps and bounds. Haha, one finally met a decent one. This is great. Bao De also laughed and his attacks became more and more violent. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had fought another 100 rounds. At this point, Lu Ming became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. He finally began to gain the upper hand and suppressed Bao De until he started to defend himself. Bang! Bang! In the end, Bao De began to retreat. With every step he took, the fighting ring would rumble violently. Stop fighting, stop fighting. At this time, Bao De suddenly shouted. Lu Ming retracted his hands and retreated. Bao De gasped for breath, his whole body drenched in sweat, and it took him a long time to recover. You pervert. I'll admit defeat today. Let's fight another day. Bao De said. All right, sure. Lu Ming nodded. It was good for him to have a strong opponent to fight with. Bao De jumped and rushed down the fighting ring. Lu Ming had won. Many people widened their eyes. Lu Ming had actually defeated Bao De. In this case, he would definitely be in the top 3. This was beyond the expectations of many people. Previously, they thought that it would be good enough if Lu Ming could enter the 7th place. Now the rankings can almost be seen. Many people began to deduce the ranking based on the previous battle results. Everyone felt that the 1st and 2nd place should be between Tian Ming and Yuan Xen. Lu Ming would be 3rd, Bao De would be 4th, and Bubbles would be 5th. This was probably the situation for the top 5. Now everyone was looking forward to the main event, and that was the Battle of Destiny against Yuan Xian. As long as the two of them were able to determine the winner, the top 10 rankings would basically be set. You've underestimated my master. Who knows, maybe my master can defeat Yuan Xian and Tian Ming. Lu Xianxia pouted in displeasure when she heard that the people around her thought that Lu Ming could only be ranked 3rd. Hee little girl, you're really blindly confident. Your master is strong, but it's impossible for him to compete with Tian Ming and Yuan Xin. He's definitely no match for them. We can understand the little girl's feelings of trusting her master, but you have to see the reality. A few white-haired old men kindly reminded Lu Xianxia. Your judgment is never accurate. You even said that my master could only get the 7th place. Lu Xianxia pouted. We were wrong before, but this time we're definitely not wrong. The few elders were certain. Lu Xianxia pouted and ignored the elders. The competition continued as Bubbles fought against Destiny. Bubbles admitted defeat immediately. According to him, he was too lazy to compete since he couldn't win anyway. After that, Aoku defeated Yun Haoge, Yuan Xen defeated Wu Liang, and Ancient Devil defeated Xing He. With that, Galaxy was already in last place, not even as good as Ancient Devil. In short, other than Lu Ming's unexpected defeat of Bao De, the rest of the battles were within everyone's expectations. The 6th round ended and the 7th round began. The heavenly mandate is against Yuan Xen. The white-haired elder said. As soon as the voice came out, the scene fell silent, then burst into an uproar. The main show was here, the biggest main show was here. Tian Ming versus Yuan Xen. This seemed to have been deliberately arranged by the white-haired elder. In the previous rounds, Lu Ming would fight in the first match. Now the first match of the 7th round was between Tian Ming and Yuan Xen. The atmosphere was ignited. Countless people revealed looks of anticipation. In everyone's eyes, this was a battle between the champion and the runner-up, a battle between the two strongest geniuses of the primordial realm. Tian Ming and Yuan Xen also emitted a strong fighting will, and their eyes met in the air. Although both of them came from the Divine Land and were known as the peerless duo of the Divine Land, they had never fought before. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. He felt that in the previous battles, neither Tianming nor Yuan Xian had used their full strength. In this battle he would be able to see how strong they were. Buzz! Buzz! In a flash the two of them rushed up to the fighting ring. Boom! The terrifying auras collided in the air, causing a violent boom. Just the collision of auras formed a gust of wind that swept across the fighting ring. Chapter 21-26. Fate vs. Chaos. Chapter 21-26. Fate vs. Chaos. I will defeat you in this battle and break the legend of fate. Yuan Xian said, full of confidence in herself. Fate cannot be broken. Everything in the world has a fate. Even the birth and destruction of a world have its own fate. Therefore the laws of chaos are also shrouded by fate. The heavenly mandate spoke, and his clothes were whiter than snow, untainted by dust. You can't control my fate. My fate is in my hands, not the heavens. It's not up to you to kill. Yuan Xian burst out, and his figure was like a phantom as he rushed toward Tianming. Chaotic laws filled the air and the chaotic divine fist burst out. You are destined to be struck by lightning. Tianming spoke again as if his words were law. As he spoke, all kinds of lightning, flames, ice, poisonous water, swords and other things were thrown at Yuan Xian. Boom! Boom! Die! Yuan Xian waved her fist and all the lightning and flames were destroyed. Tianming, you don't need to test me. Show me your true strength. Yuan Xian strode toward Tianming. The aura of two nomological laws emanated from his body. The two nomological laws merged and he threw a punch. Boom! The fist force pressed forward, stronger than bow to fist force. Great fate technique. Tianming no longer tried to probe and used the divine ability of the laws of fate. He stretched out a finger and pointed it forward. A beam of light burst forth like a ray of light and a divine blade, blasting toward Yuan Xian. Boom! Yuan Xin's fist force was shattered, and the light of fate continued to blast toward Yuan Xian. Break! Yuan Xin's fists kept swinging. In an instant she had thrown hundreds of punches, shattering the space. The light of fate had been blocked and finally defeated. He blocked it. Yuan Xian is indeed powerful. Someone exclaimed. Previously, as long as Tianming used the Great Fate technique, no one could resist it and was directly defeated. Even someone as strong as Bao De couldn't block it. But now Yuan Xian had blocked the light of destiny. Perhaps heaven's will could really go against heaven's will. Kill. After Yuan Xian destroyed the light of fate, she took advantage of the situation to attack Tianming. No one can block the light of fate. Fight with me. Your fate is already decided. You will definitely lose. Tianming whispered as he continued to point out with his finger. In an instant dozens of destiny lights shot out. These lights took on different shapes. Some were in the shape of swords, some were in the shape of sabers and some were in the shape of spears. They turned into all kinds of weapons and attacked Yuan Xian. Each one of them was shockingly powerful. Yuan Xian raised her fist to block, but there were too many rays of fate light. Each one was extremely powerful. Yuan Xian was suppressed and retreated continuously. Yunxin is no match for him. The laws of fate are truly invincible. Some people sighed. If even Yuan Xian was no match for him, then who else could be Timing's match? No, Yuan Xian can still fight. He's about to explode. Someone shouted. Boom. At this moment Yuan Xin's aura rose sharply again. His cultivation base was still at the peak of the two-star Void Emperor realm, but his aura had truly skyrocketed. Chaotic divine body. Yuan Xian roared. The endless chaos laws between heaven and earth gathered toward Yuan Xian. His body was undergoing a strange change and turned gray, as if his physical body had become a chaos stone. Yes, it was a chaos gem. When Lu Ming used the chaos divine palm, his palm would turn gray like a chaos gem. And now Yuan Xin's body had become like this. This was a terrifying secret technique. Boom. Boom. Yuan Xin's body seemed to have really turned into an indestructible rock of chaos. He kept punching out with his fists, destroying all the rays of fate that were bombarding him. For the first time Tianming's eyes showed a hint of solemnness. His body glowed with a myriad of rays of light. He pointed his finger continuously, and the light of fate continued to burst out, blasting toward Yuan Xin. However, Yuan Xin's chaotic body had greatly increased his battle strength. Each punch could destroy a light of fate, and he charged toward Tianming, approaching him at an extreme speed. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Yuan Xian was really going to change her fate, defy the heavens and defeat the heavens today? Under everyone's shocked gazes, Yuan Xin approached Tianming and punched out, penetrating Tianming's chest. However, Tianming's body was like an illusion. It was like nothing happened. Fate has determined that I will not be defeated. No matter what you do, it is useless. River of Fate, come out. Tianming spoke, and a huge river appeared under his feet. This was not because his nomological laws had reached perfection and formed a long river, but because it was the legendary River of Fate. The fate of all living things in the world, everyone's fate was in the River of Fate. Everyone's fate was already determined from birth. Tianming stood in the River of Fate, as if he was the master of heaven and earth. Boom, boom. Yuan Xin kept swinging his fists, trying to break through the River of Fate. However, when his fist force hit the River of Fate, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Everything in the world is in the River of Destiny, and you are no exception, Yunxin. Tianming spoke and stretched out a hand. He grabbed at the River of Fate and a figure appeared. Everyone was shocked because the figure that Tianming had grabbed from the River of Fate was exactly the same as Yuan Xin, but it could be seen that it was just an illusion. You are destined to be defeated. Tianming whispered and pointed out a finger. A beam of light burst out and hit the phantom, leaving a big hole in the chest of the phantom. At this moment, Yuan Xin's body trembled violently as if he had suffered a terrifying attack. He tried his best to resist, but in the end he was forced to retreat more than 10 steps. Everyone saw a bloody hole appear in his chest and blood was flowing out. The crowd gasped. The law of fate was too strange. Tianming had only grabbed an image that looked exactly like Yuan Xian from the River of Fate. When he attacked the image, Yuan Xian had actually been injured. Those who defy fate will be punished. Tianming continued to speak and pointed out with his finger again. The illusionary figure was pierced through again. Yuan Xin's body trembled violently and he retreated continuously. Another wound appeared on his body. The seam was silent. This was too strange. Furthermore, the heavenly mandate was too strong. Who could match such strength? Then Tianming continued to attack. Every time he attacked, Yuan Xin had to retreat, and a wound appeared on her body. In the end, Yuan Xin spat out a mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. Alright, this battle ends here. You've lost. At this time, the white-haired old man stood up and stopped the duel. He was afraid that Yuan Xin's injuries would be too serious and affect the later battles. Yuan Xian was a little unwilling. In the end, she gritted her teeth and left the fighting ring. He knew that he had lost. He was no match for Tianming and could not be number one in the world. I'm not strong enough yet. I want to be stronger. Legend has it that the Chaos Scripture records all kinds of terrifying superpowers based on the Chaos laws. I must get them. Yuan Xian was unwilling to give up. She looked at Lu Ming with a murderous look. As long as he could get the Chaos Scripture, he would be able to defeat Tianming and become the number one in the world. Chapter 21-27. Lu Ming vs. Yuan Xin. Chapter 21-27. Lu Ming vs. Yuan Xin. Tianming is number one in the world. No one can rival him. The ranking is pretty much clear. Tianming is first and Yuan Xian is second. It's a pity that Lu Ming is only an emperor to be. If he becomes an emperor, he might be able to compete with Tianming. There aren't so many ifs. Tianming is ahead by one step and he will only become stronger in the future. I'm afraid Lu Ming will never be Tianming's match. The crowd discussed. In the end, someone who was hostile to Lu Ming spoke up and deliberately belittled Lu Ming, causing Lu Xianxia, Pao Pao and the others to glare at him. In the 7th round after the battle between Tianming and Yuan Xin, the following battles were not too surprising. Those who were expected to win had all won. Lu Ming had also won. He had no conscience in this battle. The unscrupulous monk dawdled for a long time. After exchanging a few moves with Lu Ming, he directly admitted defeat. Lu Ming, you're a freak. I thought that one could suppress you after so many years. One didn't expect that I'm still not your match. The unscrupulous monk had a bitter expression. Hey, what are you saying? What do you mean by abnormal? This is my talent, understand? Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at him. Pie hair. Wu Liang stopped talking and stepped aside. After the 7th round ended, the white-haired old man let everyone rest for 3 days. They would fight again after 3 days. This was because some people like Yuan Xian were injured, which would affect their combat strength. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and everyone had recovered to their peak states. Lu Ming against Yuan Xian. As soon as the 8th round began, the white-haired old man released the most important battle. To be honest, everyone was looking forward to this match. This was because this was a battle between the two sons of chaos, and it was also a battle between the 2nd and 3rd place. Most of them thought that Lu Ming would not be Yuan Xin's match because the abilities that Yuan Xian had displayed previously were too shocking. But after all, it was a battle between two sons of chaos, which was a rare sight. Yuan Xin's eyes were filled with a fiery light as she stepped onto the fighting ring. Lu Ming also stepped onto the fighting ring. Lu Ming, this time I'll make you lose miserably. Yuan Xian glared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. I'm sorry, but one have to tell you something. No one has ever been able to surpass me after being defeated by me, not even you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? Everyone was stunned. What did Lu Ming mean by this? Could it be that Lu Ming had defeated Yuan Xian in the past? How was this possible? Very quickly, news spread that Lu Ming and Yuan Xian had a battle during the Hunyuan sect's assessment. Yuan Xian had lost that battle. Everyone was surprised that such a thing had happened. It seemed that the two sons of chaos had a grudge against each other. Back then I was only suppressed. If one wasn't suppressed, one would have suppressed you with a flip of my hand. Lu Ming, hand over the chaos scripture. You're not qualified to wield it. Yuan Xin's face was cold. If I don't have the right, do you? You want the chaos scripture? Why don't we make a bet? Lu Ming sneered. What are we betting on? Yuan Xian said coldly. Let's bet on this battle. If I lose, I'll give you the chaos scripture. If you lose, you'll listen to me for the rest of your life. How about it? Lu Ming said. I won't bet with you. Yuan Xian said coldly. You dare not? Are you afraid of losing? Lu Ming said. I won't lose. I want the chaos scripture. I'll just defeat you and take it from you. Yuan Xian was very confident. After he finished speaking, he did not say anything else and walked toward Lu Ming. Boom. A powerful aura burst out of his body, and the laws of chaos and another law permeated the air. It was a king path law, but it wasn't very mature yet. However, it still strengthened Yuan Xin's combat strength. Chaos Divine Fist. Yuan Xian made his move. He swung his fists continuously and the void rumbled. With every punch he threw, a huge mountain would form, crushing down on Lu Ming. This was a mountain formed from the laws of chaos, and it was extremely powerful. Boom. Lu Ming moved as well. 3 types of laws burst out and went against the flow. He used the Chaos Divine Palm and struck out several times in a row. Bang. Bang. Each palm could shatter a mountain. The mountains evolved from the laws of chaos exploded in the air. Chaos Finger. After crushing a few mountains, Lu Ming cast the Chaos Finger of Tribulation again. A huge Chaos Finger of Tribulation formed and crushed toward Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian threw a few punches and destroyed the Chaos Finger of Tribulation. However, at this moment Lu Ming had already arrived. He struck out with the Chaos Divine Palm in succession, and in an instant he had struck out hundreds of palms. Yuan Xian waved his fist and fought with Lu Ming. The two figures moved unhindered as they engaged in a great battle. For a time it was difficult to determine the victor. The laws of chaos pervaded the entire stage. Yuan Xian was very strong. He was a peak 2-star illusionary emperor. In terms of cultivation, he was much stronger than Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body and saint energy had been tempered 5 times. Moreover, he had 2 ultimate maxims and 3 king path maxims. With the fusion of the 3 maxims, he had completely made up for the lack of cultivation. Lu Ming is really strong. He can actually compete with Yuan Xian. However, Yuan Xian still has a secret skill that he hasn't used yet. Lu Ming is destined to lose. Someone spoke up and acknowledged Lu Ming's combat strength. However, he felt that Lu Ming would still lose. Yunxin, bring out your strongest combat power. This is not enough. Lu Ming said in the middle of the battle. Since you want to experience it, it'll crush you. Chaotic divine body. Yuan Xen let out a long roar and the laws of chaos boiled. His body seemed to have turned into a chaos stone. After performing this secret skill, Yuan Xin's combat strength increased greatly. He threw a punch and clashed with Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb and he could not help but take 5 to 6 steps back. Bang! Bang! Yuan Xen took advantage of the situation to pursue and attack. She kept punching out with both fists, forcing Lu Ming to retreat. Lu Ming, you're no match for me. Hand over the chaos scripture. Yuan Xen shouted and his attacks were wild. Why are you so anxious? It seems that against you 3 types of laws are still a bit lacking. Then 4 types of laws it is. As he spoke, another river of laws flowed out of Lu Ming's body and fused with the 3 types of laws from before. The next moment, a 4-colored river of laws appeared on Lu Ming's body. After merging with one more law, Lu Ming's combat strength increased greatly. He struck out with his palm and exchanged a blow with Yuan Xen. Both of their bodies trembled violently and they retreated. However, Lu Ming took 2 steps back while Yuan Xen took 4 steps back for types of laws. Lu Ming has actually comprehended 4 types of laws. My god, it's the law of devouring. 2 supreme laws and 2 king path laws. This is really heaven-defying. This is too terrifying. Everyone was shocked and someone shouted. The main reason was that it was too shocking. Previously, Lu Ming had not used his full strength and had held back. Not only had he mastered 2 ultimate maxims, but he had also comprehended 2 other king path maxims, both of which had been perfected. How old was Lu Ming? How did he cultivate? Many people couldn't stay calm and even many emperors were dumbfounded. Chapter 21-28. The Final Peak Showdown. Chapter 21-28. The Final Peak Showdown. Master is invincible. Shizhuan will definitely win. Lu Xianxiang and Ouyang Moli shouted in excitement. Luo Tianyi, Feng Ling, Longchen and the others were also dumbfounded. Although they knew that Lu Ming was abnormal, they did not expect him to be so abnormal. What a freak. Do you want me to live? The unscrupulous monk's face became even more bitter. How is that possible? How is this possible? Those who had a grudge against Lu Ming, such as the Heng family, the He family, the Daluo Heaven sect, the Wan family, the Golden Crow clan and other forces, widened their eyes in disbelief and fear. The more powerful Lu Ming was, the more frightened they were. Yuan Xen herself was also extremely shocked. He had also comprehended a second type of nomological law and knew how difficult it was to comprehend other nomological laws. It would be even more difficult to fuse them together. He had only succeeded in that world. However, not only did Lu Ming control 2 ultimate maxims, but he had also comprehended 2 other king path maxims. He had comprehended 4 of them in total and had perfected them. He had fused them together. This was simply unbelievable. Even with his intelligence, he was still shocked. So what if you have 4 types of laws? It'll still defeat you. Yuan Xen let out a long howl and charged toward Lu Ming with an imposing aura. His body glowed with a dark light as if he was made of chaos stone. He was firm and immortal. Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward and used the chaos divine palm to confront Yuan Xen. Bang! Bang! The fighting ring shook again. In an instant the two had exchanged more than 50 moves. However, Lu Ming's combat strength had already surpassed Yuan Xin's after he used 4 types of laws. The more laws he fused, the stronger the power would be, multiplying it. After more than 50 moves, Yuan Xen was completely at a disadvantage. She was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. Yuan Xen was indignant. He roared and fought Lu Ming fearlessly. He couldn't lose. This time it was different from the Hunyuan sect's assessment. This time it was a real battle. They used all their combat strength without holding back. It was also a battle between the Sons of Chaos. If he lost to Lu Ming, he would definitely not be able to obtain the inheritance of the Chaos Tharch. Moreover, he would have to live in Lu Ming's shadow for the rest of his life. This would be a fatal blow to his martial path. Lu Ming, one won't lose if you can't break my chaotic divine body. Yuan Xen roared. You're thinking too much. Lu Ming waved his palm continuously and pushed Yuan Xen back. He then hit Yuan Xin's chest with his palm. Boom. Yuan Xin's body trembled violently and she was forced to retreat. Her face turned pale and she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Then Lu Ming continued to swing his palm upwards. In an instant he struck out hundreds of palm strikes, and the palm prints enveloped Yuan Xin's entire body. Yuan Xin tried his best to resist but the palm print still hit him. Bang! Bang! Yuan Xin's body trembled continuously. In the end, cracks actually appeared on his body as if he was about to split apart. He vomited a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying and he fell heavily on the fighting ring. He was defeated. Yuan Xin had been defeated. The entire place was silent. Not many people had expected this outcome before the battle. Most of the people had always thought that Tianming was first, Yuan Xin was second, and Lu Ming would be third at most. It was impossible for him to be a match for the first two. But now Lu Ming had defeated Yuan Xin. His next opponent was only destiny. Master is invincible. Lu Xianxia shouted excitedly. Then she looked at the few elders not far away and said, "One told you my master is invincible. No one is his match." The old men's faces turned red. Previously they had said that Lu Xianxia was blindly confident and wanted her to see the reality that Lu Ming was no match for Yuan Xin and Tianming. But now Lu Ming had defeated Yuan Xin. Even though the few old men had lived for many years, they couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Uncle Kong and Emperor Notionless also smiled. Lu Ming's progress had far exceeded their expectations. "Do you still want to fight?" Lu Ming stepped forward and walked toward Yuan Xin. "I didn't lose, one won't lose to you." Yuan Xin howled wildly, extremely unwilling to give up. He rushed up again and charged toward Lu Ming. However, he was already injured. How could he be Lu Ming's match? After a few moves he was sent flying again. His body was about to crack and his body was covered in cracks, oozing blood. With Lu Ming's current abilities he could shatter the void with one palm and destroy a mountain that was 100,000 feet tall. The power was shocking. It was already very shocking that his Yuan Xin could survive so many palm strikes. Yuan Xin roared angrily and wanted to fight again, but the white-haired old man stepped down from the sky and stopped him. "You've already lost. You may leave," the white-haired elder said. Yuan Xin finally stopped and looked at Lu Ming with extreme unwillingness. Her eyes were flickering with cold killing intent. "After today's defeat you will never be my match. Also, you are not worthy of controlling the chaos scripture." Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Yuan Xin and turned to leave. Yuan Xin's body trembled and she spat out another mouthful of blood. After that, the competition continued. However, the following matches were all within everyone's expectations. There was nothing surprising. Everyone was looking forward to the final round. The 9th round, the last round. After this round, each of the 10 of them had fought against the other 9. In the 9th round, Lu Ming would be going against Destiny. Before this, no one had any expectations for this battle. They thought that Tianming would definitely win. However, after Lu Ming defeated Yuan Xin, everyone changed their minds. At the very least, Lu Ming had defeated Yuan Xin and was qualified to compete with Destiny. After the 8th round ended, they rested for a while and the 9th round began immediately. In the last round, the white-haired elder seemed to have intentionally left the battle between Lu Ming and Tianming to the end. Everyone was itching to fight, but they could only wait for the previous battles to end. There were no surprises in the previous battles. By the time the previous matches were over, everyone already knew the ranking this time. Other than the first and second place, which were still unknown, the rest of the rankings had already been confirmed. 3rd place Yuan Xin. He only lost to Lu Ming and Tianming. 4th place Baoda. 5th place Bubbles. 6th place Unscrupulous Monk. 7th place Check. In 8th place Yunhaoga. 9th place Ancient Devil. 10th place Star River. In the Star River he had lost all 9 battles and had not won a single one. He had made his expression extremely unsightly. Especially when he saw the last battle between Lu Ming and Tianming, his face turned even gloomier. At this point Lu Ming had already left him far behind. The last battle, Tianming against Lu Ming. The white-haired old man finally announced the names of the two people. Countless people's hearts were in their throats. It was finally the final battle. This battle would determine who was the strongest heaven's favorite among the primordial realm's younger generation. Was it Lu Ming or destiny? One had yet to become a sovereign, but he had already mastered 2 supreme laws and 2 King Dao laws. This was unprecedented. The other was the rare child of destiny who controlled fate and was unparalleled in the world. Who was stronger? Chapter 21-29. Chapter 21-29. Great Battle Against Tianming. Chapter 21-29. Chapter 2129. Great Battle Against Tianming. 2 figures appeared in the air and landed on the fighting ring, attracting everyone's attention. Tianming, dressed in white, was shrouded in a mysterious light, like a banished immortal descending to the mortal world, untainted by dirt. With a faint smile, he looked at Lu Ming and said, "You are very strong, but you are still destined to lose." "Bullshit. I control my own fate. No one can control my fate. If anyone can, I'll crush them all." Lu Ming was extremely overbearing. He didn't believe in the so-called fate, that his destiny was in his own hands, not the heavens. Only when one was strong enough could one change or even reverse fate. The people before didn't believe it either. They thought that they could go against fate, but in the end they couldn't escape fate. Tianming didn't get angry and said indifferently, as if he was in control of everything, "Oh, then have you seen your fate? The fate of being beaten up by me until you become a pig's head?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. "My fate has already been decided. I won't lose. The heavenly mandates whisper. Then I'll change my fate and let you lose once." Boom. 4 types of laws burst out from Lu Ming's body. The 4 types of laws fused. Lu Ming's body was like a cannonball, smashing toward Tianming. "You are destined to be injured," Tianming said softly and pointed with his finger. There was no energy fluctuation, but at this moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end and his pupils constricted. He felt a terrifying force bombarding him and crushing him. Buzz. Lu Ming shook the law and the 4 types of laws converged to form a 4-colored river of laws. It surrounded his body and blocked the strange energy attack. Is this the law of fate? It's just a type of law. Although it's mysterious and strange, it can't really decide a person's fate. It still needs energy to attack. Lu Ming had some understanding of the law of fate. Boom. Lu Ming burst out and broke through the energy attacks in one fell swoop. He then charged toward Tianming. "Tianming, don't mess with these useless things. Use your divine ability," Lu Ming said. His figure was like lightning as he rapidly approached the heavenly mandate realm. "As you wish, great fate spell." The light on Tianming's body became even more intense. His figure was almost invisible as he was covered by the light. He pointed his finger and a ray of fate light turned into a combat sword, slashing toward Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming also pointed a finger and cast the chaos finger of tribulation. An extremely condensed finger force burst forth and destroyed the light of fate. However, the destiny finger pointed out continuously. Beams of light of fate turned into various weapons and attacked Lu Ming. These weapons were extremely powerful and had terrifying killing power. Tianming's cultivation base was also at the peak of 2-star illusionary emperor, but his battle strength was absolutely amazing. Each ray of fate light could kill an ordinary 2-star illusionary emperor in seconds, and even an ordinary 3-star illusionary emperor in seconds. Lu Ming circulated the law and covered his palm. He used the chaos divine palm and struck out continuously. Bang, bang, bang. The rays of fate light were destroyed by Lu Ming and dissipated like fireworks. Lu Ming was valiant and invincible. He continuously destroyed the light of fate that was attacking him. His figure was approaching Tianming at an extremely fast speed. In the end, Lu Ming broke through the barrier and pointed his finger. A chaotic finger of tribulation shot toward Tianming. Tianming's pupils constricted. A river of fate formed under his feet and he was in the middle of it. However, Lu Ming's current attack power was stronger than Yuanzin's. The finger of tribulation of chaos crushed over, shaking the river of fate. Everything is shrouded by the river of fate. "Lu Ming, you shall be defeated." Tianming let out a long cry and grabbed out a figure from the river of fate. That figure looked exactly like Lu Ming, but it looked illusory. It was struggling in the hands of destiny as if Lu Ming's fate was really in the control of destiny. Whoosh. He pointed out the finger of destiny, and a ray of light pierced through the body of the shadow. At the same time, a terrifying force appeared out of thin air and blasted toward Lu Ming, trying to penetrate his body. Lu Ming roared loudly. The 4 types of power of law shook continuously to block that force. Bang! Bang! The 4 types of nomological laws were constantly shaking and breaking down bit by bit. The power was too ancient and terrifying. No one knew where it came from. Even the fusion of 4 types of nomological laws was difficult to resist. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming retreated frantically and the 4 types of laws were pierced through. However, after the force pierced through the 4 types of laws, he was almost offset. It only left a shallow mark on Lu Ming's body and he was not injured. Lu Ming is going to lose. However, it's enough to show how terrifying Lu Ming is. Yuan Exen was no match for this move and was seriously injured. However, Tianming's move is too terrifying. Seeing that Lu Ming was forced to retreat, everyone guessed that the final winner of this battle would be Tianming. Some of the forces that had a grudge against Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lu Ming was not that heaven-defying. Fate cannot be defied. The heavenly mandate spoke. He stood in the river of fate as if he was about to turn into a deity. Whoosh, whoosh. He pointed out 2 fingers in a row and pierced through the shadow in his hand. At the same time, Lu Ming suffered a terrifying attack. The laws trembled and Lu Ming retreated rapidly. However, he was blocked in the end and was not injured. Bullshit. Lu Ming took a step forward and charged toward Tianming. Tianming continued to attack with his fingers, and the force of his fingers pierced through the shadow. Lu Ming encountered a terrible attack. There were several terrible forces attacking him. Boom. Lu Ming was sent flying a few hundred meters. His body trembled and he felt his qi and blood churning. Lu Ming, I admit that you're a rare genius. However, it's difficult for you to defy the heavens. You can't resist fate. Tianming coldly spoke, his voice high and mighty. You're so confident, is this all you've got? Lu Ming sneered. What? Tianming frowned. How can you defeat me with this little bit of strength? You can't hurt me now. Lu Ming said. Many people were shocked. It was true. Tianming could only force Lu Ming back but not severely injure him. Lu Ming could use his strong defense to stall for time and make it difficult to determine the winner of this match. Tianming's face darkened. His body glowed with multicolored light and he struck out with his fingers continuously. However, he could only repel Lu Ming but not hurt him. Is this your limit? Then today let me break fate. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His body was like lightning as he rushed toward Tianming. Boom. In the process of charging out, the aura on his body became stronger, and the 4-colored river of laws turned into 5 colors. With this, the entire scene was ignited. Oh my god, 5 colors, 5 laws. Lu Ming has mastered 5 laws. Am I seeing things? It's true. It's too terrifying. There's no limit. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Previously, Lu Ming had displayed 4 types of laws, which was already shocking enough. Everyone guessed that that was most likely Lu Ming's limit. But now Lu Ming had displayed 5 types of laws. What was his limit? Chapter 2130. Chapter 2131. Breaking Fate. Chapter 2130. Chapter 2131. Breaking Fate. Lu Ming revealed 5 types of laws. The fusion of the 5 types of laws caused a commotion. Many people could not remain calm. Lu Ming had no limits. Now there were 5, but no one was sure if he would reveal 6 later. Lu Xianxiang and Ouyang Hua were so excited that they jumped up and down. Buzz. Lu Ming crossed the void and was close to his destiny in an instant. Tianming's pupils contracted, his eyes extremely serious. His body was almost fused with the river of fate, becoming illusory. At the same time he continuously pointed at the shadow. This time he pointed at the center of the shadow's eyebrows. The shadow's glabella was pierced through. Lu Ming, who was charging at him, encountered a terrifying attack. An extremely sharp force attacked Lu Ming's glabella. However, now that Lu Ming had fused 5 types of laws, his combat strength had increased greatly. The laws vibrated and blocked the force. Then Lu Ming struck out with his palm and bombarded the incoming force. Boom. A deafening boom erupted and the void trembled continuously. The force that was used to attack Lu Ming was very shocking, but it was still defeated by Lu Ming. Eat my finger and see. One Lu Ming charged forward and pointed his finger at the same time. The energy of heaven and earth exploded, forming a giant chaotic finger of tribulation that crushed toward the destiny river. Oh. This time, the river of fate couldn't resist the power of the finger of tribulation of chaos. The river was rolling and shaking and thousands of waves were raised. Boom, boom, boom. As the finger of tribulation of chaos pressed down, the river of fate seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, the entire stadium was silent. Many people didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This was because they knew that this was the most crucial moment. It was the moment where victory and defeat would be decided. Who would win? River of Fate / Tianming howled. He was absorbing the power of the river of fate, turning into a ray of light and slashing at the finger of tribulation. Boom. A deafening explosion occurred in the sky. The light from the heavens will / blocked the chaos finger of tribulation and dissipated. Again. Lu Ming pointed a few more times. Endless energy gathered and a total of 3 fingers of tribulation of chaos blasted toward Tianming. Tianming could only try his best to resist. The situation had been completely reversed. Just now when Tianming cast the river of fate, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. But now Tianming was at a disadvantage again. The situation changed rapidly. Boom, boom, boom. With another 3 rumbles, the 3 fingers of tribulation were blocked, but Tianming's figure retreated rapidly. The river of fate shook and the light became a little dim. You've broken through my defense. Tianming roared. You're still so confident even now. Till break your confidence then. Lu Ming stepped in the air and clenched his fist. A huge sword light condensed in the air. The sword of death. This was a killing move that Lu Ming had created himself. It contained 4 types of laws: death, devour, array, Dao, and extremity. This wasn't a simple fusion of laws. Instead, it was a magical power technique that was constructed by unleashing the various uses of the 4 laws. This kind of sacred art was much more powerful than the simple fusion of laws. Although Lu Ming could only unleash the magical effects of the 4 types of laws at RHE initial stage, he could nor stop it. This divine power had become one of Lu Ming's strongest killing moves. Slash. Lu Ming shouted and slashed his sword. This sword directly cut open the void and cut RHE heavenly fate. Tianming tried his best to block it, but IR was useless. His river of fate trembled madly and was cut in 2 by the sword of death. Then it exploded. Tianming retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained his snow-white robe. Tianming had been injured. The river of fate had been broken and he had suffered heavy injuries. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming did not stop. He used the finger of tribulation of chaos and pointed at Tianming with several huge fingers. Tianming had not been thrown out of the battle stage, nor had he admitted defeat. The battle had not ended. Tianming was unwilling to give up and tried his best to resist. However, he had been severely injured and his combat strength had weakened. Moreover, the river of fate had been cut off. He could not fight against Lu Ming at all. After a few moves, he was sent flying 100 miles away. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and his face was pale. He had already been sent flying out of the fighting ring. You've lost. Lu Ming stood in the middle of the fighting ring and spoke indifferently. He was defeated. The heavenly mandate had lost. The audience was silent at first, but when they came to their senses, they were in an uproar. Lu Ming is really heaven-defying. He defeated Tianming with his emperor-to-be cultivation. The legend of the law of fate has been broken. Fate can be broken and man can conquer nature. The scene was in an uproar. No one had expected that destiny would be defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had defeated Tianming and stood at the peak. In the beginning, no one thought highly of Lu Ming. When they found out that Lu Ming had not broken through to the martial supreme realm, they were even ridiculed by Muyang. At that time, no one would have thought that Lu Ming would be able to enter the top 10. No one would have expected that Lu Ming would come in first. My master is invincible. I knew my master was invincible. Lu Xianxia jumped up in excitement, not forgetting to look at RHE elders nearby. The few elders were also dazed. When they saw Lu Xianxiang's eyes, they could nor help but blush. Young master is so amazing. Qiu Yu's face was full of smiles. Huang Ling, Long Qin, Luo Tianyi, Ouyang Wushuang and the others were also smiling. The Death Blade looked at Lu Ming in silence. On the other hand, Heng Xinghe's face was extremely gloomy and even had a trace of fear. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded his imagination. If Lu Ming had used his full strength, he could have killed him in one move. Brother Wuxiang, Brother Kong, Brother Hing, Brother He, I heard that this Lu Ming came from Mount Yuan. I didn't expect that Mount Yuan would produce such a heaven's favorite. Congratulations. Some of the great emperors congratulated Uncle Kong, Emperor Formless, the great emperors of the Heng clan and the He clan. Ha ha ha. Uncle Kong and Emperor Notionless laughed heartily. Great emperors He and Heng snorted coldly with extremely gloomy expressions. They could not wait to slap Lu Ming to death. It would be strange if they looked happy when other people congratulated them. How did this happen? The ones with the ugliest expressions were Rhe Heng family, the He family, and of course the Guyu Holy Land's Golden Crow clan, the Wan family, and other forces. Their faces turned pale. Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. If Lu Ming continued to grow, they would all be annihilated in the future. When they thought of this, they were terrified. Damn it! Yuan Xian bellowed. He was not willing to accept that Lu Ming had actually gotten first place. Tianming was also unwilling to give up. His eyes flashed sharply, but he eventually calmed down. Alright, Rhe Battle of the 10 Lands has ended. The white-haired old man walked out and said with a smile. Now I will announce Rhe names of the top 10 in Rhe Patrol of the 10 Lands. First place Lu Ming. Second place Tianming. Third place Yuan Xian. Then the white-haired old man announced the rankings. Chapter 2131. People from the Heaven Realm. Chapter 2131. People from the Heaven Realm. Earth-shattering cheers rang out in the venue. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was the center of attention. The Battle of the 10 Lands gathered all the paragons of the entire primordial realm. Furthermore, this generation was known as the Golden Age. Many paragons emerged and strong cultivators gathered. Many sons of heaven were reduced to mere foils, attracting worldwide attention. Lu Ming, on the other hand, stood on top of all the paragons and fought at the peak. He used his abilities to prove to everyone that he was the strongest. He's already so terrifying even before becoming a Saint Emperor. His future is limitless. With such heaven-defying talent, if he continues to grow, he'll probably become the strongest person in the world. Most of the people were discussing Lu Ming. However, Yuan Xian and Tianming were ignored. The Son of Destiny and the Son of Chaos were originally brilliant and dazzling, attracting the attention of the world. But at this moment, all the brilliance was snatched away by a single person. Brother Lu Ming, you're really amazing. The bubble hung on Lu Ming's body, reluctant to come down. Master is so powerful. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli also came over and looked at Lu Ming with admiration. In their eyes, Lu Ming was invincible. Lu Ming, congratulations. Huang Ling, Long Qin and the rest also came over to congratulate Lu Ming. To be honest, it was beyond their expectations that Lu Ming could defeat Tianming. Everyone, this matter isn't over yet. Now it's time to give you your rewards. At this time, the white-haired old man's voice rang out again, and the scene suddenly became quiet. That's right, all those who had passed the selection before had been rewarded and could enter that corner of the world to obtain great opportunities. What about now? How could there be no reward? At the very least, the rewards for the top 10 would definitely be shocking. Especially the first place. Many people looked envious as they looked at the white-haired old man, trying to guess what the reward was. However, there was no doubt that the rewards would definitely be more generous than the previous screening. The reward this time is a little special. You'll have to wait for a while. You'll know when the time comes. The white-haired elder came to an ancient altar on the peak of Destiny Mountain. He waved his hands and beams of light entered the altar. The altar glowed with a bright light. A beam of light broke through the void and disappeared into the sky. Everyone was curious, but they didn't ask much and waited patiently. This wait lasted for 2 days. On this day, deep in the sky, there was a dull roar and then a bright golden light covered half of the sky. Guys, look, there's a door. Someone exclaimed. In the depths of the sky, where the light was the brightest, a door suddenly appeared. This wasn't a door of light. It seemed to be made of solid bronze. Roar. The door was open, and at this moment roars could be heard from behind the door that shook the world. Dragon's roar. Many people could tell that this was the roar of a true dragon. Then everyone saw the sound of footsteps in the air coming from the gate, and the dragon's roar was getting louder and louder. Then everyone saw 9 true dragons rush out of the gate. 9 true dragons lined up, pulling a huge chariot, and appeared in the depths of the sky. On the chariot there were many figures. Most of them were young people looking to be in their 20s. There were men and women, and each of them had an extraordinary temperament. There was a middle-aged man on the chariot. He was wearing iron armor and exuded a terrifying aura. It was the aura of a great emperor. At the highest point of the chariot sat a figure. However, this figure was shrouded in divine light and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Many people were shocked. Who was this person? It had actually appeared from the depths of the sky, and it was being pulled by 9 true dragons. There were also true dragons in Yuan Mountain. At this moment many of them had ugly expressions. It was an insult to the true dragon clan to have 9 true dragons pulling a carriage. However, the middle-aged man's aura was too shocking. It was filled with killing intent and boundless killing intent. It was as if he was in hell. Even many emperors had serious expressions. The true dragon stepped on the air and came to the sky above the mountain of destiny, floating there. The white-haired elder and the other great emperors all came forward and cupped their fists. Greetings, emissaries of the heaven realm. What? Heaven realm emissary? Everyone was shocked. They finally understood that these people were from the heaven realm. Some great emperors might not be unfamiliar with the heaven realm, because they should have a way to enter the heaven realm. But for those below the great emperor, the heaven realm was a legend. Many powerful forces knew that there was a war in the heaven realm, but they had never been to the heaven realm. It was even more so for the younger generation. Now they finally saw the people from the heaven realm. Many people's eyes lit up as they sized up the people from the heaven realm. It's them. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He saw 2 young men on the heaven chariot. He had seen them before. Previously, when he had entered the primordial realm, he had seen 2 youths in the corner of the world that he had left behind. The other had purple hair and an extraordinary aura. The other one was in a black robe and had mastered the law of samsara. He was a scion of samsara and had fought with Lu Ming before. These 2 people are indeed from the heaven realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. At this moment he thought of many things. It seemed that not only the prides of the primordial realm had entered that corner of the world, but the prides of the heaven realm had also entered. Could it be that the so-called opportunity is related to the heaven realm? The heaven realm has been passed down for countless years. It's much older than the primordial realm. Legend has it that it has endless opportunities. Some people were discussing in low voices. Although many people knew that most of the 9 heavens domain in the heaven realm had been occupied by the alien races, there was still the strongest and largest domain in the heaven realm, the Taiqing heaven domain, which was still under their control. It was said that the area of the Taiqing heavenly region was not smaller than the Yuan continent. It also contained all kinds of opportunities that the heaven realm had obtained over countless years. Many people's eyes lit up. Who are the top 10 prodigies of the primordial realm? Come out and take a look. The middle-aged man in iron armor stepped out and his voice spread through the entire area. Many people retreated. Lu Ming and the rest of the top 10 stepped out and appeared in the middle of the Destiny Mountain. The middle-aged man's eyes were like lightning as he swept his gaze over the 10 people. Goosebumps rose all over Lu Ming's body. It was as if the armored man's gaze could see through them. The armored man glanced around and nodded, satisfied. That's right. It said that the primordial realm is also full of prodigies and they didn't disappoint me. This time many of you can enter the heaven realm and obtain great opportunities. The armored man said. Many people's eyes lit up. The reward this time was related to the heaven realm. General, I heard that the primordial realm has also reached its golden age and the elites have gathered. The 10 strongest elites have been decided and am itching to spar with them. I hope you'll grant my wish. At this time in the heaven realm, a burly young man stepped out and cupped his fists to the armored man. Chapter 2132, The Terrifying Heaven Realm's Prodigy. Chapter 2132, The Terrifying Heaven Realm's Prodigy. Many people's gazes moved. The heaven realm one's proud son of heaven was challenging the primordial realm's proud son of heaven. But thinking about it, it was normal. They were all young people full of vigor and confidence. When they saw a strong opponent, it was inevitable that they would want to exchange pointers. The eyes of RHE Primordial Realms prodigies also shone. They also wanted to know how powerful the Heaven Realms geniuses were. Alright, let's have a spar then. The armored man nodded. This was their plan when they brought the Heaven Realms prodigies here. Many thanks, General. The burly teenager cupped his fists and stepped forward, sweeping his gaze across Lu Ming and the other 10. He had short needle-like hair and his eyes were as sharp as a lion's. What I cultivate is the immemorial martial arts of the immemorial system. There should be some among you who cultivate the immemorial system, right? The short-haired teenager said as he glanced at the 10 people with a faint arrogance. Bang, bang, bang. Bao de Aoku, an ancient devil, stepped forward at the same time, their bodies erupting with powerful auras. I'll fight you, Bao de said. His body was like an iron tower filled with endless power. He's mine. I'm sorry, said Pinker with a cold look in his eyes. He was a royal member of RHE True Dragon Clan, the Purple Gold True Dragon. However, the other party used 9 dragons to pull the carriage, which made him extremely unhappy. The short-haired teenager glanced at the 3 of them, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't hide his contempt at all. An immemorial body cultivator, an immemorial demonic Dao, and an immemorial devil Dao. Very good. The 3 of you come at me together. The short-haired teenager said lightly, and his contempt became even stronger. What? Many people's faces changed. This short-haired teenager's tone was too arrogant. He actually asked Bao De and the other 2 to attack him together. It should be known that Bao De had won 4th place and his combat strength was extremely strong. With Pinker and Ancient Devil he could even fight Yuan Xin. This short-haired teenager had such strong combat power? Arrogant. I'll fight you. You're courting death. Creek was already furious and now that he was being looked down on, how could he hold it in? He roared and transformed into his true form, pouncing towards the short-haired teenager. His 5 dragon claws stepped out continuously, wanting to tear the short-haired teenager apart. Boom. He short-haired teenager struck out with his palm. His palm directly pierced through the void and collided with Creek's dragon claw. Creek roared, and its entire dragon body trembled violently as it retreated. Everyone saw that Creek's dragon claw had split open. It was covered in cracks and blood was flowing out. One move and Check was injured. It was shocking. Many people's gazes turned serious. This short-haired young man's combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Tian Ming and Yuan Xin's eyes turned serious. I said, the 3 of you attack together, or you won't be able to withstand a single blow. The short-haired young man said, his contempt growing. Then I'll fight you. Bao De roared. His burly body swelled up and he punched our. He also punched through the void. At the same time the elder devil also attacked. A beam of demonic light slashed at the other party. Roar. Die. Aoku roared. Blood chi filled the air and the wound on his dragon claw healed quickly. Purple gold light filled his body as he charged at the short-haired teenager. The 3 heavens favorites from the immemorial system attacked at the same time. It was earth-shattering. This is more like it. The short-haired teenager laughed. One of his palms changed as if it had turned into jade. It was so transparent that even the blood vessels in his flesh could be seen. Boom, boom, boom. He short-haired teenager attacked and struck out 3 palms in a row. Bang. Ancient Devil collided with a palm print. His body shook violently and he was sent flying a few thousand meters. He coughed up blood and his aura weakened. He was seriously injured. Bang, bang. Then Pinker and Bao De also retreated. Just this much strength? Not enough more. The short-haired teenager rushed towards Bao De and Aoku, his palms continuously striking out. Bao De and Aoku tried their best to resist, but they were no match for him. The palm of the short-haired teenager seemed to have the power to split the sky. Every palm seemed to be able to split them apart. After more than 10 moves, Bao De and Aoku coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their arms were broken and they were seriously injured, unable to fight again. Everyone was shocked. This short-haired teenager was too terrifying. There were no nomological fluctuations on his body. It was obvious that he also cultivated the ancient system. However, he was astonishingly strong, easily defeating Bao De Yak, an ancient devil. He must be one of RHE Top Heaven's favorites in the Heaven Realm. Someone guessed. You guys are too weak. The short-haired teenager glanced at Bao De and the other two, then stepped back. Bao De Aoku and ancient devil's faces were ugly, but the other side was indeed powerful, which made them feel helpless and gave them a big blow. I'm here to spar with RHE Primordial Realms prodigy. After the short-haired teenager went back, another teenager walked out from the Heaven Realm. This person was wearing a gray robe and his eyes were as bright as RHE stars. He looked at the crowd and said, I cultivate the nomological system. Who would like to spar with me? I'll fight you. Yun Laoj was the first to speak. He stepped forward and the void around him rose and fell like waves. His 2-star illusionary divine cultivation was undoubtedly on display. Son of Spacetime 2-star illusionary emperor? How about this? I will also suppress my cultivation to 2-star illusionary emperor. The gray-robed young man said. Then a powerful aura emanated from his body. He was a 2-star void emperor. Everyone was shocked. The gray-robed young man's words were obvious. His real cultivation base was beyond that of a 2-star illusionary divine. Now he was going to fight Yun Laoj, who was at the same level as him. Since that's the case, don't regret it. Yun Laoj said. As soon as he finished speaking, he made his move. He pierced through the void and charged toward his opponent at an astonishing speed. The gray-robed young man's face remained calm. At that moment he waved his hand, causing nomological laws to erupt. A huge cauldron appeared in his hand. Primordial chaos laws. This person was a son of primordial chaos. At that moment the cauldron in his hand was formed from primordial chaos laws. The primordial chaos cauldron quickly grew to the size of a mountain and pressed down on Yun Haoge. The primordial chaos cauldron's power was simply too astonishing. It directly crushed the void and caused space-time to become chaotic. Boom. Wherever the primordial chaos cauldron passed by, the space exploded continuously. Yun Haoge's expression changed drastically. At that moment he felt a shocking force coming towards him. He wanted to escape but he couldn't. He could only face it head-on. He used all his strength and struck the primordial chaos cauldron. However, the result was that his body was sent flying. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and his arm exploded. It was a terrible sight. Many people gasped. One move. Yun Haoge had been defeated in just one move. The other party did not display a very high cultivation level. Instead, he had suppressed his cultivation to the level of a 2-star illusionary emperor. He was on the same level as Yun Haoge, but he had defeated Yun Haoge with one move. How was this possible? Many people found it hard to believe, but this was the truth. He's too weak. The gray-robed young man shook his head and laughed. He then looked at Yuan Exen and said, I can sense that you have the pure chaotic body. Ate me. Chapter 2133. The Three Realms of Laws. Chapter 2133. The Three Realms of Laws. The gray-robed young man, the Heaven Realm's proud son of heaven, challenged Yuan Exen. Yuan Xin's eyes narrowed. He was not confident in facing the gray-robed young man, but he had clearly stated that he wanted to challenge him, so he could not avoid the battle. Yuan Exen stepped forward and the aura on her body burst out. 2 types of nomological laws spread out. The gray-robed youth seemed to be surprised. You've already comprehended 2 nomological laws and successfully fused them. Not bad. One wonder how your combat strength is. 111 let you see it, chaotic divine body. Facing the gray-robed young man, Yuan Exen didn't dare to be careless. He immediately used his most powerful killing move, the chaotic divine body. Yuan Xin's body was covered in the color of chaos, as if he was made of chaos stone. His aura had reached its peak. Interesting. Make your move and let me see your strength. Don't worry, one will still suppress my cultivation to 2-star void emperor. The gray-robed youth's eyes revealed a faint smile and a trace of interest. However, he did not panic at all. Such an attitude was undoubtedly very contemptuous. Yuan Xin's eyes were filled with anger. With a roar, she stepped into the void and charged toward the gray-robed young man. Boom. Yuan Exen threw a punch at the gray-robed young man. His fist was like a chaotic stone. The gray-robed young man extended his palm. In his palm, another primordial chaos cauldron formed. It rapidly grew to the size of a mountain. The gray-robed young man waved his hand, and the primordial chaos cauldron pressed toward Yuan Xen. Thump! Yuan Xin's punch landed on the primordial chaos cauldron. The cauldron shook violently and the sound waves swept out in all directions. Many experts emitted light and blocked the sound waves. Yuan Xian had also suffered a terrifying impact. His body trembled and he kept retreating, causing the void to explode. Not bad. You can block one of my moves. You have some strength. Let's see how many moves you can block. The gray-robed young man said. He seemed to be a little surprised. Then he pressed down with one hand, and the primordial chaos cauldron blasted toward Yuan Xen. Break, die. Yuan Xen roared and kept punching with both fists like a storm. However, what was unbelievable was that after each move, Yuan Xen would retreat rapidly. He was completely outmatched and was suppressed. After more than 10 moves, he retreated a few hundred meters and blood spurted out of his mouth. Suppress. The gray-robed young man muttered, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He pressed down with one hand again and the cauldron shook and became even bigger, pressing down on Yuan Xen. Boom. This time Yuan Xen was even more miserable. Her body fell down and smashed into the fighting ring on the top of Destiny Mountain, causing a violent boom. How did this happen? In the primordial realm, many young geniuses shouted in disbelief. Yuan Xen, the son of chaos, was a peerless genius. This time she ranked third among all the geniuses in the primordial realm. Even such an expert had been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated so easily and easily suppressed. The key point was that the other party had already suppressed his cultivation to the level of a 2-star illusionary emperor, but he could still easily suppress Yuan Xen. What was going on? The son of chaos was invincible among those of the same level. How could he be suppressed so badly by his opponent? Second realm of laws. The opponent's laws have already reached the second realm. A powerful true emperor spoke. The second realm of laws? 11. Some people did not understand. Immediately an elder explained. Laws, after cultivating to the level of emperor to be, would reach perfection and become a river of laws. However, this so-called perfection only referred to the perfection of a certain stage. To be exact, it was only the perfection of the first realm of laws. The cultivation of laws was divided into 3 realms. After breaking through to Rhe martial emperor realm, some powerhouses could make another breakthrough in their laws and cultivate them to the second or even third realm. Of course, the difficulty was extremely shocking. However, once one broke through, the power would also be shocking. Once he broke through to the second realm, the power of his laws would increase greatly. Even if IR was a king path law, after stepping into the second realm, it could contend with an ultimate law. The gray-robed youth's primordial chaos laws had already reached the second realm. In a battle at the same level, he could naturally easily defeat the son of chaos. However, according to the older generation, only high-level void emperors could cultivate the laws to the second realm. Some people could not break through in their entire lives. As for the other party, he had broken through to the second realm of primordial chaos laws at such a young age. It was truly astonishing. The primordial realm's prodigies are truly flowers in a greenhouse. They can't even withstand a single blow. How boring. The gray-robed young man looked down at Yuan Xen and spoke indifferently, his voice filled with disdain. Detestable. The prides of the primordial realm were all furious. It was really uncomfortable to be looked down upon like this. However, the other party's combat strength was too shocking. Even Tianming and Lu Ming would be defeated. Therefore, they could do nothing but swallow their anger when they were looked down upon by the other party. The gray-robed young man seemed to have lost interest and returned to the chariot. At this moment, a woman walked out. This woman was wearing a suit of iron armor. She looked heroic and was full of killing intent. She glanced at Lu Ming and the rest. One heard that the primordial realm has given birth to a child of fate. I'm very curious about how wonderful the nomological laws of fate are. Do you dare to fight me? Tianming's eyes flickered. The other party directly challenged the destined child, so he could only accept the challenge. Tianming stepped out, his white clothes fluttering in the wind. He looked at the heroic-looking woman and said, "I am the child of destiny. What's your cultivation level?" The heroic-looking woman said, 2-star void emperor. Tianming said, 2 a star void emperor just as well, I'm also a 2-star void emperor. The heroic-looking woman spoke, and the aura of laws emanated from her body. The law of the king path. You have a king physique? Tianming was stunned and a trace of displeasure flashed through his eyes. The other party actually had the physique of a king, and the physique of a king actually dared to challenge him. This was underestimating him. So what if you have the king physique? Even a king physique can defeat you. The heroic-looking woman's aura became even sharper. A long spear appeared in her hand. The long spear stirred up the wind and clouds as she stabbed toward Tianming. As the long spear stabbed out, the aura of the heroic-looking woman rose sharply, revealing her sharp edge. She was like an invincible goddess of war. Great fate technique. Tianming didn't dare to underestimate his enemy. He used the great fate technique and turned into a rainbow light, attacking the heroic woman. Boom. Fan bis p. The light of fate collided with the spear, creating astonishing ripples. The heroic-looking woman was successfully blocked. Second realm law. However, a second realm king path law is not my match either. Tianming shouted and launched a counterattack. He could tell that his opponent's nomological laws had already reached the second realm. However, he cultivated the nomological laws of fate, while his opponent was only a king's Tao law. He had no fear and could crush his opponent. Buzz. Buzz. The heavens will finger continued to point, sending beams of destiny light at the enemy. If 1 doesn't work, then 2, then 3. The heroic-looking woman said coldly. Her aura had become even stronger. 3 types of nomological laws burst forth and she had completely mastered them. 3 kinds of king path laws and 2 of them have already reached the second realm. How is it possible at such a young age? A true emperor with snow-white hair roared in disbelief. He had lived for a long time and knew very well how difficult it was to reach this step. Chapter 2134. Your talents aren't bad. Chapter 2134. Your talents aren't bad. The others were also shocked. The heroic-looking woman looked so young, but she had already comprehended and fused 3 kinds of king path laws. Moreover, 2 of them had already reached the second realm. This was simply frightening. The heroic-looking woman had an imposing aura. She was dressed in iron armor and held a long spear in her hand, like a female war god. She thrust her spear forward and the wind and clouds changed color. 3 laws burst out at the same time, and a terrifying long spear stabbed toward Tianming. Tianming's pupils rapidly contracted, and his eyes became incomparably serious. His entire body shone and the river of fate appeared. He placed himself in the river of fate and used it to resist. However, the huge spear seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. It pierced directly into the river of fate, causing it to shake continuously and stir up huge waves. The laws of fate were extremely profound and powerful. When he attacked, it was as if his words were law. 1 word could determine a person's success or failure, life or death, and fate. However, that was only relative to those with weaker cultivation. Once one's cultivation reached a certain level, one could use strength to break through the laws of fate. Previously, Lu Ming was like this. And now, the heroic-looking woman was also the same. The long river of fate surged and finally exploded. Tianming's body trembled and he retreated, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Destiny defeated. The scene was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded and found it difficult to speak. Was this the heaven realm's prodigy? He was only a king, yet he could defeat the primordial realm's son of destiny. It made people feel like they were dreaming. So what if he's the son of God? So what if he was destiny's child? I might have an absolute advantage below the rank of a martial sovereign, but after that, anything is possible. In the future, he'll also use the king path law to derive the ultimate law and trample all the sons of God under my feet. The heroic-looking lady spoke, her voice filled with confidence. She had a king's body, and below the martial emperor realm, it was impossible for her to match the son of heaven. However, after she broke through to the martial emperor realm, she had comprehended 3 king path laws and even 2 of them had entered the second realm. Many of the sons of heaven at the same realm were not her match. The heroic-looking woman's words shook everyone's hearts. It also made the eyes of many young people with king physiques and even those who cultivated ordinary laws light up. Indeed, so what if they were lagging behind now? They still had a chance. After breaking through to the martial sovereign realm, they might be able to erupt and surpass the Son of God, charging all the way up and reaching the peak. Some of the older generation shook their heads. It was easier said than done to achieve this. Even after breaking through to the martial sovereign realm, it was extremely difficult to comprehend king path laws. It was even more difficult to comprehend an ultimate law. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. For a heroic-looking woman to be able to reach this stage, she was already a rare heaven's favorite. However, they naturally wouldn't open their mouths to dampen the young people's enthusiasm. The heroic-looking woman didn't say anything else and returned to the chariot. Tianming's face turned ugly. In the past he had been invincible and unrivaled in the younger generation. But during this period of time he had suffered a series of defeats. First he lost to Lu Ming, who had not become an emperor. Now he had lost to a king physique, which dealt a huge blow to his self-confidence. At the same time, the young people of the primordial realm also looked dejected. The heaven realm's prodigies were too strong. No one in the primordial realm could defeat them, and they suffered defeat after defeat. The heaven realm's heaven's pride experts are probably the strongest in the heaven realm. The heaven realm's resources are better, so it's normal for them to have such cultivation. That's right, they must be the strongest group of people in the heaven realm. Some of the young men were discussing. Although they were discussing in low voices, they were still heard by the people of the heaven realm. The gray-robed young man from before sneered and said, "You don't have to comfort yourself. In the heaven realm we are not the strongest group at all. At most we are only in the second level. The strongest group of people are much stronger than me." What? These words stunned the geniuses of the primordial realm. Even many of the older generation were stunned. These young people in the heaven realm were actually not the strongest. In the heaven realm, there were people stronger than them, and they could only be regarded as second grade. Many of the primordial realm's proud children of heaven had ugly expressions. Even Tianming, Yuan Xen, Baoda, and the others had unsightly expressions and were somewhat discouraged. Is the gap between our primordial realm and the heaven realm that big? I heard that there's only one heaven domain left in the heaven realm. How can it still be so terrifying? How strong would he be if he was at his peak? Many people were discussing and became more and more dejected. You guys don't have to be discouraged. At this time, the armored man stepped out and his voice spread throughout the whole area. Many people looked at him. Your talents are actually not bad. Many people's talents are no worse than the top heaven's favorites in the heaven realm. What you lack is resources and training. The heaven realm has existed for countless years. Although there is only one heaven domain left, it is the largest heaven domain. The resources, treasures, and various cultivation holy lands that have been accumulated over countless years are incomparable to those of the primordial realm. That is why their cultivation is stronger than yours. Also, the heavenly realm is currently at war with the outsiders. Sometimes they will step onto the battlefield and fight to the death. Only by tempering themselves through life and death can they become stronger. The armored man said. His words made the eyes of many of the primordial realm's proud children of heaven light up again, and they regained their confidence. That's right, it wasn't that they were lacking in talent, it was just that they didn't have as many resources as the heaven realm's prodigies. How could the Son of God be lacking in talent? Therefore this time I will bring a group of primordial realm's prodigies to the heaven realm. The resources in the heaven realm will be completely open to you, the armored man said. Many heaven's favorites' eyes lit up with joy. The primordial realm couldn't compare to the heaven realm's resources and all kinds of cultivation holy lands. They were moved and wanted to go. They understood that this was the reward for the battle of the 10 lands, and it was really tempting. It was obvious that the heaven realm was trying to nurture the geniuses so that they could rise up quickly. As long as you obtain the resources of the heaven realm, you might be able to compete with them in the future. The armored man pointed at the heaven realm's prodigies and encouraged everyone. Senior, actually, the number 1 genius of the primordial realm hasn't made a move yet. If he did, he might not lose. A youth from the primordial realm spoke up. Previously, their primordial realm had been continuously defeated, and some of the youths were still feeling uncomfortable. At this moment, someone couldn't help but say, "Oh." The armored man and the heaven realm's paragons all looked surprised. At first, they all thought that Tianming was the number 1 genius of the primordial realm. They didn't expect that he wasn't. The number one of the primordial realm was someone else? Who's the first in the primordial realm? The armored man asked. Many people's gazes turned to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was speechless. He did not want to stand out at first because the heaven realm's proud children of heaven had very high cultivation levels. Even if he fought, he might not be able to win. But now he was pushed out. He could only step forward and cup his fists at the armored man, saying, Lu Ming of the junior generation greets the senior. Chapter 2135. Lu Ming takes action. Chapter 2135. Lu Ming takes action. The armored man's eyes swept over Lu Ming, very surprised. With his cultivation, he could easily see through Lu Ming's cultivation. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the level of an emperor to be, so he didn't pay much attention to him. He never expected Lu Ming to be the number one genius of the primordial realm. Could it be that Lu Ming was more powerful than Destiny's Child? The Heaven Realm's elites also looked at Lu Ming in surprise. So it's you, General. I'll meet him. A voice was heard. A young man in a black robe stepped out of the chariot and walked toward Lu Ming. This person was dressed in a black robe and had long hair like a waterfall. His face was cold and arrogant and his eyes were sharp. He was the young man Lu Ming had met in that world. At that time, this person was with the purple-haired young man, and the two seemed to be senior and junior brothers. Back then, Lu Ming had fought with this person. However, the other party seemed to be busy and ignored Lu Ming. He had long wanted to make a move. Now that he heard that Lu Ming was the number one prodigy of the primordial realm, he could not wait to make a move. Make your move. Let me see how strong you are. The black-robed young man stared at Lu Ming, his cold arrogance growing. The aura on his body soared to the sky. He was a peak 2-star void emperor. Buzz. Whoosh. Following that, 6 pitch-black vortexes appeared behind him, spinning non-stop. These were the reincarnation vortexes that wanted to devour people and send them into reincarnation. This person was a child of samsara. In fact, after becoming a martial supreme, there was almost no need to call him a son of heaven. This was because after becoming a martial supreme, some people could cultivate an ultimate maxim later on. Those who did so later on could not be called a son of heaven. However, it was also difficult to distinguish who was innate and who was acquired. Therefore, those after the rank of Martial Supreme rarely used this form of address. However, the black-robed youth's law of reincarnation was extremely oppressive. The 6 vortexes seemed to be able to swallow the entire world. Remember, the person who defeated you is called Li Yu. With that, the black-robed young man pressed down with one hand and 6 vortexes pressed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Li Yu's combat strength was definitely above Yuan Xin's or even Taiming's. His cultivation base was at the peak of the 2-star illusionary emperor realm, which was not weaker than Tianming and Yuan Xin. Moreover, his law of reincarnation had broken through to the 2nd realm, which was extremely powerful. Lu Ming did not hold back and exploded with all his strength. All 5 types of nomological laws burst out, and a river of 5-colored nomological laws surrounded his body. Buzz. Lu Ming soared into the sky and struck out with his palm. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying palm force hit the 6 reincarnation vortexes, causing them to tremble continuously. Li Yu's body also trembled as he was forced to retreat continuously. 2 ultimate maxims? Impossible. How is that possible? Li Yu's shocked voice came out of his mouth. He widened his eyes and stared at Lu Ming. He was in disbelief. He could actually sense 2 ultimate maxims from Lu Ming. This was absolutely unbelievable. He was not the only one. The other Heaven Realm's paragons also widened their eyes and stared at Lu Ming in a daze, as if they had never seen the world. It's your turn to be surprised now. Some of the primordial realm's proud sons of heaven were excited. Seeing the Heaven Realm's proud sons of heaven shocked them, they felt great. Boom. Even the armored man couldn't control himself. A terrifying aura burst out from his body and his eyes were wide open. At the same time, a terrifying and oppressive aura filled the air. This aura made people feel as if they were facing the might of the heavens. They were unable to resist it, as if they were just an ant. The stronger one's cultivation was, the deeper one could sense it. Many great emperors' faces changed and they broke out in a cold sweat. They looked at the figure sitting on the heaven chariot. The aura that was like the might of heaven came from this figure. This figure had always been shrouded in divine light, so his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Before this, he had been very calm and didn't show any signs of abnormality. At this moment, after seeing Lu Ming erupt with two ultimate maxims, the figure fluctuated and revealed a trace of aura. Heavens! The Celestial Emperor. An emperor spoke with great difficulty, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The Celestial Emperor. The figure sitting on the chariot was actually the Celestial Arch. The Celestial Emperor contained the might of the heavens. However, as soon as the aura was released, it was retracted and the terrifying pressure disappeared. At the Emperor-to-be realm, you can actually comprehend 2 strongest laws and 3 king path laws. Haha, I didn't expect such a person to appear in the primordial realm. Continue, let me experience it. Liu was overjoyed instead of shocked. His fighting spirit grew stronger. He laughed and charged at Lu Ming. Along the way, his aura grew stronger and another law spread out. Liu had mastered 2 types of nomological laws, one of which was the law of reincarnation and the other was the law of kings. However, he had not broken into the second realm of the king path law. He was only at the completion of the first realm. However, it also improved Liu's combat strength. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Liu stretched out his arms and threw a punch. The force of the punch was imbued with the power of the law and it was aimed at Lu Ming. Death's Blade. Lu Ming cast one of his strongest killing moves, the Sword of Death. A huge combat sword was condensed in Lu Ming's hand. Previously, Lu Ming had used this move to cut off the long river of destiny. Buzz. The Sword of Death slashed out. Boom. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the Sword of Death collided with the fist radiance, creating an endless amount of energy. The chi was like wild waves, wave after wave, sweeping in all directions. Boom. The 2 of them retreated 100 meters after the attack. Liu was indeed stronger than Tianming. Previously, Lu Ming could cut off Tianming's River of Destiny with one sword. Now he could not defeat Liu. Again. Liu let out a long howl and charged at Lu Ming again. The force of the 6 Daos of reincarnation fist covered the sky and the earth as it came at Lu Ming. Good. Lu Ming let out a long howl, his eyes filled with excitement and fighting spirit. He was indeed excited. In the primordial realm, he was already invincible among the younger generation. Once he used the Sword of Death, even Destiny would be defeated. However, Liu was able to fight with him now. This would allow Lu Ming to continue perfecting the Sword of Death. The Sword of Death was only a beginner. Lu Ming could barely unleash the profoundness of 4 types of laws, but he was still a long way from mastering it. Only in the midst of a great battle could it be continuously perfected. Boom. Boom. The 2 of them charged at each other, constantly fighting and clashing. It was extremely intense. I didn't expect there to be such a person in the primordial realm. The young man from the heaven realm had a serious expression on his face. Lu Ming is indeed powerful. He can fight against the heaven's pride. The prides of the primordial realm smiled, feeling a little better. Previously, the primordial realm's prodigies had been completely suppressed by the heaven realm's prodigies. Although the heaven realm had more resources, so the other party was stronger, and in terms of talent they weren't bad, they still didn't feel good. Now, there was finally someone who could fight against the heaven realm's prodigies. Chapter 2136. Chapter 2135. First Victory. Chapter 2136. Chapter 2135. First Victory. The battle was very intense, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 moves had passed. Satisfying, satisfying. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He realized that as the battle progressed, the power of his Sword of Death was getting stronger and stronger. He was also becoming more and more familiar with the use of the 4 types of laws. This kid is using Liu to practice his divine power. What a terrifying talent. The burly man in the armor saw through Lu Ming's intention and was secretly shocked. Damn it! Liu roared in his heart. He realized that the more they fought, the stronger Lu Ming became. In the beginning they were evenly matched, but now Lu Ming was slowly suppressing him. He was furious. He couldn't be defeated by the primordial realm's prodigy. He roared and fought Lu Ming with all his might. "I'll cultivate the chaos hammer." Lu Ming could not care less about Liu's thoughts. He was completely immersed in cultivating the divine power technique now. All of a sudden his attack changed. The sword of death disappeared, and Lu Ming cast the hammer of chaos to fight with his opponent. A giant hammer formed in Lu Ming's hand and he smashed it at Li Yu. Each blow was so heavy that it could blow up a mountain and penetrate the earth. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle and exchanged hundreds of moves. Lu Ming's hammer of chaos was getting stronger and stronger. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming swung the hammer of chaos and the sword of death at other times to hone his superpower. Li Yu, on the other hand, was having a hard time. He was completely at a disadvantage. Lu Ming was getting stronger and stronger. He roared. He didn't want to be the first person to be defeated by the primordial realm's proud son of heaven. He wanted to turn defeat into victory, but it was all in vain. He was no match. Bang. In the end he was hit by Lu Ming's hammer of chaos. Even his 6 reincarnation vortexes exploded. He was sent flying backward and blood spurted out. His face was pale and extremely unsightly. He had actually lost. He had lost to someone from the primordial realm. All right. Many of the youths of the primordial realm cheered, feeling extremely carefree. The primordial realm had finally won a battle, but it had not lost so badly. Lu Xianxiang, Ouyang Moli and the rest jumped up in joy. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming glared at Li Yu. Fight again. Li Yu roared, unwilling to admit defeat. Junior brother, stop. At this moment a voice was heard. Then a figure stepped out. It was the purple-haired young man. Li Yu seemed to be very obedient to the purple-haired young man and stopped. Junior brother, you're not his match. If you continue to fight you'll definitely lose. There's no need to. Let me do it. The violet-haired youth smiled. Senior brother, are you going to make a move? Li Yu was stunned. I can suppress my cultivation and fight him. The purple-haired youth said. There's no need for you to do anything. How about you leave this battle to me? Another voice was heard. It was the gray-robed young man who had defeated Yuan Xian earlier. At this moment he stepped out. The purple-haired young man pondered for a moment and said, You can make a move. Lu Ming, right? Make your move. Let me see your ability. The gray-robed youth said. A primordial chaos cauldron formed in his hand. Boom. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on the other party. He attacked immediately, the huge chaos hammer smashing towards the other party. Since the gray-robed young man dared to attack, he must be stronger than Li Yu. Lu Ming did not hold back and went all out. The gray-robed young man waved his hand and the grand mist cauldron spun, pressing down on Lu Ming. 2 types of laws. The gray-robed young man also controlled 2 types of laws, an ultimate law and a king path law. However, like Li Yu, he had not reached the second realm of the king path law. However, his primordial chaos laws were clearly more mature. Boom. The hammer of chaos and the primordial chaos cauldron collided. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surge through the hammer of chaos. Lu Ming's body trembled and he took a few steps back. However, the primordial chaos cauldron was also sent flying and caught by the gray-robed youth. He's stronger than Li Yu. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The other party's primordial chaos laws were clearly more profound and powerful. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. He was only excited. Another one for him to train. Lu Ming stepped on the void and charged at the gray-robed young man again. Boom. Boom. After more than 10 consecutive moves, although Lu Ming was at a slight disadvantage, he was not defeated. He became stronger as the battle progressed and he comprehended the divine ability in the battle. You want to use me as a whetstone? Impossible. One didn't say that I would suppress my cultivation to fight you. The gray-robed young man said coldly. In the next moment, a shocking aura erupted from his body. It was much stronger than before. A 3-star illusionary emperor. This was the gray-robed young man's true cultivation. He had already reached the peak of 3-star void emperor and was only 1 step away from becoming a 4-star void emperor. The gray-robed young man's combat strength surged. Lose. The gray-robed young man waved his hand and the primordial chaos cauldron smashed toward Lu Ming again. His power was much stronger than before. The primordial chaos cauldron suppressed an area of the void as large as a mountain. Lu Ming retreated rapidly, but the primordial chaos cauldron followed him at an alarming speed. Boom. Lu Ming used the hammer of chaos to blast it. The sky trembled and Lu Ming's body shook violently as he was sent flying a few thousand meters. His arm trembled slightly and the web between his thumb and forefinger was split open, bleeding. In the martial emperor realm, there was a huge difference between each stage. A 3-star void emperor was much stronger than a 2-star void emperor. If it was an ordinary 3-star illusionary emperor, Lu Ming would be able to kill him in seconds. However, the gray-robed young man was a genius among geniuses. He could kill enemies of a higher level than him. In fact, he could kill enemies of a higher level than him. Lu Ming was no match for him. Buzz. The primordial chaos cauldron trembled once more and came crashing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was sent flying again. His qi and blood boiled and blood seeped out of the corners of his mouth. I can only use the 3rd bloodline. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. With a thought, the energy of the 3rd bloodline gushed into his body continuously, covering him with a layer of blood-red light. Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed and his killing intent was endless. Thump. Lu Ming wielded the chaos hammer and struck the primordial chaos cauldron, sending it flying. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps could be heard at the scene. Countless people looked at Lu Ming dumbfounded. Lu Ming still had energy left. He had not used all his strength earlier. How was this possible? They were all shocked. Why would I? Tianming, Xian and the others were also shocked. Previously, Lu Ming had defeated them without using his full strength. They had suffered a huge blow. It's this secret technique. Xing's expression was extremely ugly. Back in the world of the lotus flower, Lu Ming had used this secret skill to defeat him. The experts of the Heng family, the He family and other forces were even more shocked. Lu Ming was too terrifying. Some of the Heaven Realm's geniuses also looked very serious. Kill. The gray-robed young man stepped on the primordial cauldron and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming welcomed him and fought with him. After borrowing the power of his 3rd bloodline, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased greatly. He had the upper hand in the continuous exchanges with the gray-robed young man. All right, let's stop here. At this moment, a clear voice was heard. Chapter 2137. Chapter 2137. Divine Body or Crippled Body? Chapter 2137. Chapter 2137 Divine Body or Crippled Body. A voice rang out. The voice was clear and bright, but it contained supreme dignity. Hearing this voice, the gray-robed young man's expression changed and he quickly retreated. Lu Ming stopped as well. He retracted the power of the 3rd bloodline and the blood-red light on Lu Ming's body disappeared. Everyone's eyes were on the figure sitting on the chariot, shrouded in divine light. He was the one who had just spoken. At this moment the figure stood up and stepped out of the chariot. The divine light on his body also retracted, revealing his true appearance. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was wearing a long robe and looked quite elegant. However, the great emperors of the primordial realm hurriedly saluted and bowed. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor. It was indeed the Celestial Arch. Everyone's heart trembled violently and then they followed suit and saluted. Their voices resounded through the sky. The elegant middle-aged man nodded. He swept his gaze across Lu Ming, then Tianming, Xianxia and the rest. The primordial realm has also reached its golden age and there are many elites. Not bad. Many of you are very talented. If you enter the Heaven Realm and receive the cultivation of the Heaven Realm, you will definitely be able to rise quickly. One have decided that this time, the top 320 of the primordial realm can follow me into the Heaven Realm to cultivate. Those cultivation holy lands will open their doors for you. At the same time, there will be heavenly emperors to guide you. The elegant middle-aged man said. What? The top 320 can go. And the Celestial Arch is personally guiding me. Many people's eyes lit up. Especially the top 320 Heaven's favorites. They were all ecstatic and excited. This meant that the 320 people who had passed the selection could all go. Many of those who hadn't reached the 320th place had ugly expressions and sighed helplessly. The Heaven Realm's resources were much better than the primordial realms, and there was also the Celestial Emperor's guidance. This was too tempting. Of course, when you enter the Heaven Realm, you will also be allowed to enter the battlefield. There will be some danger in fighting with the alien tribes. If you don't want to go, one won't force you. If you don't want to go, you can ask now. The elegant middle-aged man said. Not a single person stood out. Who would be willing to miss such a rare opportunity? Moreover, if they wanted to rise, they had to rise from the slaughter. These heaven's favorites are not afraid of slaughter. Without tempering himself, how could he reach the peak? No one wanted to quit. Very good. The elegant middle-aged man nodded and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. After a while he said, the other people in the top 320 can go, but you can't. What? Everyone was stunned by his words. The celestial larch said that Lu Ming could not go? What was going on? Lu Ming's strength was obvious to all. His combat strength was unparalleled. He had yet to become a great emperor, but he had already mastered 5 types of laws, 2 ultimate laws and 3 king path laws. His combat strength was so frightening that it could be said that it had never been seen before. But now the celestial larch actually said that Lu Ming could not go? Could it be that there were other arrangements? Many people's imagination ran wild. Even Lu Ming himself was stunned. Heavenly Emperor, why can't one go? Lu Ming was a little indignant. If he could go to the cultivation holy lands in the heaven realm to cultivate and even receive guidance from the celestial larch, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. In the current great era, the foreign races were invading and he didn't know when a great war would break out. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Your physique is unparalleled among those below the martial supreme realm. The celestial larch looked at Lu Ming and said slowly. Many people were shocked. Even the celestial larch described Lu Ming's unparalleled divine body as unparalleled. Wait a minute. Some people noticed that the celestial larch was referring to those below the martial sovereign realm. But at the same time, your body is also a peerless trash body. The celestial larch continued. What? Countless people were shocked. Previously, the celestial larch had said that Lu Ming's physique was a peerless divine body. Why was he calling Lu Ming a peerless trash body now? Everyone was at a loss and didn't know what was going on. Ow. The celestial larch sighed as if he found it a pity. Since ancient times, those who cultivate in the nomological system know that those below the martial emperor realm can only comprehend one type of nomological law at most. It's impossible to control 2 types of nomological laws. Many people's hearts stirred. Lu Ming had mastered many types of laws. They knew that the celestial larch was most likely going to reveal some big secret. The celestial larch continued, however, the heaven realm has been passed down for countless years. At the end of the primordial era, the system of nomological laws emerged. It has been countless years since then. In such a long period of time, one wonder how many heaven's favorites have appeared. Many of them have amazing talents. In the distant past, there were people who broke the norm. Below the rank of Martial Supreme, there were people who could control multiple laws. In fact, there were people who could control more laws than you. It was just that no one could control 2 ultimate laws at the same time. Those people below the martial emperor realm are extremely talented. Their combat strength is unparalleled and rare. They can easily kill a void emperor, let alone those at the same realm. However, these people will never be able to break through to the martial emperor realm. The celestial larch explained in detail. Everyone was shocked and their hearts were in turmoil, unable to calm down. It turned out that in the ancient times of the heaven realm, there had been such a heaven-defying figure. Below the martial emperor realm, he had mastered many kinds of laws and had unparalleled combat strength. However, the most shocking thing was that these people could not break through to the martial emperor realm. Lu Ming himself was also shocked and dumbfounded. He could not break through to the martial supreme realm? That was impossible. Lu Ming's eyes turned red. He could not accept it. At the same time, he remembered that he had tried to break through to the martial supreme realm in that world, but he had failed and almost torn his saint heart and body apart. As we all know, to break through to the martial sovereign realm, one has to transform the laws in the saint heart into the world core. Then, the world core will transform the saint heart into a small world. However, it's very difficult to balance it when you control so many laws. You can say that it's impossible to balance it at all and can't evolve the world core. Once you break through by force, the terrifying power of the laws will tear the saint heart and the person apart. In history, geniuses like you all walked the 2 heavens path in the end. One of them was to forcefully break through, and then be torn apart by the power of laws and die. The other is to be trapped in the Emperor-to-be realm for the rest of your life. Your life will be exhausted and you will die of depression. Boom, boom, boom. The celestial thearch's words were like thunder, exploding in Lu Ming's mind. This was because the celestial thearch's words were too similar to what he was facing. They were exactly the same. No, that was impossible. Lu Ming's face was dull and his eyes were bloodshot. He could not accept this fact. If he could not break through to the rank of a martial supreme, then what was the point of cultivating? That's impossible. My master will definitely break through to the rank of a martial supreme. He's unparalleled in the world. Lu Xianxia cried out. Her little face was pale and she could not accept this. I won't. Ouyang Moli, Qiu Yu, Feng Ling, Long Chen, and the others all shook their heads in disbelief. The scene was in an uproar. There was actually such a thing. It really was a magnitude 12 earthquake. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.